Peace-a-thon Studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Finney Smith, Bullock, he's driving it, and looks for Finney Smith. It's a loose ball, and Luka picks it up. The Luka Magic! Ain't nobody in this game who's got a knack for doing stuff like that.
Ugh. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Hump Day edition with Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good thing that went in because everything else was set up to dog and destroy the Dallas Mavericks for another blown lead after they were up 25 last night against the LA Clippers at home. They didn't have Kawhi again. A completely broken possession ends up with a Luka heave that saves the day.
It's almost disappointing. Like if and I've known Mark a long time.
Mark.
Follow well.
Okay. Well.
We used to be drinking buddies.
Oh.
Long time ago.
What was his go-to?
There's a beer. He's a beer guy. That's not that's not a shot you get excited over. You don't get excited over a win where you
want him to okay, you reset up the call. Okay. RJ Choppy, the former voice of the Texas Legends. You're at home, and I'm getting from you that you should be expressing disappointment that a BS lucky shot went in to save them.
No, I'm not expressing disappointment that a BS lucky shot went in. I'm expressing disappointment that it took a BS lucky shot to win a game like that you were dominating and they didn't have Kawhi Leonard. You know, like to me, that's
Play the beginning of the clip, Peyton, and then we'll cut it off where Choppy takes over the play-by-play duties for Followell.
Finney Smith, Bullock, he's driving it, and looks for Finney Smith. It's a loose ball, and Luka picks it up.
And he makes it. And, wow, they're going to survive this awful, atrocious basketball game they have no business being close in. That's what it should have been. Not, oh, my God! I mean, like, I get he has to do that, but it's like, you know what I mean? It's like that. I'm not excited over that. Nobody should be excited over that win.
Now, they were up 20, so we know who the better team was.
Exactly.
The RJ Choppy rule.
I agree. I totally agree. I know who the better team is. The better team is the one that's up 22 at halftime against the team that doesn't have Kawhi. That stopped being the story of this basketball game to start the fourth quarter. You lost your entire 20-point lead going into the fourth quarter. It was down to what, 4? That's not. I'm not. Nobody can be excited about this today. Bassett cannot come in here today pumping his fist.
No, I don't think he is going to be pumping the fist. So Luka hits the big three, 35 points, 11 for 11 at the free throw line. Dorian Finney-Smith with 7 threes. Reggie Bullock finally woke up. He hit all 4 of his threes in the fourth quarter. Again, they did not have Kawhi. Look, Christian Wood had a very nice first half. I always go to that box score and look for Christian Wood, first or second. Every single time. Played 24 minutes, 15 and 7. Had 14 at halftime, I believe, and ended up with only 15 points as the Mavericks improve to 8-5, 7-1 at home at the AAC. The Clippers fall to 8-7. So what are the Mavericks? When do you feel like you can form a strong opinion about them?
So I do 30 games in baseball-ish. Do 15 or 20 games in the NBA. It's where you can form a strong opinion. Early season NBA is tough. Like, half the guys aren't like in complete tip-top shape. They're not in the absolute groove of shooting. Shooting efficiency is usually a little bit lower in the beginning of the season. I'll give it, Christmas. After Thanksgiving, started December maybe is when you can really start kind of taking a strong look at what a team is. What do you think?
I think that it feels like they're a team that has to get like big time performances from the others in order to win against top competition. And if you don't get it, they can lose to anyone, but they're still solid. They're a solid team. Their ceiling is very good when they're playing very good, but I mean they're not a true contender.
No, they're a solid team that has no chance of winning the title.
They're not a bigger threat than last year.
No.
if Jalen Brunson, and again, you and I were not all for giving Jalen Brunson all that money, but if Jalen Brunson was on this team, they're definitely a better team than they are now, and I think, they're possibly, and maybe a better team than they were last year. Brunson, who I think got benched the other night as Thibodeau did not go back to him, responded with 25 points. The New York Knicks give the Utah Jazz their first loss at home. So Brunson with 25 on the night for the season. He's averaging 20 points, 7 assists, and 3 rebounds. But they're not as good as last year. Christian Wood is not making that difference. Christian Wood is probably not coming back here unless he takes a discount. And I was more excited about the Mavericks to start off the season in the first handful of games than I am right now. Now, look, that's an overreaction to the first few games, and it's probably an overreaction to losing to Orlando and Washington and seeing them have that lead melt away last night. But there's just way too much on Luka, period.
Sure.
Period. There's way too much on his shoulders, and they're going to end up running him into the ground like DeMarco Murray or an NFL running back.
They always talk about, his the amount of usage, his usage rate.
Yep.
And it's always high. It's always high. It never is not high. Like, when was the last time Luka did not have, like, a super high usage rate? We're talking blowouts. I mean, blowouts on blowouts. And, he's going to be playing 35 minutes a night. Every single night.
Yeah, where is he in minutes played?
40 last night. Let me look it up.
Like, he has to be top 5, I would think, in terms of minutes played in the NBA. Donovan Mitchell is 1 at 39 a night. He's averaging 31 points, by the way, for everyone who thought Donovan Mitchell was a bum around here last year. He's averaging 31. Tatum plays 37. Maxey in Philly plays 37. And there's Luka.
Yep.
Luka, 4th in the league. 37 minutes a night.
I mean, and you look at the guys at the top, they are your usual suspects. But then it's like, wow, Josh Hart's 12th, Van Vliet.
Luka, by the way, Luka is number 1 in PER, the efficiency rating. He's at I don't know what this translates to, what this means. It's a 33.4. Second highest is Giannis at a 29.
Yeah, like
4 points higher than Giannis when it comes to PER.
Yeah, I think anything above 24 is like in that upper echelon category.
This is like NBA WAR player efficiency rating?
I would say it's more like NBA DVOA. Right? That's kind of more what it is like. WAR is more like win shares in the NBA. So it's more like DVOA. They don't really have a baseball stat for efficiency. I would look at it like that.
Meanwhile, the Stars were in action as well. Mavs win at home. That means the Stars have to be on the road, and it was a tough way to end it against Tampa.
Get after it. Here's Stamkos now, the franchise leader in overtime goals, and now it's Killorn. Off the ice, Killorn, toe drag, shoots! It scores! Alex Killorn with a lightning strike in overtime!
That was the call on Tampa radio. The Stars fall to Tampa 5-4 in overtime. Their record on the season 9-5-2 for Dallas.
And that's about what Tampa is. They're 9-6-1. Tampa is not this may not be the best Tampa team we've seen in a while. It's not the best Tampa team we've seen in a while. That's for dang sure, considering that. Have you seen what Boston's doing? 14-2 on the year.
The Golden Knights as well. I think the Golden Knights are kicking some butt too.
I think you're right. They are.
Yeah.
They are kicking some butt. And I mean they've got Boston's old coach, Cassidy, and they love him out there. But this is not the same Tampa team that we've been accustomed to seeing. Maybe their run of dominance is over.
The Devils are 13-3.
Yeah, they're having a really good start to their season. This is the first time in a long time.
Vegas is 13-4. So you got 13-4, 13-3, and 14-2 atop the NHL standings. But the Stars have now lost 3 of 4. Sean and RJ with a usually, as usual, packed edition. The playmaker Michael Irvin was already texting us yesterday. I don't know where Michael gets these articles from. He's got people that either text him or tweet him these articles from websites. I've never heard of any of these websites. And he's like, can you believe they're calling me upset and angry? And it's just a really weird, random headline from these crazy websites. I'm like, bro, you work for ESPN and the NFL Network. Don't worry about it. you're all good. We'll tell you if you're doing something stupid or something crazy. So the Playmaker will join us at 8:40. Stephen A. Smith responds to our show with Jerry Jones yesterday. We'll bring that back to you at 6 o'clock. But did anything change with the latest edition of the college football playoff rankings? We have 1 through 4 and everybody else. Hump Day edition. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Wednesday.
Five remain unchanged. The Georgia Bulldogs coming in at number 1, Ohio State number 2, the Michigan Wolverines at 3, and the last undefeated TCU Horned Frogs coming in at number 4.
I thought this was a bit of a disappointing show or day for TCU. They have 5 ranked wins. Michigan has 1. Like, what are we doing here?
You thought TCU was going to be 3?
I thought if they were going to be 3 ever, it would have been this week. Michigan has been, they've dominated the teams they've played score-wise. 2 weeks ago, they were down at half to Rutgers. I thought TCU had a chance to leapfrog them. By the way, it's a TV show. Let's put them ahead of there.
Do what?
It's a TV show, right? It's made for TV. This is an entertainment thing. Throw them ahead of there. What the hell do you care?
Oh,
let's get it. Let's get some entertainment value in this. When it's the same 5 teams at the top.
Yeah, but it has repercussions. Not just we can't just leapfrog people for our entertainment that they then wins and losses are going to affect next week.
Well,
it matters who's ranked where.
Not now. It doesn't. The committee has never. I don't even think they look at the previous weekend. This committee is wild.
So you're saying this whole unveiling top 4 thing?
It's made for TV
useless.
It's not useless, but like they could go to let's just say the final show is tomorrow night. They could rearrange these teams any way they want, and they've done that before. They've had teams that were in the top 4 the week before win and still get leapfrog. It's the wildest thing. They did it with Ohio State in 2014. It's crazy how they do this. It's a made-for-TV event. Michigan and Ohio State are going to play each other. One of them is going to lose. We would talk about this way more if TCU was number 3 today. The national media would talk about this a lot more if TCU left them. And they deserve it anyway. Their resume, and the committee values strength of resume, not necessarily record. They value wins over good wins over bad losses. At least that's what their criteria has always talked about. If TCU was going to move, this would have been the week to do it. I'm surprised they didn't.
TCU at 4, Tennessee at 5, LSU 6, USC 7, Alabama 8, Clemson 9, and Utah coming in at number 10. Only other semi-local team in the top 25, Oklahoma State at 22. But that's where things fall out. That's how they fall out in the top 10.
And look, TCU's got more chances. You got Baylor this week, and then they're going to have the Big 12 title game. So they've got 2 chances to continue to stay in. I just thought it was a bad sign. It's a bad sign that they didn't move them at all. Because they deserve – their resume is better than Michigan's. There's really not an argument to be made that it isn't.
877-881-1053. Are you getting Horned Frog feedback? Are you getting Horned Frog fans over the past few weeks with this run that Sonny Dykes has been on since he joined us on the morning show?
Here's the issue. There are 70,000 living alumni for TCU. That does not fill up a single SEC stadium except Vanderbilt and I think Mississippi State. Maybe Missouri. Like, that's the problem they're running into, is that, they don't, their fan base is very, very small. It's influential money-wise. It's passionate, but you go watch a game at Amon Carter, and there's seats to be had. They just don't have enough of a fan base to really kind of make a wave.
Tim Hardaway Sr. in some more hot water. With all respect for Junior, who of course plays on the Mavericks, who ended up hanging on to beat the LA Clippers last night at the AAC. Man, his dad can be really dumb. He can make some really, really stupid comments. He made one in the past, which we'll get into in a second, but Run TMC was reunited to call the Warriors and Spurs game. So you had Chris Mullen on the call, and Tim Hardaway Sr. was describing some defense being played on the floor.
Guys playing in the paint.
Right.
He knows he can't get out.
Man. So y'all thought that was great D. I thought that was just raping. I think
he came down
it could have went either way. Yeah, I think you should have called the police on that.
All right. So he said that's not good defense. He was just raping him. Of course, all of social media erupted. I'm sure the Warriors PR team had their cell phones blow up, and Tim Hardaway Get back on the microphone and address this on the broadcast.
Hey, everybody. I used a poor choice of words earlier in the broadcast. I want to apologize for that. And, let's get back to the game and let's finish this game off with a 30-point win and go home happy.
Now, we've always tried to be pretty truthful on these matters. This is something that I used to say in terms of trades, right? You'd say 20 or 30 years ago, oh my gosh, that team raped that one in a trade. Like they worked them over. Jimmy Johnson raped the Minnesota Vikings. And it's just one of those things that you can't say anymore. Is this a bigger deal than what Tim Hardaway said about homosexuals? Absolutely not. Not even in the same ballpark when he admitted that he was homophobic. I mean, he was blatantly hateful and homophobic and ignorant.
He had said what? That he didn't want to have a teammate?
Oh, my gosh. So this was 2007 on the Dan Le Batard show. And he was, asked about the possibility of having a gay teammate. He said, quote, I hate gay people, so I let it be known. This was in 2007. I don't like gay people, and I don't like to be around gay people. I'm homophobic. I don't like it. It shouldn't be in the world or in the United States. So
I hope you recorded all that, Peyton.
Oh, well, no, there's music behind it. And
I'll chop it up.
Yeah. And Hardaway had said in 2019, he thinks that's why he didn't make the Hall of Fame.
Well,
and that's why
there may have been other reasons.
He was kept out. So this defensive rape comment doesn't, in my opinion, come anywhere close to that, but it's just one of those things you can't say anymore. And this guy has no judgment. He has no antenna up. Like, keep him away from a microphone here on out. And I felt bad for Junior if the media was going to take this to him and ask him about it.
Oh, my God, that's the worst.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, come on, I didn't say this. Don't come at me at this. He's just my dad. I didn't, you don't choose your parents. You don't choose. I guess you
still got to ask him about it.
Still got to ask about it, but it's like, come on, man, don't come at me with that. But, this you're right. Like, this is something that people used to say. Look, people still do say it, just not on air.
I haven't heard it for a long time.
Oh, God, I probably heard it a week ago. My neighbors will say this all the time. All the time. But there are still things that are said out there that you just don't say on TV or radio. You can't. You shouldn't. You shouldn't use them, with your buddies either, but, there's a lot of people that still do. But you cannot say this on radio. And Tim should know better, but he doesn't know better, apparently.
I was at a restaurant the other day, and again.
Ooh.
Real
yeah.
fancy. I wasn't eating salt brine meat like you last night, your wakashi or whatever you were eating.
I don't know what's called. Asaki? Asaki?
No. I do not know. And like someone across the table was using the M word for little people. And I was like, you can't say that. You can't say that. And I'm like, all looking around. I'm like, no, stop saying that. And that's just the world that we live in. A lot of people, we talked about this with Broadus when you were out. It's like Dave Chappelle the other night. Apparently, Dave Chappelle, according to some reports, did you watch his SNL monologue?
I have not seen them. It's 15 minutes, though, which usually they're not more than about 4.
Well,
and he went 15, which I think is great.
Well, consider you got a free Netflix special.
Yeah.
Or, a quarter of a Netflix special. So apparently Chappelle faked the monologue during rehearsal because certain SNL cast members did not want Chappelle to host the show. They boycotted.
Poor babies.
They boycotted. And then Chappelle got up there and did the real monologue, in a way kind of defending Kanye and Kyrie, talking about the power that Jewish people have in Hollywood and in the media. And he's being called anti-Semitic. And what he basically said was, he was basically saying he didn't disagree with Kanye, but just that Kanye shouldn't have said it. Now, you will have a lot of people who respond, and I get this, saying, if it's true, then say it. You know what I mean? That some people would have more respect for Kanye West with that opinion if it's true, and Dave Chappelle basically echoed it on SNL in front of the entire country versus the, hey, it's not really meant to be a insensitive towards rape. So let's not take it that way, but it's just something you shouldn't say. Something you shouldn't say versus Yo, man, I mean, that's basically where we are in the country in terms of people saying things and thinking it's soft or too raw.
Yeah, look, and I know that I'm in the minority on some of this. I know you are on some of this too. I don't get I don't get offended by words. You know, like to me that don't bother me. But I get that that's where we are. I get that's where we are in the country, in the world, really, where words are violence in the world. I don't believe they are, but I get that other people feel that they are, and that's where you have to kind of filter your own self. And that's where Tim Hardaway had to filter his own self, and he failed to do that.
I'd be like, Pops, just stay away from the microphone.
Yeah, just like, dude, you don't need this. Like, you don't need to go out there. And quite frankly, Dad, I don't need this either.
I don't need this either. Stephen A. Smith, speaking of talking heads, responds to Jerry Jones and Sean and RJ yesterday morning on The Fan. Jerry updates us on why Odell isn't signed yet, and is he getting his money's worth out of Dak Prescott? Inside the Star on the Home of the Boys next.
He brings the energy to your hump day morning.
Almost ran off the road I was driving.
The Hall of Fame playmaker, Michael Irvin, joins Sean and RJ Wednesday mornings at 8:40 right here on The Fan and on the Odyssey. from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Pretty eventful day yesterday on the morning show, as it's been all season long. Is the season flying by or not?
Oh, yeah. Do you not think so? I mean, the NFL season in particular, like the baseball season and the basketball season, the hockey season, I mean, they feel like they take forever.
Yeah.
The NFL season feels like it's done in a week and a half. College, too. And college even quicker because it's only like 11, 12 weeks.
Things you enjoy more fly by. They don't stick around long enough. There were 29 million viewers for this game on Sunday, according to Fox Sports. Most watched NFL game of the season on any network. So Cowboys and the Packers putting up the big numbers again.
Well, should that surprise anybody?
No.
Right? It should not surprise a single person that, the Green Bay Packers and the Dallas Cowboys put up a monster number. It was also an overtime game. It was in the 3:25 window, so it was what was even opposite of it? Like what could you have watched?
I think it was Arizona and the Rams, but two backup quarterbacks playing.
Right.
And only I assume basically the only thing that got that game was Southern California and Arizona. Like I doubt anybody else got much of that game at all.
So, of course, on ESPN, the Cowboys were going to be in the main spotlight. And on Monday, Stephen A. Smith said that Jerry Jones was not getting his money's worth out of the Dak Prescott deal. Dak Prescott could be the weak link. So, yesterday, we relayed that thought to Jerry. We're not even going to play Jerry's answer. We're going to play what ESPN played off this show when they were monitoring yesterday, and Stephen A's response to this show and this radio station. Yesterday, your friend, which we're still very disturbed over, Jerry, Stephen A. Smith. Are you still claiming him as your buddy over there?
Well, I haven't. I might need to get tuned in with any of his latest. I run hot and cold on him.
All right.
Oh, man.
Yesterday, I think you're going to be cold. Yesterday, he said Jerry Jones has not gotten his money's worth out of Dak Prescott. He could be this team's weak link. What would you say back to Stephen A?
First of all, let me say this. What was that? What was that radio say? That 105.3.
You know what it is.
105.
All right, stop it right there. First off, props to Molly Kieram. She's the only one. She's gets annoyed because I bet Molly's the one who gets yelled at.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. They only wake Stephen A for the important meetings.
When they screw up the radio station credit and our bosses say, "Can you at least get the numbers right? Can you at least get the decimal point right?"
Yeah.
When we send the audio over to Bristol, Connecticut, Molly's probably the one getting yelled at by producers. Can you get this credit correct? We're tired of these fools lighting us up with the emails. But Colin Cowherd and Stephen A. Smith, they love to do this all the time, especially Cowherd. He loves to act like other radio stations don't exist, like he didn't come from Portland. He's way too above it. He's such a snobby, arrogant you-know-what. He's always like, this little radio station, that one, not just the home of the Cowboys. Yeah. And Stephen A. Smith tries to do it right here. They only play the audio. They replay the audio of this radio station more than we replay the audio. So I just thought it was funny how he's like, what is that, 105 the? Yeah, Stephen, in the history of radio, I don't know that there's ever been a radio station that doesn't have point in it. 105 the? Is that what it's called? Like Stephen A. doesn't do radio himself?
Like he hasn't been on. I
think he's got a podcast on this.
On Odyssey.
In this corporation.
He has an Odyssey podcast. He was on New York, ESPN New York. So what is that? Whatever the hell their number is, but they've got I guarantee you, they have a point.
They have a point.
They have a decimal or whatever the hell it's called somewhere in there, somewhere in their thing. And then, I guess he was on XM for a while, so they don't have any
points.
No points there.
Maybe that threw him off. Here's Stephen A.'s response to all of us. Stephen A.
First of all, let me say this. What was that? What was that radio say? That 105.3.
You know what it is.
105. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something out there. You can't divide me and Jerry. You can try. You can't divide me and my Libra brother. It ain't gonna work. Now I understand Jerry Jones got to take that posture. He's got to take that posture. But He's the one cutting that check, not me. He's the one that's been waiting for a Super Bowl championship, not me. He's the one that doled out $95 million over the last 2 years for that quarterback, not me. So he could take that position and y'all could listen to exactly what he's saying. And I'm not saying he's lying, but what else is he supposed to say? Is he supposed to sit up there and say, in Rush, I trust? I don't care about Dak Prescott. Is that what he's supposed to say? 105 the fan. Stop it. The fact of the matter is, Jerry Jones is going to take the posture that he's going to take because he has no choice. Listen, I don't have anything against. That's my brother right there. It's them damn Cowboy fans that get on my nerves. But Jerry Jones, he should run hot and cold because it looks like I'm rooting against the Cowboys. I'm not rooting against them. I'm rooting for the misery of that damn sorry, nauseating, disgusting fan base that gets on my last damn nerves. And I will never apologize for that. I hope y'all have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year's according to my standards, not yours.
So there's Stephen A. on the show responding.
105 the fan.
105 the fan. 105 the fan. Now, let's get to Jerry's actual response over whether Dak has been living up to the money and whether he is the weak link or not to this football team. This was Jerry's actual answer when we asked him yesterday.
I can say that's not correct. The reason that, not the reason, that's unfair to Dak, unfair to all the other players on the team, but the strength that I look at of our chance to win a championship is Dak and his leadership at that position. But his leadership, but because he plays that position, let me say it that way. And so I would not, and he didn't expect me to, I'm sure, but I don't think that's accurate. Dak brings us the separator. But now, does that mean that Dak's going to win every game or make every comeback or every key situation? You can answer that one. Of course not. But by the same token, if you were constructing the possibility of competing for a Super Bowl, I would start on this team. I would start right there with Dak. He's that integral to us really being able to have the year we want to have.
So there's Jerry, obviously, with this public support for his quarterback.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's obviously the most integral part to this team having success. You talk about the defense, talk about anything you want. The quarterback is always the most integral part of any team. I don't care how bad the quarterback is. If he plays great, you got a good chance of winning. If he plays bad, you don't have a good chance of winning. And Dak Prescott is right there. If he plays great, this team has got a chance to do things.
Yep.
And if he doesn't, then they're going to have to rely and find other ways to win that are unique, that are relying much more on the ball bouncing the right way. You know, the football gods. I'm not sure if you've paid attention. The football gods haven't smiled in this place in 25 years, Sean.
So yesterday, someone sent me, it was Hard Rock Sportsbook with a blue check mark.
Well, is it real?
I don't know. I don't click on all the blue check marks in order to tell. Let's see. Well, I'll investigate that in a second. Hard Rock put up, which QB do you want for the rest of the season? Dak Prescott or Kirk Cousins? Retweet for Dak.
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
And heart like for Kirk Cousins. 135 retweets, 3,200 likes. So that would seem to be voting for Kirk Cousins. I don't know whether this was the Hard Rock. I didn't even know Hard Rock still existed.
It's Hard Rock, Minnesota.
Yeah, was this Hard Rock, Minnesota? They were verified beforehand. So congratulations. Elon did not fire you yet, but some of the comments, Dak, hands down. Kirk couldn't beat Cooper Rush last year. Cowboys own the Vikings. We'll get to that subject tomorrow when we really start previewing Minnesota. I know many fans who aren't Vikings fans that would pick Cousins, Dak all day. Someone else put up a poll within this poll, like so we can see the numbers. 724 votes. 76% were for Kirk Cousins over Dak Prescott. Come on.
Look, Kirk is 20th in efficiency, 21st in QBR. He's not a good quarterback. He's good, but I don't believe he's better than Dak.
I don't either.
And I think Kirk's much better than his efficiency numbers are this year. I think he's probably top 12, top 14. But He's not better than Dak.
How about Cousins? Put Cousins, Carr, and Garoppolo in order.
Carr, Cousins, Garoppolo.
Oh, okay. I would go Cousins.
Yeah, I'd put Carr's way better than Cousins.
I don't agree.
Carr is in that. He's not as good. He's not as good as these two guys, but he's got that Romo Stafford kind of disaster, no help, doing it all by himself kind of thing that he's had for his career. I went and looked at some of his receivers that he's had. I mean, his best receivers ever had was until this year was Amari, and then this year they can't they have not figured out how to use Devontae Adams. They've used Hunter Renfrow. Jared Cook was his leading receiver one year. Like he's just been all by himself, and his numbers have always been really, really good. He gets knocked because he doesn't throw a lot of touchdown passes, but I never really cared about that.
All right, so I would take Cousins. RJ would take Derek Carr. Jerry, all this Odell hype. You've been flirting. Everyone's been flirting. So we asked, why isn't the deal done yet?
Well, first of all, we've got, in this particular case, excuse me, in this particular case, start by asking, why is it that you're able to sign him? Ask that question. Why? Well, because he's not on the team. At this time of year, a player of that caliber, that's rare. Trading's over. Well, it is because we're dealing with a situation where he's free, but potentially very capable of helping a team right now win and play at a high level. But that'll tell you alone it is a rarefied set of circumstances, and those are don't just happen, or this wouldn't be possible.
What's he saying in all that?
I have no idea. It half the time I think he just talks in circles sometimes.
Oh, you think?
I mean, seriously, like, what is he like?
I think he's saying he's available for a reason. Obviously, there's injury. Obviously, there's concern. There's a high asking price in terms of the contract.
Then why has everybody been talking about getting him?
Because they want us in the headlines. Because Jerry knows it's another amazing, fantastic selling point, and the players do actually want him.
And yeah, they do. They definitely want him. We talked about they also wanted Earl Thomas. They also wanted Jamal Adams. But isn't that the issue? Like they just want to be in the headlines. So is he being?
I mean, maybe they're interested, but I'm sure that they don't mind. Jerry doesn't mind the headlines.
No.
He's a free agent, so we can talk about him
and
create the buzz and the hype.
Yeah, you're right. No, that's absolutely it. But it's like, listen, for how many weeks are we on this now? 3 weeks?
Yeah.
And Odell even talked about not going to sign till the end of the month. Is he? So
he's too busy with his Nike lawsuit, suing Nike for $20 million.
So was it? Is this just? Was Jerry just ahead of himself again, like he was maybe with Dak's injury? That Dak's injury is going to heal, quicker, or that he'll be ready quicker. It just seems like they just can't. They have to stay in the headlines. And is this not why maybe they lost out on a better deal for Amari because they couldn't not talk about something? And this, we're asking, hey, guys, when's this going to happen? Because they can't not talk about something. And it's just very, very frustrating that here we are again. We're 3 weeks into this. And has anyone heard of an offer being made? Has anyone heard of something like that? No, the answer is no, they haven't. And there's a reason for that.
Speaking of receiver, and this could cost us Odell. Cooper Kupp is out. Cooper Kupp is gone for a while. We will update that. Matt Rule may have his next college job. We got NFL players throughout the league, including Aaron Rodgers, responding to Jerry Jones on this show and talk about rumors you may not believe. They're just hype. It's leverage. Are the Texas Rangers getting used and abused by some of the best pitchers out there? That's all next on the home of the Boys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But first, let me get you on over.
Frankel, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. My bad, Peyton. I was trying to communicate while you were talking. We'll get to this story coming up in headlines, but first you said the Tolos are sick and tired of Jerry Odell.
Yeah, they're sick and tired of
on the truckwreck.com text line.
On the truckwreck.com text line, and a little bit on the Twitch from what I'm seeing. But look, they're mainly, their point is, we've been down this road before. They're sick and tired of getting their hopes up, lip service, keeping in the headlines during the bye week, whatever you want to call it. Sick and tired of them saying they're going to get somebody. It's put up or shut up time. That is the general consensus from those on the fan text. And I can't say that they're wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what this organization has done. They have not signed guys. And I don't disagree, and I don't think you disagree with the philosophy necessarily. I don't disagree with the philosophy that,
I was out on Von Miller. I know Micah was tweeting about him the other day. People don't understand the difference that Von Miller makes. We were out on Earl Thomas. We were out on Jamal Adams. I do think when there is the window and there's a splurge opportunity, you should do it. You should go out and try to go ahead and hit the home run.
I agree.
Odell Beckham feels like he's in that discussion. I'd be all in if it was a 1 year, maybe a 2 year rental. Maybe they can work the contract like that. But Odell Beckham wants a $20 million a year landing spot for the rest of his prime years, coming off a second injury, and that's scary to me.
And how many prime years do you have left at his age?
Right.
Maybe none. Now, look, I do differ a little bit. I would not sign him up just for this year. I don't think he's going to be as impactful this year in the same way that Michael Gallup's not very impactful, where it's, the first year after the injury, although Odell's better than Gallup. But, if you were to say it's going to be a 2 year deal with a third year option or however they want to structure it, then I'm down with it.
Meanwhile, I don't think it is because the Rams are fading, but Cooper Kupp is out for RJ's fantasy team. He's going to have ankle surgery. He's going on IR. Odell wanted to be in LA.
Yeah.
He felt they undercut him. They kept a locker open for him. I wonder if this changes anything whatsoever for the Rams, now in trouble offensively and at receiver.
Yeah, I do wonder if it changes anything. And if it does, then, this is kind of scary if the Cowboys really, really, truly do want him and would make a strong push for him. Because the Rams do seem to be that place that he wants to go. Or at least the place that he feels comfortable going to. And he had a lot of success in the limited time he was there last year.
Yeah.
Irvin had talked about with us that he was their best player in the postseason.
They're 3-6 though. They're dead last in the NFC West.
Now they're in a better position than Green Bay is at 4-6 because the division does not have an 8-1 football team.
Right.
So you've got to worry about the 6-3 Seahawks and the 5-4 Niners, who, by the way, you can't beat. And they have the tiebreaker over you. So, look, would it surprise me if the Rams wound up finishing the season? They could finish the year 10-7. Is 10-7 going to be good enough? That means that that San Fran has to go 4-4 the rest of the way for you to win that division. I don't know if that's viable. You could still get into the playoffs. I think they have a better chance of sneaking in than, say, Green Bay does just because of the division. But, man, I don't know. There's too many teams ahead of them that have better records, far fewer losses, like the Cowboys and the Giants, that would have to absolutely tank for you to make it.
Will Compton from the Bussin' the Boys podcast tweeted, I'm hearing Matt Rule is currently in Nebraska and the connection is strong with the Huskers.
This makes perfect sense.
He looks Nebraska. He looks Nebraska.
He does look Nebraska. It makes perfect sense. Matt Rule is a good coach. He's a good recruiter. He's a good builder of programs. He'll do well. Now, the one thing that Matt Rule's going to deal with, and this is the same thing that every coach has to deal with there, how do you convince somebody to go to Nebraska? This is 2022. They have options. They're empowered. They got money. NIL money. Now, there's probably NIL money at Nebraska, but if the same NIL money is in Lincoln, Nebraska, or it's in Fort Worth at TCU, or it's in, I don't know, just pick a city, you're probably going to go somewhere else. You don't want to go to Lincoln, Nebraska. Nobody wants to go to Nebraska. Nobody.
Bobby Belt sent us last night the highest earning NIL deals in college football. Will Anderson, Alabama linebacker, $1.4 million. Alabama linebacker. Marvin Harrison Jr. Yes, that Marvin Harrison. Ohio State wideout, $1.5 million. He was playing with an Apple Watch and Louis Vuitton cleats the other day. Caleb Williams, we know him very well.
Yeah.
Now at USC, $2.5 million. Fanatics, Beats by Dre, Water, Real Estate Private Equity Fund, part owner of a men's grooming company, CJ Stroud, the Ohio State quarterback, getting $3 a year, and Bryce Young leading the way at Bama, according to this article, $3.5.
I wonder if Tara Vanderveer has a problem with any of this.
Who's that?
She's the Stanford women's coach who was going after this LSU gymnast, Olivia Dunn.
Yeah.
Who's making $2 million a year from her sponsor. She's like one of the top 10 highest paid NIL. I think she's the highest paid female athlete.
Why is she making all this? Is she just a smoke
TikTok.
show?
TikTok, Instagram.
She has like 3 million followers, I think, on TikTok, blowing up.
I mean, she is just absolutely gorgeous. And Tara Vanderveer has the awesome take that, it's a step back for women because she's profiting off her looks and not her talent. All right. I mean, women make money off their looks at a far higher rate than they make, than men do. And,
Sounds like that actress you sent me last night who got all upset.
Sydney Sweeney of Euphoria, who's upset that, and look, these guys are creepy. Let's be real.
Yeah.
They're watching her nude scenes, taking screenshots, and then you know what they're doing with them. That's like, well, what'd you expect? What do you think they're going to do? They're guys. What guys do? You think they're just going to sit there and watch you and say, oh, my God, look how artistic her nude scene was?
Ask Denise Richards. Everyone should just ask Denise. Would you say that was the first? What do you think was like our first scene like that?
Oh, you talking about Wild Things, which came out of the pool?
Yeah.
I mean.
Is Peyton, you're younger than us, so maybe you have another scene like that.
American Pie? That was up there.
With Shannon Elizabeth?
Yeah, that was one of the first ones I remember.
Okay. But I think for us, it may have been Denise.
That's one of them. That's definitely one of them. Like I remember my first magazine. It was the double issue, the Jenny and Pam double issue. I'll never forget that one.
You subscribed to those?
No, I bought it on my 18th birthday. I went there. Here we go. Get myself a Playboy.
He got under Ralph Senior's bed. Got under the.
Oh God!
You've seen much worse in the last year. Ralph Senior.
Yeah, I have. Oh man, isn't that the truth?
All right, so that's where we stand. Oh, Mike Vrabel put a reporter in a body bag. Body bag. So apparently there's this annoying gnat of a reporter in Tennessee. He's been around forever. His name's Paul Kaharski.
Oh yeah, he was the AFC South blogger for decades for years on ESPN back when Mosley was doing the hash marks blog. I had all these guys. I was sitting there and I was doing hash marks on ESPN. I'm sure you're familiar with my work.
Yeah, you have I'm trying to think of your third impression in the repertoire that I laugh at as much as Trump, Mosley, and I don't know if there's a number 3.
I don't know.
That can come close.
I don't think there is.
Meryl Reese is pretty funny.
Oh,
I don't know how accurate it is, but it's pretty good.
That's very accurate. Congratulations on announcing your candidacy last night, by the way.
Well, we never lost, okay? I was 45, and I'll be 47 again before you even know it. Okay? All those losers with the Democrats.
God,
Get out of here.
I tried to tune into this thing, and it's like 25 minutes in, and I was like, "Come on, man, give me the announcement. I want to see the big announcement."
We win this thing faster than you losers can say better.
So Paul Kaharski was asking Mike Vrabel about this rookie tight end. This rookie tight end apparently is not getting on the field, and Mike Vrabel had no patience for the question.
I understand you and Todd have said consistently with him you would like to, but you don't. So I'm trying to understand how it goes from liking to doing.
We'll see where it goes this week, and as far as helping you out, that's probably the last thing I would do.
So that's the question. This reporter, and the way he asked it was snarky. The point was, you guys keep saying you want to get this tight end on the field, but you're not actually doing it. How do we go from saying to doing? That's just a very condescending, unnecessary way to ask it. Play it one more time, Peyton. And Vrabel was like, let me dunk on you.
I understand you and Todd have said consistently with him you would like to, but you don't. So I'm trying to understand how it goes from liking to doing.
We'll see where it goes this week, and as far as helping you out, that's probably the last thing I would do.
So there's Vrabel. All right, we were talking about the Cowboys and rolling our eyes over Odell. We do it with the Dallas Mavericks all the time. It feels like the Texas Rangers are getting played a little bit as well. SNY. What is SNY?
It's the Mets version of like the Yes Network.
Valley.
Yeah, that's where the Mets games are. But it's very. I don't know if the Mets own it. But that's where their games are. It's just a regional sports network, kind of like NBC Boston or Yes Network or Nesson, Masson, all that stuff.
Here's what they tweeted yesterday. SNY is tweeting this about us. Believing the Rangers are serious suitors for Jacob deGrom, the Mets will meet Kodai Senga and are also weighing a Justin Verlander pursuit. So I think there was a little bit of confusion, like the Rangers were getting mixed into deGrom, Senga, and Verlander with all these pitching pursuits to add to the rotation.
Yeah, and I don't know if the Rangers are just being played here. Look, they have money to spend, and last year showed that people will take that money. Do you want to give Jake deGrom $3 for $45 a year? I don't.
What is the Rangers' MO, though? What is Ray Davis telling Chris Young to do? Is it make us relevant or build a real winner? If you're trying to build something real, you don't go and get Jacob deGrom.
No, you go get Kodai Senga, who's 29. That is a future move. 29-year-old pitchers should be good for 5 to 7 years. I think you also would look at, the guy to get is Carlos Rodon. Like that, all signs point to this is one of the places that he would like to go. That's the guy. Like, we don't have to outthink the room here. So when I did the Cowboys Hour with Drew Pearson and Nate Newton,
well,
Drew would talk about how Tom Landry at the beginning of every year, when they had chalkboards, not whiteboards, would go on the chalkboard and write down realistic goal and then outstanding goal. And realistic goal was, let's make the postseason. And then the outstanding goal is Super Bowl championship, NFC, whatever it is, right? Like, yeah, I get Jake deGrom is like, or Justin Verlander and all that is your outstanding goal. But sometimes the outstanding goal ain't better than the realistic goal.
Aaron Rodgers and the rest of the NFL continuing to respond to Jerry Jones on this morning show and the Tom Brady text message that got leaked to Antonio Brown yesterday from Antonio Brown himself. Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Diamonds.
What do you do in every commercial break, Peyton? Where do you go?
just thinking.
I have never worked. Tremendous job. Tremendous job by you, raising your game over the past few weeks. I've never worked with a producer who disappears for 4.5 minutes of all the commercial breaks. I'm waiting to say, all right, let's come back with this. Let's do this. Let's do that. And Peyton he's gone. I can't find him. I don't know whether you're on the floor sweeping. I don't know whether you got bathroom issues. What do you do?
Well, so you see how I come in, you see me in the morning, I have my glasses on. So like my eyes get really heavy. So like trying to put contacts in when I just wake up, it doesn't quite work out. The eyes sting. So I have to kind of wait for the eyes to adjust to being up this early. And so sometime during the 6 o'clock hour, I'll find a long commercial break. I'll go into the restroom and I'll put my contacts in.
Okay.
Now today we struggled a little bit with the contacts, had some inside outs. And so that took a little longer. Usually I can do it under 90 seconds, but
inside out, like
the contacts.
I've never messed with contacts.
So the contacts can flip and stuff, and there's a way you can look at it. So if you put it inside out, it sticks on your eye, but it doesn't sit there right. You can feel it.
Is it obvious when you have it on your finger what the inside, doesn't it curve?
You have to look at it, but I just assume it's not because I put it in the right way at night, when I take them out. So I just assume it's not, but then I put it in my eye and I go,
so
something's wrong.
That is a great explanation. What about all the other commercial breaks? Like yesterday, I couldn't find him. He's gone. He's missing. I don't know. Are you microwaving coffee? Are you drinking coffee? What?
Fight with your girlfriend?
What are you doing?
Where are you, friend? I mean, that might have been the long commercial break. I drink coffee around 5 o'clock, 4:45. So maybe the coffee hits me at a weird time.
Okay.
But I'll let you know next time.
I was just curious.
Long break. Okay. I'll let you know.
Curious. I'm looking to set things up, and bam, you show up 20 seconds before we get back on.
He mentioned the contact. Did you see the TikTok video or the Instagram videos floating around about a couple weeks ago? The woman whose contact got lodged in her eye and it started to get moldy.
Oh my God.
And they had to get it out.
Oh,
it was green. It was disgusting.
I can't even put eye drops in correctly. You gave me those pink eye drops.
Yeah.
And it took me I probably used half the bottle trying to just get it in. That's it.
You know how dirty I am when I have to carry pink eye drops.
I know.
Around me at all
He's
times.
handing me specialized drops for pink eye after I'm like, I think my son has pink eye, and he's like, here, bam,
put these in.
And I was like, are these regular? He's like, no, these are for pink eye. I'm like, dang, specialty.
I just call up Teledoc once a month. Say, hey man, I got pink eye again.
Yeah.
I don't. I just want to have it on hand.
Yeah.
Just in case. You never know, the social agenda, goes down that way.
We are live on the on Twitch, as RJ already referenced this morning, YouTube and the fan cam, and the truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. So yesterday we were trying to figure out what this was. Peyton, good job, very good job. Peyton said, check your Twitter. There's a message from Antonio Brown, and apparently Antonio Brown, it was very confusing because it was a text message that was addressed in his phone to Tom Brady.
Right.
It said to Tom Brady, but apparently it was a message from Tom.
Right.
From years ago.
From May of
2021. So I was like, this is old. We don't need to talk about an old story. But apparently it was Antonio Brown recently putting this out there.
He recently posted it. And
no one knows why. You'll ask yourself why after you hear the text message.
Yeah, you'll ask yourself why that. But the other thing that kind of threw me off here was and you mentioned that it was to Tom. I assume Antonio just took this screenshot as he was trying to respond. As he was about to respond to the text message from Tom Brady. But look, here's what it says. It's from Tom. You are demonstrating very poor decisions and communication. You are demonstrating very poor decisions and communication. Oh my God, my entire computer just died.
I'll read it.
Jesus.
Your computer died?
Look at this. It's just now, it just went to that screen. It just went blank.
Mine's starting to go.
This thing is, Sarah's making fun of me. She goes, your computer's 8 years old.
Yeah.
And it's an app. It's a Mac. It's a MacBook Air. It's 8 years old. I'll be sitting there typing on it sometimes, and all of a sudden it'll just turn off.
Mine freezes, and also, I always have to have it plugged in. I can't do work for more than an hour. Like if I lost this computer cord, I'm screwed. It would go out in 40 minutes. I know I need a new one. It's been a great computer.
It has been. I love it.
It's time.
It's up. I have it up now.
I'll read it.
All right, go ahead.
This is Tom to Antonio in 2021. You are demonstrating very poor decisions and poor communication to so many people who have gone above and beyond to help you. You're acting selfish, and unfortunately, many of those people are exhausted by the erratic and unpredictable emotional behavior. When I met you, you were humble, willing to learn, and anxious to improve things in your life. In a short period of time, you have done those things and accomplished some great things, and very much on the path to success long term. Unfortunately, you have reverted very much back to a young, immature man that is selfish, self-serving, irrational, and irresponsible. And I guess this dip-esque clown thought it would make Tom Brady look bad if he released the text message to the entire world on his Snapchat, and instead it completely backfired.
It backfired because Tom Brady looks like here an amazing friend. Like, I'm kind of I don't tell people what they need to hear a lot of times. I tell them what they want to hear. It's a major flaw of mine. I get it. I don't really confront people and say, like, look, you need to do this, you do this. I just kind of let them go on their merry way and think everything is hunky-dory. I get it. I'm a wuss. It's a flaw. Tom Brady is not that guy. That's why Tom Brady's a great leader. This right here. Like, if you wanted to know why Tom Brady was successful at what he did, outside of, the fact that he's one of the most accurate quarterbacks ever, what yada yada yada. Like this snap right here is it. The guy cares. He leads.
I wonder though how cognizant he was of Antonio leaking this one day. By the way, Tom, like, if you're someone like Tom Brady or any celebrity, heck, I don't text people, even family. I don't text things that I would say in person. You know what I mean? Right. Like if it's a joke or the way I would say something to them. With someone like Tom Brady, his stature, I wonder, like, because this is like a very nice formal criticism that he's writing out here to Antonio Brown.
This is one of the greatest, nicest ways someone could be told that they're acting a fool.
Yeah.
And Antonio Brown thought that he was going to one-up Tom Brady here by posting this, and it's like, dude, you don't know what people really think. Like this is really, if you're not a Tom Brady fan after this, like what are you waiting for?
Meanwhile, I think Gisele's camp came back out with the quick response. She don't want to be looking like she's dating someone 2 weeks after the divorce, which would mean maybe you were dating someone before the divorce. And I guess her camp is coming out and saying, no, I am not with this trainer. I've not been dating this guy.
So I think they're called the Valenti brothers. They have got a jiu-jitsu facility, and she did a photo shoot with them, and one of the guys is her jiu-jitsu instructor. And they went to Costa Rica. I mean, typically when you go on a Central American beach vacation, it's with the person. I mean, it's a lot of times it's with the person that you're dating, or I mean, I guess they could be friends. But the optics show that like we're talking about a couple weeks after. That's a little bit weird. It's a little bit odd.
All right. Speaking of former Buccaneers like Antonio Brown, there was a Warren Sapp story that kind of hit home with you.
It did. Warren Sapp, obviously longtime NFL player, Hall of Famer. He claims that CTE is taking a toll on him. He was telling a story. He did a phone interview with one of the newspapers and with Rick Stroud.
The Times, I think.
The Times, yes. And the former Buccaneer star tells a story about where he got really scared one time. And he was making a routine drive down Biscayne Boulevard, planning to visit a friend of 25 years at his Miami office, a drive he'd made dozens of times. And no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember where his friend's office was.
Wow.
So he's just driving, and all of a sudden he's like, I don't know where I'm going. He called someone to help with directions, and the person he called thought he was joking. And this just took me home because this reminded me of my father, who has been suffering from dementia for years now, and I don't think we ever really truly knew how long. But he's to the point now where he's just in a wheelchair. He's got one of those. He's in a wheelchair with a headrest. Okay, you know that's like he can barely hold his head up now. It's just terrible.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget. One time he was going to go pick my mom up at a mechanic, like car dealership, whatever. And he couldn't figure out how to get there. And next thing you know, he's gone for like 3 hours. We have no idea where he is. We wound up having to put a tracker on his car. Ironically, I had gotten that tracker from an ex who put it on my car. And I was just able to take it and transfer it over there or whatever. But yeah, so we put a tracker on his vehicle because we eventually had to take his license away. And it appears Warren Sapp's going down the same road. It was very troubling for me to read this because it hits home. I hope Warren Sapp was kind of a, you know what, to us?
Jerk.
Yeah, but like you don't wish I've said this for long. I would not wish what my dad has on my worst enemy. And if I could, I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but like we put dogs down and cats down when they're sick and they can't do anything anymore. And why we can't be humane to humans blows my mind. It blows my mind. I would do it myself if I could.
He's miserable.
If he knew what he was going through right now.
But if he doesn't know, does it make it easier to still have him?
Yeah, I think so. But I don't even know. I don't know if he knows. That's the thing. Like, does he know? And he just, like they say, like with ALS, like, everything that's going around. You just can't do anything. And I wonder with this, if like he just doesn't know. If he doesn't know what he's doing wrong. Or maybe he knows and he just can't control. I have no idea. But it's, it's awful.
Sean and RJ here. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thanks for joining us for the Wednesday edition. Playmaker Michael Irvin at 8:40. The Mavs barely survived. The Stars did not. Deshaun Watson returning to practice. And the latest edition of the college football playoff rankings are out. Hump Day headlines with Sean and RJ next.
But let's get you over to K Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Finney Smith, Bullock, he's driving it, and looks for Finney Smith. It's a loose ball, and Luka picks it up. Some Luka magic! Ain't nobody in this game who's got a knack for doing stuff like that.
That was close. The Mavericks were destroying the LA Clippers at halftime. At the AAC, they end up blowing a 25-point lead, and it takes a broken possession Luka heave that he hits. And again, narratives can completely change. We're way too fickle when it comes to whether the shot goes in or not. That was a bad possession. And, 9 times out of 10, that ball does not go in. And we're talking about the Mavericks folding and melting down in another fourth quarter at the end of a game after a blown lead. Instead, they hang on to beat the Clippers 103-101.
Yeah, I mean, look, you had to win. When you're up 22 at the half, you have to win that game. And, you would like to not have to rely on a broken play heave from the left wing to really salt the game away. You would like to not have to worry about that.
And then Luka, he doesn't know why he did the shush, the fingers to the mouth, because they were at home.
They're at home.
He said, I wanted a celebration. I'm not going to shush our fans, so I don't know why I did that.
Yeah. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense unless he was trying to silence the other team's announcers. That's possible.
I don't know.
I suppose that's possible. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But
would have been their second loss this year after leading by 22 or more. Should we be focusing more on that they're having the leads? Like the Cowboys, right? I'm not totally having a meltdown like some Cowboy fans because they were up 14 in the fourth quarter. They were up. There was the game to win. They were the better team. Should we be looking at the Mavericks the same way, even though they've been doing this a lot more often?
You know what? I think you can look at it that way. Like, if you get these big, giant leads, it does mean that,
I'd rather be known as the team that blows the big lead than the team that doesn't ever get the big lead.
And then always makes the furious comeback?
Yeah. No doubt in my mind. It's not even a tough question.
I think you're right. Give me the big lead and let me blow it. And stop it. So give me that big lead. Like, if I get off to that big lead, I'm going to take my chances 9 times out of 10. I'm going to hold on to it. But it is frustrating. It really is frustrating that, you can't seem to hold on to these leads. I get it's the NBA. Everybody makes a run, yada, yada, yada. Sooner or later, you want to think that you get a 20-point lead and you keep the 20-point lead.
Where's Kawhi? He's played in 2 games this year.
Probably load management.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's true. I think you're right. He made the 2-game trip here, but was again out with the right knee. He has not played since the 3rd game of the season. Clippers had their lowest scoring first half, matched their worst quarter of the season with 15 in the first. So they cannot get Kawhi on the floor with Paul George.
It's for them. It's disappointing. Now I know load management's a thing, and maybe they're hoping for just get the postseason, which they're barely above 500, but just get to the playoffs and then put them all together. But you want to be crisp and ready to go for the postseason. You don't want to be kind of sitting there wondering whether or not your guys are going to be in sync with each other. They've got to be able to get him on the floor and be more reliable. He just hasn't been reliable. And ever since, look, think of this. When he got to LA, he was on top of the world, man. Everybody loved him.
He won the Dirk title.
And then all of a sudden since then, it's been like, okay.
Tim McMahon was on the Zach Lowe podcast, and he was talking about, as a Mavs insider, how we should be feeling about the Mavs at this point in the season.
That's a good question. I agree with you. You can't just assume they're a first-round exit because odds are they'll have the best player in that first-round series. And, I can promise you this. The other playoff teams in the Western Conference aren't exactly eager to see Luka Doncic in a playoff series. Now, there is a reasonable question of how much gas is he going to have left in the tank by the time the playoffs roll around. And, he obviously got off to this crazy start. He's 30-plus points, first 9 games of the season. Him and Wilt are the only ones who have done that. And then they go on this back-to-back: Orlando without Paulo, Washington without Beal and KP. He stinks it up. He looks like he's just on E. They lose both those games. He's well under 30 points. And you're like, dang, man, is like, we haven't even gotten to Thanksgiving yet. Is he already running out of gas? And then he comes back the next game and goes for a 42-point triple-double. So obviously, Luka's going to have to be very diligent about taking care of his body. That means he's going to have to be very diligent about what goes into his body. What's he eating? How much is he eating? What's he drinking? How much is he drinking? Because they are asking him to carry a load that, I don't want to say it's unprecedented, but it's certainly uncommon.
We still talking about food and drink when it comes to Luka? I would like to hear that follow-up. Is that still an issue? Is that a concern? But it's the Luka usage rate that Jason Kidd said they have to back down on. But the Mavs survived last night. They were the better team. They get the lucky 3 to beat the Clippers at the AAC. Stars did not get as good of an ending.
Get after it. Here's Stamkos now, the franchise leader in overtime goals, and now it's Killorn. Up the ice, Killorn, toe drag, shoots! It scores! Alex Killorn with a lightning strike in overtime!
That was the call last night on Tampa radio. They end up losing to the Lightning 5-4.
And look, Tampa's, they're not as good as they have been in years past, I don't think. But they're still a quality team. And the Stars have had, they've still had a really good start to their season. Tailed off a little bit, but still a very good start.
Lost 3 of 4.
Yeah, they shouldn't be disappointed with where they are. And if Pete DeBoer holds true, we'll see you in the West Finals.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. We are live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. So, man, did y'all time out this question with Jerry Jones perfectly when Bobby Belt was in for me, asking Jerry about the field issues. What made you ask him about it that Tuesday?
I believe it was just after Cooper Kupp had commented that they really need to be playing on grass. I think it was the Cooper Kupp comments that I had seen.
Cooper Kupp is going on IR, by the way. So is that going to affect Odell Beckham? We'll get to that in a second, but Aaron Rodgers and the rest of the National Football League, they seem to be uniting, especially after Jerry came on this show and the fellows asked him about whether every single field should be grass.
And not at all. And it's not because we have the surface that we have. Our stats, our league stats, don't see issues with the type of surface that we have. As opposed to natural gas. We don't see issues. No facts bear that out.
So, I
don't. It's like politics. I don't know what numbers to believe.
I don't know what numbers to believe either.
Jerry and the NFL cite these numbers, and then I'm seeing all these other articles from Pro Football Talk and other sites doing the opposite. I think the most. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So, like grass versus turf, right? There's something. I'm not science. The coefficient of friction, or whatever the hell it is. Look, when you plant on grass, there's a little give to it, right? There's a little bit of a give.
Right.
And the give allows your ACLs not to rip to shreds as much. Yeah, you might pull a hamstring easier on a muddy field, but you're not going to tear an ACL because you can't cut on mud. You've got to round out all your curves. Michael Gallup, I don't personally believe, and I have no way to prove this, I don't believe he tears his ACL in that play last year against Arizona on grass. So the amount of torque that it took with the turf, I think played a major role. And it appears the players are feeling that it takes a major role too.
Why do stadiums have the turf instead?
Because they can
turn it around.
They can turn it around. They can have a high school game on there Friday, a college game on Saturday, and an NFL game on Sunday.
So this reminds me of the NBA and the great job they did responding to the different basketball. All the players said, we don't like this new basketball. They scrapped it. They got rid of it.
Almost within weeks.
All of your football players that you are paying hundreds of millions of dollars to are telling you the same thing.
Yeah.
Everyone is telling you Grass is better, and the league is ignoring them.
The number one priority of the NFL of AT&T Stadium.
Yes, money. You're right.
It's money. It is money.
That way they can turn it. I saw. There was some type of business gathering there from people I knew that all went out there the other day.
Yeah, and it's on the field. Yeah. But you look, the number one priority.
Christmas parties are going to be there.
Of course they are. It's the safety of your personnel. Every industry, doesn't matter what it is. Like, if you can't keep your people safe, they're not going to want to work there anymore. Now, the NFL is different because everybody wants to be in the NFL. Everybody would kill to be in the NFL. But they're in a predicament. Aaron Patrick of the Broncos is suing the National Football League, suing the LA Chargers, suing Roger Goodell, suing ESPN, suing SoFi Stadium, suing the company that made these mats that are on the sideline because he tore his ACL. Like, Reggie Bush won $12.5 million when he sued the St. Louis Rams. And he won it back in 2018. $12.5 million. Like, you don't think this is going to sneak up on these guys? They'll be like, okay, you know what? Let's have the Cardinals do this. They can roll their grass in. It's on a conveyor belt. Roll the grass in, roll it out, have your monster truck rallies in there, have your rodeos, have your concerts, have all that stuff. Like, Jerry could have a concert and not even take the turf off if he wanted to.
Aaron Rodgers spoke out on it yesterday. He said, get us grass. Get us grass. Jerry yesterday explained to us in his very Jerry-like way why Odell Beckham is still not signed yet. I saw a couple of stories, rumors, nothing hard from Schefter or Ian Rappaport, but basically saying this was a coin flip for Odell between the Cowboys and the Giants. And Boomer Esiason, who we know very well, came out and said he doesn't think that Odell Beckham wants to actually play for the New York Giants. He thinks he's using them as leverage to get paid more here with the Cowboys.
Well, I mean, Boomer obviously would know what the inner workings of the Giants are. I mean, he's up there, and I'm sure he talks to people within the organization. And that would, look, I mean, if you want to create leverage with the Cowboys, who do you go for? You reach out to Philadelphia, San Francisco, the Rams, the Giants, Tampa, the Packers. I mean, NFC teams, and it might give Jerry a little bit of or Steven, a little bit of a kick in the butt.
Why would he want to go play with Daniel Jones?
I would not think he would want to.
He played with a fading quarterback that I believe cost him even better numbers and stats than Eli his first time there. Maybe he just loves the story of it, the return. But you want to go and finish your career with Daniel Jones or a new rookie that they bring in? That would be a stupid business decision.
Look, I could see how a young, rich athlete would like New York City. Not hard to figure out. If New York City and LA and Miami, if you've got money, like you could do those cities right. If you don't have a lot of money, I wouldn't live there. But if I'm a young, rich athlete, yeah, I could love LA. I could love New York City.
Power rankings at 8, Michael Irvin at 840. Let's do NFL overreactions or not. Tua will have a better career than Justin Herbert. Nobody wants to see Green Bay or Tampa Bay in the playoffs. Josh McDaniels should be fired today, and Kirk Cousins deserves to be in the MVP discussion with the Cowboys and the Vikings coming up on Sunday. NFL overreactions or not after this.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum Ford.
Lawyers Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Power rankings coming up. I don't want to see the Cowboys included in the top 5 from many Tolos, who I've been taking issue with since the Packer loss. So don't you dare put them in the top 5. Since they're bums and this whole season has been a fluke and it's just been a result of playing bad teams. So I don't want to see a lot of Cowboys top 5 in the power rankings at 8. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, will be joining us live at 8:40 as he does every single hump day here on Sean and RJ. Thank you all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And of course, Michael Irvin every single week is brought to you as an Odyssey NFL Insider by Driveway.com. Insider Calls always brought to you by Driveway. Car buying delivered on your terms and on your turf. If you're looking to get a car, go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified and get that car delivered as well. So John Machota from The Athletic put up a little poll question himself. Which wild card round opponent would be the most difficult for the Cowboys? There are 4 options. Minnesota, who we play on Sunday, Seattle, Tampa, San Francisco.
Most difficult first round matchup.
Yep.
I would go Tampa. I know you're going to kill me.
Oh,
I would go
Lord.
Tampa.
Why? Because of the Brady mystique? I think you're being a victim of the past.
I might be. But
you'd go Tampa over Minnesota or Minnesota. You're not going to have, I know in your power rankings, you're not going to have Tampa above the Vikings at 8 o'clock. I'm not asking you for them, but I know you can confirm now you don't have Tampa over Minnesota.
Correct. I do not.
So then why? because of Tom Brady. That's it. What he's done in the past.
Oftentimes, these games are won by the best player on the field. Right? Oftentimes. Now, the best player on the field is probably Micah Parsons in any game that he plays in.
Yeah.
But the most impactful is not going to be Micah because he's not a quarterback. Does Tom Brady have a higher ceiling in any game than Kirk Cousins? A higher ceiling in any game than Geno or Jimmy Garoppolo? And I think the answer is easy, yes.
Not easy, but
maybe this year you're right. Maybe this year you're right. They still have good weapons, not great. When Jensen comes back, will that shore up the offensive line, which has been an issue? Will they be able to run the ball a little bit better? I would take look, Tampa already played us, and we couldn't score on them if we had a fistful of 50s. So, and I know it was the first game and rust, all that crap. They were rusty too, right? I mean, Tom didn't play in the preseason. Hell, he took 11 days off. So I would be scared of Tampa.
They have Cleveland and New Orleans coming up, so there's a chance here to go on a little bit of a run. Then they have San Francisco and Cincinnati. So the Buccaneers coming off a great win for them against Seattle in Germany, making my power ranking Seahawks number 5 look really stupid last week. Here's the only thing I was waiting for with Tampa Bay's season. It was not the Giselle divorce. Bruce Arians and his big mouth did an interview, and I told you, I've been saying this throughout the entire year, it never looked like Tom Brady was having fun. No fun. Arians yesterday said Tom smiled in practice for the first time the other day. That worries me a tiny bit. Tom smiled in practice for the first time the other day, proving what we had been saying on the morning show about his lack of enjoyment of this season. He also, with his big mouth, said nobody wants to say it. Man, this guy gets a high off of just yapping. Nobody wants to say it, but Tom wasn't playing very well early in the season. So there's Bucs consultant Bruce Arians running his trap again to be the bold,
right,
tell it all guy for the Buccaneers.
Man, the truckwreck.com text line is all over the place with the answer to your question, which makes me wonder if if you would be fearful of anybody.
There's one obvious answer. The Cowboy fans voted correctly. 7,000 votes.
They chose San Fran.
62%. San Francisco got 62% of the vote. Minnesota got 15. Tampa got 19. Seattle got 4. 62%. Next highest got 19. It's San Francisco, I think. Although, you could argue they have the worst quarterback. You could argue this year Geno's playing better than Garoppolo. But formula-wise, matchup, run defense, we saw what happened last year, and it's not fixed right now for Dallas.
My thing with San Francisco is...
And you're a San Fran believer.
I
am. Converter.
I am, but they lost to Atlanta by 14.
Okay.
They've put up some stinkers.
Yep.
Yeah, they lost to the Chiefs by 21. That's not killer. Losing to San Fran by 14, that's a bad loss. They lost to the Broncos.
You mean Atlanta, yeah.
I'm sorry, Atlanta. They lost to the Broncos.
Yep.
They lost to the Bears. Now, granted, the Bears' loss was with Trey Lance.
Look, bad losses.
But bad losses. Their wins are against a Seattle team in Week 2, a Rams team that can't beat them, a Panthers team that had a coach that was dead in the water, and a Rams team that can't beat them. And then they beat the Chargers, who can barely beat themselves. So,
but look, they were 10-7 last year.
They were. Oh, look, they're a nightmare from a style, right? Styles make fights.
Yes.
Their style is a nightmare to have to face, and I totally agree with that. And I would not want to face their style if I didn't have to. If you're giving me the option, am I facing Tom Brady or Jimmy Garoppolo? Style be damned. I'll choose. I want to face Jimmy G. And I like Jimmy.
What's the truckwreck.com text line saying?
All right, 49ers have been hurt. The worst quarterback of the bunch of teams is Dak, not Garoppolo. Not afraid of San Fran at all. I watched them play, and they stink. let's see. 49ers, dog. The Bucks, question mark. Seattle's the scariest opponent. We can't stop Kenneth Walker. Boy, he's having a great year. Let's see. It's definitely one of the teams with a good quarterback. If Minnesota plays Dallas in the first round, it'll probably be in prime time, so we'll get prime time Kirk Cousins. That's what we want to play. Settle down. The Cowboys won, but screwed over by the refs. This is clearly in overtime. Let's see. It's clearly San Francisco. They play good defense, and they run the ball. We don't want them. So is there an option E for all the above?
All right. So there is not. So that was a poll from The Athletic. San Fran, the wild card opponent that would be the most difficult for the Cowboys, from the Tolos who voted on that yesterday. We played Stephen A. Smith responding to our morning show with Jerry yesterday. His one-day-a-week co-host, Chris Russo, he went off on Bill Cowher.
He went off on Bill Cowher over Cowher's comments about Jeff Saturday, calling it a disgrace to the coaching profession and a travesty. And this was on his radio show on Sirius XM.
How'd they do Sunday in Vegas? They were crisp. They were ready to play. They committed 4 measly penalties. They had a good drive in the fourth quarter. He played the right quarterback. He used his time management properly. He did not waste any timeouts. He didn't fart around with that stupid data, that analytical nonsense with the 23-year-old kid in a sprint bike. With the freaking, John Carroll sweatshirt on.
Hang on, stop.
He went
stop. Translate for me the last 20 seconds. What did he say?
I think he said
a kettle bike, a kettleball,
a Schwinn bike.
Okay,
and he didn't fart around, fat around
with the freaking, John Carroll sweatshirt on.
I guess John Carroll's a college.
Yeah, it is.
It is? Okay. I don't know. I wasn't smart enough to know John Carroll.
Okay.
So basically saying nerds.
Okay, go back 20 seconds. Okay, he's calling out the analytical people. All right, let's hear it.
He did not waste any timeouts. He didn't fart around with that stupid data, that analytical nonsense with the 23-year-old kid in a sprint bike. With the freaking, John Carroll sweatshirt on. He went out there and he coached against Josh McDaniels, who learned at the feet of Belichick. Belichick, one of the all-time greats, there forever with Brady. He outcoached him. The Raiders were awful. And the Colts were crisp, raring to go, no penalties, fired up, happy to win for him. He hit the right notes in the 6 days. But somehow, someway, the great Bill Cowher, who got his job without working in Milwaukee, the great Bill Cowher is annoyed that Jeff Saturday got a head coaching job. It's an insult to the profession. Pipe down, all right? Pipe down. You know it's an insult to the profession? That you're walking in a CBS set and you never worked a day in your life anywhere else in broadcasting.
Oh.
Never a day. Never a day.
I just want to be at the dinner table once.
The only thing you've been retweeting nowadays, it's definitely not Mavericks or Stars games. You have been on this crusade I think you are rooting for Jeff Saturday to succeed, to thumb your nose at the establishment.
The establishment. Yes. Maybe the NFL is going to find out, just like the NBA did and Major League Baseball did, and the NHL has for a long time, that we have overvalued coaching. I don't think we've overvalued coaches, but I think the head coach may be over. I want great assistants, right? The guys that get their hands dirty, all that crap. But from a head coach, I've always preferred the walk-around coach, the leader, the motivational guy. And maybe that's what Jeff Saturday is. And maybe Jeff Saturday is going to be a disaster. Maybe they'll lose their final, 7 or 8 games. I don't know.
I got a great text here at 877-881-1053 from Jake. What age did Bill Cowher get the Steeler job? And I was like, he had to be young. Was Bill Cowher 34? Did he get the Steeler job at 34?
It was early 90s, man.
Also said, it's funny to me that Rex Ryan, who jumped on Saturday, right, has called this a disgrace. Rex benefit from his last name?
He was the Ravens?
DC? Excellent defensive coordinator. But Did he benefit at all?
Sure.
From Buddy?
I mean,
right?
Nepotism is real, right? It's real.
Of course it's real.
It happens. You know, do you think
Collins? Look at Chris Collinsworth, kid.
Jack.
He's doing play-by-play for Notre Dame.
Yeah, what is he, 18? Joe Buck. That doesn't mean they don't deserve it.
Steven.
Yeah. I mean, Joe Buck has certainly shown that he has deserved that job.
No doubt.
It doesn't mean they deserve it, but, you get the job. How you get the, Noah Eagle, Iron Eagles kid, doing Clipper games.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
He was 34, by the way.
34.
34.
Or that's 92.
34. That's young. And he played in the NFL. It's not like he, at 19, became a, quality control coach.
Yeah.
And came up through the ranks.
It's funny to see the establishment get worked up.
Yeah.
It definitely is. And look, there are certain jobs, right? It worked with Romo. Romo stepped into the broadcast booth, crushed it. It didn't work with Witten, right? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Is Jeff Saturday going to be able to go in and just be the guidance counselor, the head team cheerleader, right? Because we've seen John Fox. We've seen Steve Wilkes. We've seen retreads. And Irsay wanted to go ahead and try something new. So we'll see how it works out.
Yeah.
Maybe we can ask Mike McCarthy how he feels about it. I don't know if the local Cowboys media has asked him. Michael Irvin had to have worked with Jeff Saturday over there at ESPN.
Oh, I'm sure they crossed paths at some point. I mean, he's on. Saturday was on all the time.
Yeah.
I'm sure they crossed paths somewhere. Was it right? Is it fair? No, it's not fair.
Right.
But I mean, fair is relative. There's a lot of things that are unfair, and it sucks, but you got to deal with them. Jeff Saturday got a job because of somebody he knows.
Well,
a lot of people get jobs because of somebody they know.
Wasn't Tony Dungy reacting to Joe Thomas in saying that coaches don't spend any time with their families?
So he posted on Twitter, talking about, because Joe Thomas had said, Rod Chujinski, when he was the coach of the Browns that one year, he saw his family one day a week. And Dungy was like, listen, I can assure you that Chuck Noll, because he played for Noll, saw his family more than one day a week. And he goes, myself and Jim Caldwell, we were coaching the Colts. We saw our families more than one day a week. Not everybody has to. Like, some guys do. Some coaches do it like that, where they don't see their with their kids. But you don't have to do it like that. And there's ways that have been proven that you don't have to do like that. So, look, not everybody's the same. Some guys will just go into the office and tuck themselves away in August, and they'll see their kids in February. And other guys, like Dungy said, like, we'll go home and we'll spend a couple of days a week with our kids.
All right, around the rest of the NFL overreactions or not, every week from RJ Choppy, we start off with Kirk Cousins. By the way, do you know the spread for this game?
Cowboys by 1?
It's a 1-point spread. It's a 1-point spread, and the Cowboys are favored at Minnesota with an over-under of 47.5.
Wow. Yeah, well, look, I mean, they've won back-to-back times there with Cooper Rush quarterbacking.
Yep.
So maybe
Cowboys have been in that 43 range in terms of over-unders.
Yeah, so maybe they think the offense is going to take a little boost.
Okay.
Or maybe they believe in this next statement, overreaction, or is it not an overreaction, that Kirk Cousins deserves to be in the MVP discussion.
Overreaction. And I'm going to just use the counting numbers that you hate so much. 14-8. Done. QBR is 20th in the NFL. 47.7. Out. Not even in consideration. The guy who's getting the most disrespected in the MVP discussion throughout the entire league, and I didn't even realize his numbers till I heard him the other day, it's Tyreek Hill.
Oh, yeah.
Tyreek Hill making me hate myself for drafting Alvin Kamara over him in fantasy. Dude, I think he already has 1,100 yards, RJ. 1,148 yards, 81 catches? 81 catches and 1,148 with the Miami Dolphins. No, Kirk Cousins does not belong in the MVP discussion.
I agree. I would not put him in there either. I think he's a good player. He's one. Okay, so like he's one of those guys that you can win a Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins, but not because of Kirk Cousins. You can do it. Lesser quarterbacks have won. Lesser quarterbacks have gotten there. You can do it.
Same way Jimmy Johnson talked about Dak with us last week. You can win one with him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, you win because of Patrick Mahomes. You win one with Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins, Dak. Name them. Last year, did they win because of Matt Stafford? I think that was kind of like
huge drives,
big drives,
huge moments at the end of games.
Yep, absolutely. All right, next one. Tua will have a better career than Justin Herbert.
No. See, again, my Tua analogy is the point guard in Mike D'Antoni's offense.
Oh.
It feels like Mike McDaniel is Mike D'Antoni, in my opinion. Got tremendous. Dude, I know the Chargers and Herbert don't get called out enough. He's also been playing without that walking injured. What's the new designation? What are we allowed to say and not say? IL?
It's IL. Yeah, load management.
That human crutch, Keenan Allen, who can never get on the field. No one ever calls him out because we don't care about the Chargers because LA doesn't care about the Chargers. But the two throws Herbert made the other night, oh my God. Sunday Night Football, that's special. That is special. Tua will not have a better career than Justin Herbert. I just can't look past the talent. You? Now, if you tell me he stays with McDaniel and Tyreek and Waddle for 7 more years.
Oh, is Tyreek going to be Tyreek in 7 years? Probably not, but Waddle might be.
Yeah, Tyreek's 28.
Yeah.
I got to say no.
My gut says no. My gut says to say no. But man, they're 6-0 with him this year, Tua. And he is a major reason why. He's way more in the MVP discussion than Cousins. Way more. Oh, absolutely. Like if I had a vote right now, I don't know how many people I would get to. I put Mahomes 1.
Yes.
And then I would decide between Tua and Herbert. I'm sorry, Tua and Hurts for the MVP. I think I might lean towards Tua. He's having such a good year.
He's 3rd in Vegas. Hurts is 2nd.
3rd in Vegas. Hurts. Okay. Yeah.
You could have gotten Tua March 14th, 200-1. 200-1. Nobody would have put any money on that. And now he is 12-1. 12-1 to win the MVP. So that's a little around the NFL here on Sean and RJ. It's time to unveil something new on the show, like we're going to do next week as well. But right now, let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
I'm hot. Come on, let's go.
You ever sharpen knives? That sounded like a knife sharpener right there.
Yeah. I'm very bad at sharpening knives, Sean.
What do you use? You have the...
Yeah, you got to have that the French way. You got to go like this, then down, and then other side, and then down, and then whatever the hell they call it like that.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at it, though. Sarah bought me new knives for my birthday. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't Sarah. It was my nephew Nick and her friend Carly. Yeah. She got me something.
Almost scared me right there.
So it was my nephew and her friend Carly. They got me knives because my knives were awful. They would not cut.
Yep.
They would try to cut anything, and I mean it was like sawing through something. It was terrible.
Yep.
So I'm awful at cutting, and awful at sharpening knives. Just not good at all. And you, I assume you do it a lot.
I do, but they need to have someone that just knocks on your door and sharpens the knives, or I think there's knife sharpening services, but someone who comes around as an expert at doing it. You know, my boy Samir's got you can't buy him a knife. Like, you're like, oh, he's a chef. Let's get him a knife. He's got his own rock, he sits there and, these cooks, they don't want anyone touching their knives, but someone to go around and sharpen those bad boys, that would be a tremendous gift. All right, let's chop it up a little bit.
All right, I'm going to give you a couple options. Tell me where you want to go.
All right.
Do you want a 100-year-old at a strip club?
That was here.
That's
at a place that many of us may know well.
Yes. They may have been kicked out of it at one point or not.
Oh.
Do you want mimosas? Do you want Elon Musk? Or do you want a toilet seat?
Let's start off at the Lodge.
Okay.
Even though our number one choice, of course, they should have taken this 100-year-old to Baby Dolls with Zach Walchuk.
I agree. But daughter of the year, this Texas father celebrated his 100th birthday over the weekend at the Lodge, at the strip club.
The Lodge, I always felt like was like a VFW.
It's very woodsy.
It's
very woodsy.
I never loved the Lodge. I've been one time.
Yeah.
And you go in, and it feels like the stage of the main room is so far in the back. I thought I remembered. I was obviously wasted. I thought I remembered like moose heads and it's the Lodge, right? So I felt like I was in a hunter's cabin, and then in the back room, it felt like a library. I don't know. It was a very weird setup.
It looks like you're in a ski lodge.
Yeah.
Like an Airbnb in the mountains. But
You
this
always
guy,
used to try to get me to lunch at the Lodge.
why not? Right?
Like, let's go.
Let's
go for lunch afterwards.
Legs and eggs. Let's get the legs and eggs special. So, Giacchino Poma, that's his name, Jack. They call him Jack. Celebrated his 100th birthday. He had not been to a strip club since his youth, and when he showed up, apparently he was like a kid in a candy store.
Man, these pictures, he looked like he was loving life.
Man, he was loving this one girl a little bit too much. It looked like it was his handprint on her you-know-what. His lips are on the other side of that you-know-what. He's got ladies everywhere. His daughter said he loved two things in life: women and boobs.
How is this guy just going to the strip club now, though?
Yeah, like he had been since his youth. I don't know. Like,
let the man live.
First of all, what did they look like 70 years ago? What were gentlemen's clubs like? Because his youth is literally pre-war. Like what were the strip clubs like back
Top
then?
hats.
You think top hats?
I think that was in style then.
Are you a frequenter, Peyton?
No, I'm a occasional guy.
Okay.
I keep it classy and stuff. I'll go.
Oh, it's not classy?
If you go every other time, you abuse it. You gotta.
Yeah, you do abuse. I'm gonna call BS on the one that he hasn't been since his youth. This guy looks way too comfortable in here with these girls.
Yes.
He was a closet regular. He was there all the time, and he bamboozled his daughter into one more night. Give me just one more night, like Phil Collins would say. That's all he wanted, was that one more time. And he got it. He was able to get it. So congratulations to Jack. You went to a strip club on your 100th birthday.
You ever go with your pops? He have any interest?
I have never gone to a strip club with my father.
My dad would. Oh my, no way. No way. But would your dad have an interest? Is it weird?
Of course he would. He's a male.
Is it weird to go with your dad?
I would not go with my dad.
Yeah,
That is.
I think that's really weird.
That's very weird to me. My dad would be so awkward and so uncomfortable. He would make jokes.
But my dad by himself wouldn't even go. No way.
I mean,
it's a different culture thing,
Way different culture thing, age thing. My dad, he's in his mid-70s. Not nearly as old as Jack here, but I can't imagine my dad at a strip club.
All right, let's do the toilet seat.
All right.
By the way, this is from way back when, but I think people were putting their toilet seat in the dishwasher, which I'd never heard of.
Yes, they were. They were taking the toilet seat off, and they were putting it in the dishwasher to clean it. Or, you can just take some spray and a rag and do it that way.
Are you done with any dishes that go in there after that move is made? You just can't get it out of your mind?
You can't. I'll tell you this. I can't wash any other dishes with the toilet seat. Has to be by itself.
No doubt.
Has to be by itself.
But can you put dishes back in?
I would think so. I think it gets hot enough in there where it kind of kills a lot of the
trust
bacteria. All right, so toilet seat. Yesterday was King Charles's birthday. He is obviously, they're learning all the new things, all about his quirks. And one of his quirks is, and it's in the book, The King, The Life of Charles III. And he has, obviously, he's a beloved teddy bear that he still carries around with him everywhere he goes.
A what?
A teddy bear. He carries this.
King Charles?
Yeah. The teddy bear was even guarded by one of his most trusted valets. He was in charge of caring for the bear well into the king's adulthood. They had a nanny that made necessary repairs.
What?
For this teddy bear.
This guy, he shouldn't be he should be stripped of the kingdom.
Yeah.
Stripped of the crown.
Yeah, and they would continue tuning this thing up well into his 40s whenever it needed to be repaired.
What's the oldest, like, child baby thing you still see an adult do?
Like a blankie or something, you know?
Yeah. I still see some older women on TV, like TV shows that we watch, the garbage TV, suck their thumb. Like when they're sleeping. A baby bottle I saw. It was one of the girls on Vanderpump. A hot girl on Vanderpump. I can't remember.
Shocker.
Yeah. So baby bottle has to be a blankie number one, right?
Blankie, I would think.
Yeah.
Like
I
I'm
don't have a
so
blankie,
proud of my son for he doesn't have any of that. I mean, he's a cold-blooded, you know what?
Yeah.
No binky, no blankie, no
right. Tough him
teddy. Huh?
Tough him up.
Yeah.
So you
no attachment. I mean, he doesn't love us. How can he love a teddy bear?
Y'all broke the pacifier quickly then.
Quick.
Oh,
real
man.
quick.
Guy.
Yeah. He's cold. He's real cold.
That is cold. But one of the things that Prince, or now King Charles, also does, and this is very, very odd, but I think this is a massive, massive flex. If you invite him over, he travels with a custom-made toilet seat, his favorite toilet paper, and his own ice trays. So when he goes to your house...
Ice trays?
Yeah, like he brings his own ice trays with him.
Like to put in the urinal when he pees?
No, just like use.
He for like drinks?
He won't use your ice.
Oh.
You have commoner ice, okay? But if he were to come over to my house, one of his aides would unscrew my toilet seat.
Wow.
And put his on for him.
This is like your dream. You travel with baby wipes.
Of course, I'm not a Neanderthal. But I'm not like this. This dude, I mean, he is taking things to a new level.
He's the king.
He refuses to use square ice cubes. He doesn't like the clinking sound that square cubes make in the glass.
What a tool. What a freaking tool.
Thank you.
Look, if you
What
have if you have the ice maker where you still reach in and grab the ice with your hands, I can get behind this.
Yes.
But if it's coming out of the fridge like normal, come on, man. You can't drink my water. You can't drink my ice.
Man, my ice maker, it makes like 6 cubes a day. There's something wrong with it.
Oh, my fridge.
Good?
Awful.
Oh, no, I hate that.
Don't
See?
ever buy an LG fridge.
Ooh.
I can't pull out the bottom. The ice is awful. I've tried to get repaired
You've
2
had
times.
bad luck with LG. You had a LG phone, didn't you?
I can't remember.
I think you did. I think that was your switch to Android. You went from BlackBerry to that. But, man, the ice thing for me, it's a killer. So, King Charles now, I should say.
King.
Carries his own toilet seat around with him.
Sean and RJ chopping it up during the Expressway, commercial free every day from 7:20 to the end of the hour. The playmaker Michael Irvin coming up at 8:40. I don't want to see him. I don't want to see this team on the truckwreck.com text line after many of y'all told me the Cowboys were a fluke and a fraud. Does the rest of the country have Dallas in the top 5? And what is yours? 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Around the NFL Power Rankings next.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
This is interesting.
Yes.
Sometimes with the power rankings, okay, you know what it's going to be. 1 to D, da. What did you write last night in the email? That yours are what? Liddy?
I am either going to be an absolute genius or a complete and utter fool. And I'm leaning on fool.
I think we were fools last week. Do you have last week? Man.
Do we really want to go through this?
We gotta.
Do we really?
Gotta get exposed. Gotta catch the beat down.
Yeah, we do have to catch the beat down for this one.
Let's do it.
All right. So last week, I had Kansas City as my number one team. That's not a shock, okay? Obviously, I was going to have Kansas City as my number one team.
Got the W there.
Yeah, they did get the W there, which is good. It was good for me that they got the W there.
Yeah.
I had Buffalo 2.
We all lost that.
I had Philly 3.
Loss.
Baltimore 4.
Bye.
Dallas 5.
Loss.
You had Kansas City 1.
Correct.
Philadelphia.
Loss.
Buffalo.
Loss.
Dallas.
Loss.
Seattle.
Woo!
Ouch.
1 for 5. 1 for 5.
Peyton had Philadelphia 1.
Loss.
Kansas City.
Win.
Buffalo. Cowboys. Minnesota.
Lucky 2 for 5.
You're welcome. That was a nice one, wasn't it?
That was a lucky 2 for 5 right there. So this is fun now. Today, this is going to be really fun. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, is coming up at 8:40 this morning. Now, usually every single week, Blogging the Boys has compiled the power rankings throughout the entire NFL. I have gone to their website, and for some reason, RJ Ochoa is slipping. I guess it's all the media he's been doing, all with Kay Adams and on with the Get Right. Oh, yeah. And they have not compiled the Around the NFL rankings for the Cowboys. So we're just going to go blind.
Okay.
Would you like to start 1 through 5 or 5 through 1?
Oh, I think 1 through 5 has got a juicy way to do it.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. Number 1. No change for me. Kansas City. To me, they've got the best quarterback. They may not be tops in some of the metrics, but they are in the most important one, offense. So give me they're averaging over 30 points a game. Give me Kansas City, who's averaging 2 points a game more this year than they did last year when they had Tyreek Hill. I will take KC number 1.
I think we're doing a little bit of disservice. It's out of boredom because of his greatness, but I do think we need to highlight Mahomes' excellence a little bit more. He has separated himself from Josh Allen here as of late.
Yeah.
He separated himself. He's got 200 more passing yards. He's got 5 more touchdowns. He's got 3 less interceptions. Allen has more rushing yards. But Patrick Mahomes, he's leading the league again in TDs. And he's doing it without Tyreek Hill, who's going crazy in Miami.
It's really remarkable what he's doing. It really, really is. Their offense is, so they're 26% better than league average, their offense. Like, that's just stupid.
Yeah.
That's so amazing. So give me Kansas City 1. You have Kansas City 1 as well.
I also have Kansas City at number 1. Peyton?
Make it a sweep. Kansas City at 1.
All
right.
This is where I become an idiot. Miami. Going from unranked to number 2. Woo! They're 6-0 with Tua. In their last 3 games, they've put up 105 points. They have the second best offense in the NFL in terms of efficiency. I think they're the one team that I don't believe any of the big dogs want to face.
I've been saying that.
I don't think KC wants to see him. I don't think Buffalo wants to see him. I don't think the Eagles or the Cowboys or the Niners want to see him. Give me Miami number 2. I could look foolish, but whatever.
I have the Philadelphia Eagles at number 2.
You know what? I respect that.
I'm not going to overreact. Yeah, Washington's been playing better. Broadus called me the other day talking about just how physical the Commanders actually are. That they can be a problem in terms of beating you up. Look, they had 4 turnovers. Quez Watkins very easily could have cost them that game. That was a crazy, fluky fumble. They're still the best team in the NFC. I would pick them over some of these other teams, obviously. I have Philly number 2 in my rankings. So what? They lost the game. They're 8-1.
I as well have Philly number 2. The only reason I have them over the Vikings is because they beat Minnesota. So same record as Minnesota, but they beat them. So I have Philly at number 2.
All right.
Real quick, I'll go down some of the Trucker.com text line ones. Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, Eagles, Cowboys.
I like that Ravens respect.
Yep, I do too. Chiefs, Eagles, Bills, Vikings, Dolphins. Chiefs, Bills, Dolphins, Vikings, Ravens. KC, Miami, Baltimore, Minnesota, Buffalo.
No Philadelphia? That's like 3 in a row. No one mentioned Philadelphia. 1 loss and they kick them out? Whoa.
I guess, right? Think of where we are.
By the way, DallasCowboys.com has compiled some of the around the NFL power rankings throughout the country. NFL.com bumped the Cowboys from 4 to 8. Yahoo bumped them from 4 to 7. And CBS bumped us from 5 to 8. So, woo! They got kicked out of the top 5 real quick.
Yeah, they did.
Around the rest of the country with some of these people.
Yeah, they did.
All right.
Number 3. My heart's pounding fast.
Look, you shouldn't be nervous. You know, when we've been going chalk, we got our ass kicked like last week. That was embarrassing.
Baltimore.
Woo! Bobby Belt, take that for data.
3rd in offense. 1st in special teams. 12th in defense. Man, you want to draw up how to be a complete team? It is the Baltimore Ravens. And no matter what Bobby Polian wants to say, they have a great quarterback. I've got Baltimore 3rd.
I have the Buffalo Bills at 3.
All right.
Ooh. I'm not going to look.
I love the no overreaction.
4 losses.
Minnesota should not have won that game. It was a miracle. It was BS. It was BS. Michael Lombardi brought this up, and I take it back to Mike Bassick's point in crosstalk. A huge part of coaching, give the reminder on the sideline before the play. They should have been saying, all we got to do, I want to see 3 or 4 snaps over here on the sideline. Get under center. We're pinned back on the 1. 2 or 3 snaps under center. And the Minnesota Vikings have a 2nd loss on the year. They should not have won that game. Total, complete, fluky. Buffalo's not playing well. Josh Allen is getting called out.
Yeah, as he should be.
And they lost to the Jets. Losing to the Jets now doesn't look that bad. All right, the Jets are 6-3. They have lost 2 in a row. I still believe the Buffalo Bills are the 3rd best team in the NFL, and they should have beaten Minnesota. I have them at 3. Sorry.
I got to respect it. I think you're.
I mean, would you? I wouldn't pick Baltimore over Buffalo tomorrow on a neutral field. I'm not killing your Ravens pick. I'm just saying I would pick Buffalo tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that at all.
Peyton.
So I have the Vikings at 3. Look, I mean, they won a road game in Buffalo. You have to move up in my rankings if you win in Buffalo. I have them up. Buffalo down.
Okay.
Your wins matter.
I'm getting ready to shock the world. I'm getting ready to back it up.
Me.
How did I shock you with
Buffalo at 3? Yeah.
Buffalo at 3 shocks you. They're 6-3.
You got to get penalized for losing 4 games.
They're 6-3.
3. Well, 3 games. You got to lose.
Yeah,
lose 3 games.
But they should be 7-2.
It should be 8-1 because they shouldn't have lost to Miami either.
Right.
I think we're both going to shock the world today. I think we are.
Well, I know you're not. I don't think you've been loving the Cowboys, so I know you're not going to have the Cowboys up here.
No, I don't.
Man, you better not freaking say the New York Giants.
Oh, God, no. Give me a break.
Did you all think about the Giants at all in your top 5?
They have never crossed my mind.
I did.
Okay.
You did?
I did, but then I looked at my top 5. I said, no, not even close.
Okay. I'm trying to think who else could shock.
All right.
Go
Next
ahead.
one. Philadelphia. Not going to freak out over one loss. I'll put them here because I think Buffalo has a Josh Allen problem right now. Those 9 turnovers in 3 games. I think that arm of his is a little bit banged up. I think they're still a hell of a team. And they are as good as they have been all year. Now, they have not played a great schedule. All right, they played 2 teams over 500, and one of them was the Cowboys with Cooper Rush. That is not a great schedule. But I think they've been as good as any other team has in the league this year. Not like Minnesota, who has been a little bit fortunate, which we'll touch on more tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yep.
But there's a lot of numbers that I was very surprised with when I was going through this about Minnesota. So I will put Philadelphia here at number 4.
So tomorrow, who do you have above in the NFC in your power rankings? Do you have any NFC team? You have Minnesota.
No, Kansas City, Miami, and Baltimore.
Okay, all AFC. All right, so you still think Philly's the best in the NFC. My number 4 is the Miami Dolphins.
Oh!
7-3. They're the most exciting team in the National Football League, in my opinion.
Yep.
Again, Mike D'Antoni, Phoenix Suns, New York Knicks, whatever offense, Houston Rockets, I don't care. It's fun and gun. It's thrown all over the place. It's Tyreek Hill, the most disrespected MVP candidate out there. Maybe you think it's Tua. They're dropping 30 on everybody's heads. 31. Now look, their wins here in a row, this 4-game winning streak, it's a really weak resume.
Oh, yeah, it's like Cleveland and Pittsburgh.
Minnesota. No, sorry. Pittsburgh, Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland. That's cake. Pittsburgh, Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland. But they're freaking dangerous, man. You thought Cincinnati was the dangerous team last year in the AFC? It is the Miami Dolphins. I have them number 4 in my power rankings, Peyton.
I, as well, have Miami at number 4. I'm officially on the Dolphins bandwagon. And you know what? I'm just going to say it. I think they win the AFC East over Buffalo. I think the Dolphins get it done. 6-0 with Tua. I mean, if he stays healthy, who doubts him?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Buffalo, I think people would still favor Buffalo.
That game, they have to go to Buffalo, right?
Right, yeah, because they already played in Miami.
Did you see the weather in Buffalo, what the forecast is coming up?
No.
31 inches of snow over the next couple of days.
What?
That's feet. That's feet of
31
snow.
inches?
31 inches.
All right, let's get to number 5.
All right. The Buffalo Bills. Why do I have them over Minnesota? Based on the metrics, Buffalo wins that game 98.6% of the time.
Say it again for Peyton in the back.
Buffalo wins that game. The way the game played out, Buffalo wins that game 98.6% of the time. It is the biggest surprise win in the NFL since 2010,
Peyton,
based on how the game played out on the field. Minnesota recovered all 4 fumbles, a statistical anomaly, which will not be repeated. Buffalo also outgained Minnesota per play and had a higher success rate on offense. That never should have happened. It was a fake win.
Yep.
And Buffalo is better than Minnesota. They'd be a touchdown favorite over Minnesota if they played tomorrow. I've got Buffalo at number 4.
Then why did you dock the Cowboys out of your top 5? They were up 28-14 on the road. Should have won that game. Probably had a 99.99% chance of winning that game.
Maybe. No, it wasn't as egregious as this. This one. This
right,
was,
I get it.
You know what I mean? This was more egregious. And Miami.
The Cowboys are my number 5. I have kept the Minnesota Vikings out of the top 5.
Give the Heisman. Just give the hand right there.
I'm keeping them out. I got all the advanced numbers for tomorrow. I just gave you Kirk Cousins in the 7 o'clock hour. I believe the Cowboys are the better team, so I'm keeping the Cowboys above Minnesota for this Sunday, and I'm bumping the one-loss Minnesota Vikings out of the power rankings.
Well, I have the Bills at number 5. You lose again, you get docked. Number 5, Buffalo.
All right, so let's go ahead and recap it. I have Kansas City, Philly, Buffalo, Miami, Dallas.
I have Kansas City, Miami, Baltimore, Philly, Buffalo.
I have Kansas City, Philly, Minnesota, Miami, Buffalo.
Around the NFL Power Rankings every hump day at this time here on Sean and RJ. Michael Irvin coming up at 8:40. Mavs survive, Stars don't. And would you survive if you ate this potato chip at home? The topic I've been really scared to talk about next. But I'm never scared to
weight loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
The playmaker, Michael Irvin, is coming up at 8:40 this morning. Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com on this Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, where the Mavericks survived last night against the LA Clippers. They were embarrassing the Clips. Now, they're coming in without Kawhi, up 25. You lose the lead. End of third quarter, it's gone. And then they have to rely on Reggie Bullock, 7 threes from Finney-Smith, and a lucky Luka 3 at the end.
Sure. Two things. One, the losing the lead isn't the disturbing thing. It's doing it with when they didn't have Kawhi Leonard. Right? That's the upsetting thing. Like, it's not like you can lose leads in any game in the NBA, but when you do it when the other team doesn't have their best player, that makes it a little bit more upsetting. And for all the talk about having a number 2, they have had guys step up this year.
Who?
The Mavs. Dinwiddie had back-to-back games where he's scoring 30 or close to 30. The 7 threes.
Dinwiddie's been their second best player.
Yes, he has. And look, I mean,
I don't know who else has stepped up though.
Well, last night there was the 7-3. Look, Dinwiddie was a really nice player with the Nets. Really nice, like on the come.
Yep.
And he reached his ceiling, and his ceiling is probably not a number 2. It's probably more like a number 3. But there have been times this year where he has played not like a number 2, but like a number 1. This wasn't last night.
Look, Spencer Dinwiddie right now is their second best player.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Wood has been a mystery, should be. Tim Hardaway's a chucker. I'm just going to go right down the list of their top scorers. Finney-Smith, extremely limited. He's a poor man's 3-and-D guy.
He is a guy, like, he could be completely irrelevant in the offense, or he could have a hot night.
Dwight Powell, nice guy. He's a bum. Josh.
I love that. Nice guy. He's a bum.
Josh Green has been a nice surprise to start the year. Reggie Bullock will hit a big shot here and there. He's a bum, too. Maxey is basically a bum. JaVale's been a bum. That's the roster. That's the roster.
Dude.
You are in the midst of wasting Luka. You're going to waste another year of Luka Doncic unless you come up with something big. I know KMC did this big breakdown of assets and what people can trade in order to get more help. And the Mavericks I think they have the 26 worst assets in the NBA to make a move. That's the truth, though.
That is the truth. That is the truth.
If your second best player is Spencer Dinwiddie, you're failing as a front office to surround a legend. And that's what this kid's going to be.
Oh, he's a legend. There's no doubt. So, remember a couple of games ago, I think you were out. I think Bobby was in. The other 3 starters, other than Luka and Dinwiddie, combined for 2 points. The other 3 bench players last night, other than Wood, combined for 0. I don't believe the bench is like, I think most of these benches are generally the same. You get some that are better than others, but for the most part, but you can't have nothing. How do you have Green and Maxey play almost 30 minutes or 25 minutes last night and get a grand total of 2 shot attempts off? Like, how does that happen? How do you only get 2 shots in 25 minutes and you're an NBA player?
How does Christian Wood score 14 points in the first half and he ended up with 15? 1 point in the second half. Tim McMahon was on the Zach Lowe podcast. I think Tim, he's the best Mavs insider around. It's not even close. McMahon on Christian Wood closing games. Cut 10. Maybe I gave you the wrong number. Sorry. Cut 10.
That's a good question. I agree with you. You can't just assume they're a first-round exit because odds are they'll have the best player in that first-round series. And
no,
I can promise
this is not that. Cut 10 you gave me is can Christian Wood close games? What? Put your mic on. What's going on?
I'll have to grab it then. I guess I got the wrong one. Cut 10 on mine is stars.
You have two.
He's got 2 cut 10s.
You have 2 cut 10s.
Okay, hold on.
Just look for McMahon can Wood close games, and let me know when you get it. So that was the Mavericks improving to 8-5. Look, 7-1 at home. The Clippers are 8-7, and everyone had them or the Warriors winning the Western Conference.
Yeah, I want to go. I want to be able to see this if we can have the box score per quarter. You know, where they break it down by quarter. I wonder how many minutes Christian Wood played the second half.
He played 24 for the game.
24 for the game, and 14 of those points, like you said, was in the first half. Like, I want to see how many points, how many minutes he plays in the second half of game, not just this game, in general.
He plays 23 a night. Like, they have him on the dot. 23, 23, 25, 21, 24.
Do you think it's possible that they just don't, not that they don't trust him, that's his limit, and it has to be his limit in minutes?
Let's find out from Mavs insider Tim McMahon.
You know why that you mentioned the minus 12 with Dinwiddie and Luka and Wood as a trio? Minus 16 of that is in the last 4 minutes against Oklahoma City. And after that game, Jason, and they lose that game in overtime. Wood did not play overtime, by the way. So it's not like pulling him off the floor was the solution either, in fairness to him. But after that game, Jason Kidd made a point to note that, hey, we tried C. Wood in the closing lineup, and as he says, it didn't go well on either end.
And then he fouled out the other day against Portland, and they ended up closing with no center on the floor. They put Finney Smith at center, and they actually just kind of heated up and went bananas and won the game.
Now, it is worth noting that Nurkic didn't play in that game. I don't know if you can do that if Nurkic is out there just, stuffing 220-pound Finney Smith in the bucket every time. But yeah, they're searching there. They're searching there. Wood has been very good in that bench scoring role where, as you noted, most of his minutes, they are attaching him to Maxi Kleber.
All right, so he has told other shows on this station, they just view him as a bench scorer. That's it. So the Mavericks, they get the win. Scary in the end. The Stars lose to Tampa Bay in overtime 5-4.
Christian Wood played 10 second half minutes last night. I'm going to go and look at game by game.
Yeah.
Because it's obvious, not just crunch time, but like you said, they have him to a dot on the amount of minutes he's going to play tonight.
All right, so I've been nervous to talk about this topic. I didn't want to do it in the 7 o'clock hour during the expressway because of kids going to school. I've been nervous to talk about it on the radio. I've been nervous to bring it up at home. A company launched a flavored potato chip. It's, how do we describe, you remember that Gwyneth Paltrow candle?
Yeah.
In the southern area?
It's the candle that smells like her.
Yeah. This is a potato chip that tastes of that vicinity.
That vicinity.
That's the best I can come up with.
Yes. It's from Lithuania, is this company.
Is it?
It is.
New York Post says it's the perfect gift for millennials who lack a lot of Lay's.
Wait, do millennials lack that? Like, is that a thing?
It says so millennials can have more action. That's why this chip is out. After tasting it, you will remember your wildest adventures, your first real love, and maybe even lose your something else. So that's the flavor of these chips. Why don't you start off? To me, this is a very dangerous not for the radio, for your home.
Look.
For your house.
I think this chip would pair very well with clam dip. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, will you agree with me? I'll ask the dangerous questions because I brought this up. I workshopped this with the wife. Is this a desirable flavor?
I guess I would also say no two chips taste the same.
Okay. Because you're in danger of offending your significant other if you're like, why would I want that flavor of chip? Do you know what I mean?
No, I know what you mean.
Like, and if I come home with a bag of these chips, I go to the store by myself, Can I get in trouble for that? Can you foresee the wife or the girlfriend saying, unless you're like, I saw it, I had to. We got to try this. First off, how many women? I guess there are a decent amount of women who would eat these chips.
Yeah.
But
I think you got to try it.
If a girl that you're seeing comes over, goes in the pantry and sees, the chip bag.
How does she open the bag of chips?
With her mouth. You know how you rip it the top of your mouth like that? What do you mean, how does she open them?
Never mind.
But if she sees, right, if you're just starting dating and she sees this bag open of potato chips, what does that do? I have so many questions. Can you get in trouble if you go shopping? Can you get in trouble for bringing it home? And how many people go, I'm dying to taste that flavor? I'm just curious. Those are my questions. 877-881-1053. Don't even bother looking at the computer.
Oh, I can't. I'm looking at this, man. Guys.
Don't bother.
Y'all are good this morning.
Don't even bother.
Y'all are good.
The Playmaker. Maybe we should have saved this topic for the Playmaker. Michael Irvin joins us next.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. You got joint pain? Yeah, pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows.
traffic control, or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at buyersbarricades.com.
It is Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys 105.3 The Fan Hump Day edition, where we are always joined at this time by the playmaker Michael Irvin. He is an Odyssey NFL insider, and insider calls are brought to you by Driveway.com. If you are looking for a car, go to Driveway.com, where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. And Michael, of course, just back from Germany, where Tom Brady described it as like a top 3 football experience of his entire life. Yeah. And then like they stayed in the stands after the Bucs beat Seattle. And then yesterday it came out that the NFL is looking at other countries,
Spain and France, as possible. I don't want to say expansion cities for now. They would be eventually expansion countries or cities, but playing games in Spain and France. I've always questioned when you go to these games, how many of the people in these stadiums are Americans that live there? Like, if you go to a sports bar in Munich, are they talking about the NFL?
Right.
You know, are they? It's like, do they have a big call for it, or is it a novelty for them?
Novelty, I think.
So if you put a team over there, are they going to care as much as we do here? I think the answer is probably no. It doesn't mean you don't try. But, you know, it's like, you know what told me that there was a lot of that a lot of those people in that stadium were transplants? They were singing "Take Me Home, Country Roads." Do you think in Munich there's a big call for John Denver?
But what's your overall point with this?
Like, I think it's I expand to the U.S., Canada.
That doesn't make any sense for the NFL in terms of making more money, right? The NBA is probably it's the most global sport.
The NBA,
yeah, and the national
soccer, hockey, soccer
of ours, right?
Right.
But the National Football League wants to do the same thing.
They do.
They want to sell jerseys, and they want to spread it to other countries. That's what they want to do, and this is a way for them to do. You can't put a team there because of the travel. Let's ask Mike, the playmaker Michael Irvin, joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline, back from Germany. Michael, is there a crazy thirst for the NFL where you just were, and is it a good idea to expand this to even more countries?
When you see 3 million requests for tickets, you know the NFL is not leaving. Well, you know, those owners are not leaving that money hanging out in Germany or anywhere else. Absolutely. The thirst is insane. It's incredible. That was an incredible evening. I mean, you know, it was a good game. It was a good game. And then what was wild was after the game, nobody left.
Yeah.
Nobody left. Everybody stayed. It was so beautiful. Because, you know, here in America, I mean, you go up by 5 points. At the end of the third quarter, most trying to make it to that airport. They're trying to beat that traffic. They're trying to beat that traffic. But here, they stayed, and then they just kept playing all those American songs. You know, it was an insane scene. It really was a beautiful, insane scene. And absolutely, they're going to try to put a team over there. Commissioner Goodell and I, we had that same conversation on the sideline. That's exactly what we were talking about. That kind of evening, the kind of evening it was, and the possibility of a team being there.
How bad of a loss was this for the Cowboys against the Packers?
I thought it was a bad loss. So, you know, listen, you got to win these kinds of games. Plain and simple. You know, you're a better team. This team's spinning, you know, going through it. You go in the limbo. And I told you guys last week I wasn't worried about a game like this. This is the kind of game the Cowboys will go up and stink up the place and lose. And they did exactly that. And that's why because I knew Green Bay was going to try to right the ship. And now you're the perfect team for them to say we right the ship against. Because everybody beat the Cowboys. The Cowboys were hot. You beat the Cowboys. Boy, everybody forget all the problems. And how the hell you make Christian Watson look like Devontae Adams?
Oh.
It was amazing. You give him 200 yards rushing, back-to-back 200 yards rushing, and then you let them find Christian Watson to put them back on the map. I mean, for me, looking at that game, seeing it again, that was a horrible loss for the Cowboys.
Mike, I'm sure you had a game or several that you were in control of the entire time. The game got away from you at the end. You wound up losing. Like, how long does a game like that sit with you? Do you cope with it?
There were not several. Let's not get into that. Maybe there were one or two. The one I can remember, a Washington game, and that was the game that Jimmy said after we lost the game. Remember, we fumbled a couple times in the end zone, and then they wouldn't let us eat. That's when Jimmy wouldn't let us eat. It's like, we're hungry, should have played better, and then we use that to carry over the rest of the season. So every time we're in a tight game, late in the game, I come in the huddle and say, man, are we going to eat or not? What are we doing? Are we going to eat or not? If we're going to eat, let's get playing. You kind of use that as you went. But yeah, I remember a couple games like that. But this game right here, watch. End of the year, when this thing started tallying up, and we're trying to jockey for positions, this is the game that we're going to turn to and say, man, we had just won that one. Maybe we had a chance at winning the division or something like that.
Explain to us whose fault the interceptions were, as you did on Twitter for one of them.
Well, okay, and it's so funny. I was at the hospital yesterday, so I didn't post it. But Dan Orlovsky and Ryan Clark, they did the touch screen, and they pulled that play up. And they used that play. And I said, okay, that's great. So I text Dan because I was watching with my mom, and that's what I said. I text Dan. I said, send me that play right now. I'm going to post that touch screen because it talks about it. Okay, and what happened on this play? It was okay. They disguised the coverage. It was really a Tampa 2. Cover 2. Where the linebacker in Tampa 2 always run right down the middle of the field, but they disguised it. They looked like they were in cover 2. They dropped one safety down in the middle and then backed up another safety. So it was still Tampa 2, except for the linebacker running down the middle of the field. He started high and ran down towards the middle of the field, and that's where the guy intercepted the ball. And what I was telling the people, this is a read route. When we ran it, if it was cover 2 and the center was open, then the receiver has to go and then take the middle of the field and run down the field. And then Dak throws that ball. If the center of the field is closed, cover 3 or anything else, then it becomes a square in. And you will see on this play when I posted where CeeDee Lamb was kind of confused. He was reading cover 2 because it looked like cover 2 in the way they disguised it. He was reading cover 2, but that safety dropped down. The other safety dropped out. He dropped in a robber's position. It was an inverted cover, a Tampa 2. It was inverted Tampa 2. And you don't even see where CD kind of faked the square in, where then Dak threw it, and then he went up the field. You can't do that. That ball was already thrown. He's reading CD, and CD had to get across his face at that time, and he didn't do it. It became an interception. They both have to read the same thing at the same time, and they just beat you with the coverage. They disguise the coverage, and they beat you with the coverage.
Are these communication things like alarming, or it's something small that happens to everybody?
Well, on that play, it happens sometimes. It just happens where you just got beat. They out schemed you on that play, and they out schemed Dallas on that play. And without those guys being on the same page, it became an interception. That's not alarming. That was a tough read.
Okay.
I could have messed that up. Anybody could have messed that up because you never see anybody disguise cover 2 Tampa 2 that way, where the safety that was on the right top hash drops down in and plays the robber position. That's the guy that intercepted the ball. He played the robber position. So whenever you see that, we see the cats across his face. no matter what, you have to get across that face.
Michael Irvin here on The Fan. You've been worried about it since last year. You were worried about it against the Bears in Philadelphia, and it happened against the Packers, man. How does this can this run defense get fixed? Is this going to do them in?
Yeah, I told you guys, man, that this thing has to work in harmony, you know, and Tampa, I mean, the Packers, they did a great job in being patient. They were down 14, but didn't come off the run. Most teams down 14 will come off the run. Or we helped them out because we only ran the ball a few times when we were up 14. You see what I mean? We'll give them more opportunities with all these three and outs are not moving the ball and everything like that. I am worried about it. And I don't know if you can fix it. I don't know how you can fix it. You know, the one thing, they had a fast receiver that gave us problems. We tried to stack everybody in the line of scrimmage, and when you did that, they used that fast receiver, and he just got crazy and got wide open. I don't know if we can fix that. They worried me. It worried me last year when we played in San Francisco. I told you it worries me this year, and it's continuing to worry me this season.
Do you actually get up on the ladder yourself to change your smoke alarms?
Hell no. You crazy?
I thought I heard one in the background. I thought I heard a smoke alarm.
Right. And when they come, they'll come and change them. I ain't changing.
How are you gonna sleep? How you cannot be in the house all day with that alarm going off.
Unless it's in the East Wing.
I have no issue with it whatsoever. I ain't getting up here. My ceilings are way up there. Way up there. I'm not getting up there changing nothing.
Are you gonna?
It's so funny. You know what? Let me tell you, I promise you guys. Once I get my lights and ceilings are so high, you know those lights that's in the ceiling recessed. I had the guy come out one time. I said, hey, man, I'm gonna change all my lights in the ceiling. A few went out. I said, let's change all the lights. How much? This joker quoted me $40,000. I said, dude, come on, man.
$40,000?
Your butt up here and say $40,000 to change, I don't know, 30 lights in my ceiling. I said, man, y'all got to stop coming in these gates with numbers like this. Come on, dude.
Mike,
stop it.
Mike, you got to start saying grounds like Jerry dropped on us yesterday. We can't ask you about Christmas lights because we know you won't splurge for them. But Jerry said, they've been on my grounds for a while. So that's how we know you made it upper echelon. Grounds.
I'll change your lights, Mike, for $38,000. By the way, I'll undercut this guy.
Right, man. Listen, man. You know what? I went. That's the first. Now you asked me about changing batteries. That's the first time, I promise you, that's the first time I ever did that. I said, what, man? I said, man, get out of here. I went to Home Depot, and they told me, they gave me this thing that you can put a bulb on, you go up there and sponge on the light, and you unscrew it, and then you screw one. Man, I said, this is ridiculous. This is what he was going to do. I changed out the light, and it cost me $79. $79. I said, this is ridiculous, man. Everybody tried that, man, when they come in the neighborhood. Every time they come in the neighborhood, they try to beat me.
Michael Irvin, playmaker on The Fan. I know that you talked to Justin Jefferson. We know that you picked Kirk Cousins for MVP. They only have one loss. Cowboys have them next. How big of a problem is who does Jefferson remind you of? Is he the next, even over guys like Jamar Chase and others?
Yeah, I love the kid. I love his competitive spirit. You know, I told you, I already told you guys, you know, that my coach, one of the coaches that recruited me way back in high school, you know, and he still trains wide receivers, and he was training Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. And he, you know, he and I talk every year about receivers and receivers he trained. And he said to me, he said, Michael, in all my years, and all this, I almost followed this guy to Indiana University and then LSU. His name is Jerry Sullivan. He said, all my years of coaching wide receivers, he had me at Indiana University. It's the first camp I went to coming out of the ghetto. Where I told you guys they sent me to this camp, and then we had to come back and scrape the wallpapers off all of their hotels in Fort Lauderdale and Miami to pay for it. It was the worst job in the world. they'll never get me like that again. I sat at the pay. It take you could be scraping for hours and you just got a little spot clean. I was like, oh my God, why did we make this deal? It was the worst deal in the world. But it's the first time we ever got out of the ghetto. So I had to make the deal to go to Indiana. But he told me when he called me, he said, Michael, listen, he said, all my years since you, I've never had anybody as competitive as you. He said, this guy, Justin Jefferson, he's as competitive as you. He called me to tell me this before Justin Jefferson got anywhere in the league. And that's why I've been looking for him and waiting on him for, and could wait to see what he does. And that play the other day was insane. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see the Cowboys have some of. Some of that ain't no damn way I am going to lose this game. I want to see somebody have some of that in them because that's what Justin Jefferson has. We went up here. How did he get that football? The football didn't even look like it was catchable. It was catchable. It didn't even look catchable. But his spirit, his competitiveness, his ain't no way I'm losing this game, went up and got that football, and we need some of them. Ain't no way I'm losing this game, guys.
Best catch ever?
I think it was. It's funny because I'm going to reach out. I want to reach out to him and Odell and have a conversation about that. Now, when you look at the situation, Odell, I think they still lost that game, but it was just an incredible game. Catch by Odell. This catch on 4th down, on 4th and 18, with the situation around it, makes this, I think, the greatest catch ever.
Welcome back from Germany, brother. Hope your mother is doing better from all the Tolos. We'll talk to you next week.
Absolutely, my brother. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the prayers, man. But listen, that thing in Germany, it's just between us now. They're going to play a game again. They're going to do another game in Germany. Maybe, just me, maybe even 2 next year. That's how crazy that was.
Michael Irvin, the playmaker and Odyssey NFL Insider. Thank you, Mike. Of course, Insider calls are brought to you by Driveway.com. You can shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. Final hour of a Hump Day edition is next. But first, let me get you DFW Security.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Here on Sean and RJ. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com is coming up at 9:20. We will crosstalk with KMC. Jesse Holly was listening, saying, come on, Michael Irvin, change the smoke detectors. We got a Tolo volunteering to change mics for free.
Tolo Robbie saying he will change those smoke detectors for free. I mean, you knew that was going to happen.
That was
as easy as it gets.
I mean, if we get hookups, thanks to all the Tolos reached out to me yesterday for the Christmas lights.
Yeah.
I had to like just rule out like 2 or 3 because they started telling me how they charged, right? They're like, send me a picture of your house because I've never put Christmas lights up. The prices are out of control, insane. I can't believe everyone pays these prices for these Christmas lights.
If you're going to do them, you got like really, I know it's early. You can just get them up and then leave them there. But like early October, they're like half the cost.
Really?
Because they're not, like now's the rush.
Prime season.
Right? So now like everybody wants their Christmas lights up now. So they've got, in order to, weed out the people, they just upcharge.
The me's.
There you go.
So, like, a lot of Tolos, like, for instance, Todd, firefighter in Terrell. I was like, how much does this cost? He goes, I charge $3 per linear foot. Now, I'm not calling out Todd. I'm an idiot.
I had no idea.
I mean, after the first initial year, I charge $1.10 per foot. And I'm like, and then they're like, do you want halfway down the roof, the whole roof, on the ground? I said, I don't.
Oh,
just give me the basics.
See,
I want nothing. I need nothing in the back of the house.
Do you know what a linear foot is?
No.
It's a foot. I don't know why they don't just call it a foot.
Okay.
It's 12 inches.
But I don't know for the front of my house, like, how to subtract that off the overall square footage of my home. Like, I don't know these things.
Yeah,
I can't say.
You'd have to guess, basically.
I'm like, look at it and tell me what you think. I'm not doing all the measurements and
A squared, B squared, C squared.
So
you just go straight line and then you can figure out the peak.
So if I said for you, okay, how many linear feet do you need your home covered for? You would say what?
I mean, I would guess I would need probably 250 feet.
Okay.
200 feet. No, can't be that much. That's 100
100
yards.
Another
No way.
said we charge $5 per foot, $2 labor, which includes attach and detach, $3 for the material. Like, I just give me a flat fee.
Yeah.
I don't know. So
150 feet. Go with that.
I'm not saying
Who knows?
it.
Who knows?
Those are the ones I got to go away from. So I think I got a major G-Bag listener, Phil. But now I have to decide between LED regular and then smooth or faceted. Like this why I need to get a Michael Irvin type assistant. Change the smoke detectors, change the bulbs.
So a man.
A man.
Yeah.
Need to be a man.
Yeah. That's, I mean, I would kind of go down the same road myself. I didn't put my Christmas lights up. I don't have the ladder to get up there. I mean, I would have, but it's time consuming. I don't feel like doing that.
Your yard's not time consuming. See, you found a good deal. You had $75 up, $75 down.
The yard to me is therapeutic, but I haven't done my yard all summer. I got a nephew that lives with me now.
He does it.
He does it for me. Doesn't do it all. Sometimes it takes 2 weeks for him to do it, but he does it. He does. I've only gotten one letter from the HOA.
Okay. So Michael Irvin smoke detectors, me with the Christmas lights. These are the things that happen when you move out of that apartment life.
Oh, it is.
But it's worth it.
Truckwreck.com text line. Don't get the smooth, get the faceted LED.
What's the difference? What's the difference in the way it looks, the lights? And then he's saying, do you want, traditional? And my wife can't make a decision. It's all left up to me. Meanwhile, she's the one who wants the Christmas lights. So it's, do you want, what colors do you want? Do you want traditional? Do you want Jerry Jones gold or white or whatever Jerry told us yesterday?
Yeah. Blue with the star.
Pain in the ass. Blue with the star.
Yeah, it is a pain.
What do you have?
So I've got the red, white candy cane lights, right? Every other bulb is red, white, red, white, red, white.
Red, white. No green.
No, I just went red, white, and it goes all the way around the peaks of the roof and then down the side of the house. I'm on the corner, so I go down the side.
Yeah.
And they're not LED. I got the regular, smooth, traditional, like kind of soft white, which it does have kind of a yellowish tint to it a little bit. The LEDs are just, they're a lot. They're like, I think they're double the cost.
Soft white, huh?
I think that's what it's called, right? Soft white?
I don't know the difference. I was just wondering. Never heard that term before.
Well, there's soft white and daylight, and
what do you have at your estate? What do you have on your grounds?
Yes.
Peyton?
Oh, we change it up every year, you know. No, we just have the white ones, but just the front. Around
How do
the
you
garage.
wrap the Italian cypress trees you have out front?
So faceted and now smooth. I have to make the final decision on that. So
that's it.
I have no idea. So these are the struggles. Do you ever? I know this is gonna really sound morbid.
Yeah.
And I promise I don't have like these dark, serious thoughts. You ever one time go, I'll be glad when I'm dead one day. I'll be glad when I'm dead. I just don't have to deal with this pile of mail and fix the sink and have these life issues.
I never once thought I'd rather die than look at mail. I'll deal with the one day a week. I look at mail Fridays.
Just these 9 things that pile up.
Fridays after the show, I look at my mail. I don't look at my mail other than that. That's the mail day. Bills, mail, everything like that. If I'm late on a bill, I'm late on a bill. I'm doing it on Friday.
All right. So Nick Eatman's going to come up at 9:20, DallasCowboys.com. So yesterday, we saw it happening on the TV in front of us as Stephen A. Smith responded to our station and our interview with Jerry Jones. Here's how it went down. They took the bait. ESPN was monitoring. They were listening. And Stephen A. responded to what happened between us and Jerry. Yesterday, your friend, which we're still very disturbed over, Jerry, Stephen A. Smith, are you still claiming him as your buddy over there?
Well, I haven't. I might need to get tuned in with any of his latest. I run hot and cold on him.
All right.
Oh, man.
Yesterday, I think you're going to be cold. Yesterday, he said Jerry Jones has not gotten his money's worth out of Dak Prescott. He could be this team's weak link. What would you say back to Stephen A?
First of all, let me say this. What was that? What was that radio say? That 105.3.
The Fan. You know what it is.
105
every
Fan.
week.
Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something out there. You can't divide me and Jerry. You can try. You can't divide me and my Libra brother. It ain't gonna work. Now I understand Jerry Jones got to take that posture. He's got to take that posture. But he's the one cutting that check, not me. He's the one that's been waiting for a Super Bowl championship, not me. He's the one that doled out $95 million over the last 2 years for that quarterback, not me. So he could take that position and y'all can listen to exactly what he's saying. And I'm not saying he's lying, but what else is he supposed to say? Is he supposed to sit up there and say, in Rush, I trust? I don't care about Dak Prescott. Is that what he's supposed to say? 105 The Fan? Stop it. The fact of the matter is, Jerry Jones is going to take the posture that he's going to take because he has no choice. Listen, I don't have anything good. That's my brother right there. It's them damn Cowboy fans that get on my nerves. But Jerry Jones, he should run hot and cold because it looks like I'm rooting against the Cowboys. I'm not rooting against them. I'm rooting for the misery of that damn sorry, nauseating, disgusting fan base that gets on my last damn nerves. And I will never apologize for that.
Wow. What?
I was talking
105 The Fan.
I was talking to Peyton because for the third morning in a row.
Well, I mean, Mad Dog's on today. They got to talk about Dak Prescott.
Pressure on Prescott. Go to him. Go to him live.
1 week. Mad Dog like, hold on.
This is a 53-year-old's perfect outfit.
It was described perfectly.
Okay,
He's
they're talking about their
classic and he's
clothes.
a risk. That's how I describe it. Is Dak
Risk that works.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Can't hit a home runs if you don't swing for the fence. You're going to strike out every now and then. Don't be scared.
Come on, Molly.
Don't be scared.
Get him on track.
You want to hit 3 yards in a cloud of dust every play. You don't want to take no deep shots. Can't win like that. Deep shots.
What's the question?
Let's go. Sorry, Molly.
Is Dak the quarterback under the most pressure to win a Super Bowl?
All right, that's enough. I thought they were gonna make another Jerry joke. We don't need to hear it. Every day.
105 The Fan.
105 The Fan. No
Every
points.
day.
So
look, they're the most popular team there is, and in the most popular sport in the U.S. They will never not talk the Cowboys. I think only, and this is why I think Jerry hired Bill. Nobody talked about the Cowboys when Dave Campo was here. They're 5-11 every year.
Oh, really?
I mean, they taught, but like, man, he saw when we go out to practice.
So why not talked about? If they were 5-11, they would be talked about now. What's the difference?
Well, 24-hour, the debate shows and such. But like, look, I'll never forget when I used to go. I used to go to Cowboys practice to get audio every day. Dave Campo. There were like 4 of us there, 6 of us there. ESPN did not have a designated reporter in every team city.
Yeah,
you would have
bloggers.
You would have the 4 local TV stations camera guy there. Occasionally, you would have the main guy. Only on like the big press conferences were always full. But when Campo was there, it was like you'd walk up. There's like a half dozen of us around him, and he would come up there and go, "Well, quite obviously, this and that. Gerard's got a toe."
Gerard.
So like but there was a half dozen of us out there.
29 million viewers for Cowboys Packers. Most watched NFL game of the season on any network. Little follow-up. Micah lined up at linebacker 47 snaps in Green Bay. Most snaps at linebacker since week 13 last season against the Saints.
Yeah. I didn't care for that.
I think it was smart.
Okay.
I think they were proven to be smart. Now, again, I don't know what the snaps were in the fourth quarter at linebacker, but when you saw that Green Bay, I'd like to see Green Bay's pass versus rush attempts, right? Throwing to get back in it. Because once you were up 14, then stop having him play linebacker, even though Michael Irvin just came on and said they didn't truly abandon the run.
Pin the ears back.
But through the first 3 quarters, Rodgers had 11 attempts. So you knew they were going to run the football. You couldn't stop it, but they played Micah against the run.
And look,
which proved true.
It did prove true. It's also a bad sign. Isn't Micah your best player on the field?
Yeah, well, it is a bad sign.
And if you put him at linebacker and they're still gashing you for 200 yards?
Yep.
I mean, that ain't a great sign to me. But you mentioned the ratings, and I just got this sent to me. There were 1.7 million people in DFW watching that game.
1.7 million?
Yeah.
What was the rating here?
They don't, the thing's all screwed up. They're not even giving ratings. We're now just giving total people watching. So 1.7 million. And adults 25 to 54, 620,000. It's a good number. The next highest was Vikings Bills, which had 620,000 total people, not just adults. Total. Huge number. TCU, by the way, 519,000 people watching their game against Texas. That was a big day for them.
All right, let's find out what's happening over at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco today. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, then Crosstalk with KMC next.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep in Terrell. It is worth the short drive, boys and girls, to save a lot more if you're looking for that. Man,
my soon-to-be award-winning podcast.
I am getting texts from my buddy Don, who I grew up with, and on the truckroute.com text line, Stephen A. Smith is talking blank about you and Sean. That was the text from my buddy.
Us?
About us.
Whoa.
And he's saying, Stephen A., the text line said, Stephen A. said he's willing to come on and talk about the Cowboys. Y'all done teed him off. Stephen A. still talking crap about y'all's station. Let's see. Sean, Stephen A. just said y'all have his number. Why are you talking to Jerry about him? Get him on the show. Obliterate him. Stephen A. called you out. Stephen A. is calling you out. Stephen A. just said you know his number. Give him a call.
I don't have his number. Look, Stephen A. Smith.
I do. I've texted him before. He never responds.
Really?
Never once.
Stephen A. Smith won't and will not and does not want to come on the show. I think we've invited him once before. I can't remember what it was. Stephen A. wants us to continue to talk about him to Jerry Jones. He ain't coming on the show because we'd have to go ahead and expose the scripts that are read and the fake takes and the cigar and the cowboy hat and all that stuff. We gave him a little bit of play yesterday for them to fill some time in the segment. It was a win-win. I told you beforehand they're going to put it on TV. So they played us on TV. He got talked about to Jerry. Win-win. He's not coming on the show. We'll send a text. We'll get Peyton a call afterwards.
Peyton, I'll give you the number.
He'll prove. He'll get his producer Spurs.
I wonder if we can call right now and see if
Would he look at the phone?
See if he looks at the phone. Yeah, that's the thing, right? You always got to see if you know someone's avoid you, but you see him,
right?
Then you call him when you could see him. You're in sight,
okay,
and you see.
You think you should call right now and see whether he looks at the phone?
Well, you call it. So when I text him for my number, he knows I'm not the one that screwed up during the show, because we might lose out on him.
So I think we tried it once before. Anyway, let's get to Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning. How's it going?
Going well. How's it going over there? We're pretty busy over here.
Clearly, yeah. I mean, it reminds me of like Monday Night Raw, or
yeah, right.
That's my take on Stephen A. Smith. That's what that is.
All right,
I don't even know what his name is.
Which one of these first fake shows do you actually watch? Which one drives you the craziest when it comes to all the Cowboys topics and coverage?
I don't really watch them, but we do have one like kind of right outside our office that has it's just the sound isn't on, but we can see it, and it's always NFL, Good Morning Football or that, and you can just kind of see what they're talking about, but I don't really listen to it. I mean, Stephen A. I give him a lot of credit for building a character, and he's making a lot of money out of it.
Yeah.
It's to me, it's no different than a wrestler because, like you said, it's fake takes, it's all a bit, and he actually loves the Cowboys and what the Cowboys do for his pocketbook. But he's a Philadelphia guy, right? I mean, he was a writer in Philadelphia, so unless he wants them to turn on him, he's got to have that bit and always do that Cowboys hater stuff.
What about Skip Bayless?
I don't really know much about him. I mean, I just think he's kind of, I've never met him before. I've never met Stephen A. either, but I don't really watch his show. He just seems like whatever is going to be like a hot take, he'll take it. And it seems like he could flip sides, within the middle of a day.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the Diamond Factory hotline. How do you rank the Cowboys in the NFC? I want to see how much you're reacting to this Green Bay loss. So give me your top three in the NFC.
I think the top three teams, as you're talking about a chance to go to the Super Bowl and all that, I would say the Eagles are still there. Even though, we'll see what happens with them, but I still would say Philadelphia. I don't know. The 49ers still seem like that they're going to be pretty good to me. So the 49ers, and I put the Cowboys third. I put them third right now.
So
who am I missing?
Over Minnesota.
Yeah, over Minnesota. Yeah.
Are you buying Minnesota at all?
I'm not buying them. I'm not on to sell them. I just want to watch them a little bit more. I mean, I think that they're good. I give credit to teams that find ways to win games. I mean, and that's why you got to give credit to the Giants as well, because they're doing it. I mean, they're staying close enough to either win or lose, and most of the time they're winning. And that's the thing about the Giants. I mean, I thought the Cowboys were way better than them that entire game, but they weren't winning, and they were at one point down. So the Giants were doing it right then until the Cowboys kind of pulled away. The Vikings, though, I mean, that was straight up luck to win that game, but they're winning, and you got to give them credit. And I think it's going to be a fun game this weekend. But they're right there. I mean, I'm just talking about for the Cowboys, who would scare you the most, and Minnesota wouldn't be right in there. I mean, Green Bay, I think, scares you more than Minnesota as far as going there and playing. I mean, Cowboys have won 3 straight games in Minnesota. Now, one of them didn't have any fans, but still, they won the game, and they won it with some cornerbacks that are not even close to being in the NFL or the XFL, probably at this point.
Yeah, Machota put this up as a poll question. What wild card opponent would be the most difficult for the Cowboys? Vikings, Seahawks, Buccaneers, or San Fran? How would you vote?
Ooh, that's a really good one. All of them would be tough environments. It's like Seattle. Seattle is probably leading that vote. I don't know.
They're in last. They're in last.
They're last?
Yeah, 4%. You know who's leading it?
Tom Brady.
They are in second.
Oh, well, who are these fans? No, I'm just kidding. What do they got?
The ones who saw San Fran win last year. 62%, 7,300 votes. 62% voted for San Francisco. 19% Buccaneers. 15% Vikings. 4% Seattle.
Yeah. See, that's weird because to me, there's a lot of things involved there. There's a lot of stuff when you're talking about a playoff game. It's not just about going in there and beating that team. It's about the actual playoffs and the environment and all that. And I look at Seattle as that being very tough to play. Not so much with San Francisco. I mean, it's the team more than anything. So a lot of factors there. Playing Tom Brady again would be tough, but I think it's all doable. I think as long as the Cowboys can figure out ways to stop the run and get their pass rush, after the quarterback, I think they're always going to have a chance to win.
Nate, there's a Twitter poll yesterday from Hard Rock Sportsbook. Dak or Kirk Cousins? Who you got? How would you vote? Answer that one. And
I mean, I'll just take Dak. I mean, I just because they're about the same. I get why there's a poll. I mean, their stats are similar. They haven't done as much in the playoffs. They put up some good yards. So I mean, I'll take Dak. Just because I think it's pretty close. But I've never met Kirk Cousins. I know Dak. I know he's a tough player. I know he's a good leader. And, if it's that close, I'll take the guy that, we've seen. And at some point, I'd like to think he's going to get back to being himself. And if he's himself again, as far as like running and being not afraid to mix it up and dive for first downs and all that stuff, take the RPO when it's there for him. When he gets back to doing that, if he ever does, but if he does, then I think he's a much better quarterback than Kirk Cousins. But he's not a stand in the pocket and try to force it into the red zone type of quarterback.
Have you seen another player whose contract is brought up more when it comes to their play and can they win with him or should he deserve this money and all that stuff?
I mean, maybe not from the quarterback standpoint. Now, from the cornerback standpoint, Brandon Carr's name never was mentioned other than $10 million a year. I mean, or Odell caught the pass on him. But one of the two. But it was always, with Brandon Carr, it was always the money. And that's what happens with that second contract, that really big contract. It always happens like that with whoever it is. I remember 10, 12 years ago when it was, they were signing these guys like Terrence Newman, Marion Barber, just when Jay Ryliff, DeMarcus Ware, when you sign these guys again, and then everything that happens comes down, he's $40 million a year or whatever it is. And I don't know the number, but like when Dak signed it, I think he was the second highest paid quarterback. I mean, what is he now? Like 10th?
Yeah.
I don't even know, but it's like it's middle of the road. It's about where he is when you rank him just as a player, just as a quarterback. I bet you it's about the same.
Are the pieces on this football team to fix the run D?
I think so. They have to be. Honestly, they have to be. It's gonna have to be about the style that they play. And it's kind of what McCarthy said the other day about being a privilege. This isn't just a team that can go rush the passer all the time. It's got to be teams that are disciplined and be able to stop the run. And I think most people should see right now that one of the most underrated players on this team, even though he's pretty high priced, is DeMarcus Lawrence. Because DeMarcus Lawrence is still getting to the quarterback, and he's still making plays, but he's also stopping the run. He's not one of the liabilities, I don't think. Now, there's times where it happens. It happens to all of them because they're so hungry to get sacked that they give up some plays. But I think he's the best run stopper that they have. And I think that Dan Quinn and the defense is finding out right now that all these edge rushers that are kind of light but they're quick and fast around the edge and they can get to the quarterback, they're also a problem sometimes stopping the run. So that's what they've got to figure out. And I think it's going to have to be that they have to change their scheme a little bit. And if that means less sacks, that probably means less sacks and less pressure. But if you can't stop the run, then you'll get beat every time.
Thank you, boss. Enjoy your hump day.
Okay, see you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. I was waiting for him to drop in a hump day himself. He was not
playing along.
Didn't do it. Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Was Mikey B about to melt down as the Mavericks were before Luka saved the day? Crosstalk with KMC next.
Let's get you over to number one air, an official partner of the Dallas Cowboys. This one.
with a little surprise on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It is Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, and Derek Holland looking for random radio equipment.
No, chair.
Oh. Get the Bassick chair.
Yeah, get the Bassick chair.
Yeah,
out,
the
right?
gaming chair.
Sit in that one. That chair's loaded with good opinions.
We do need to autograph.
Oh, that's
Hey,
weird.
last time you talked when Bassick wasn't in here, you got in trouble, so be careful.
I know, that's true. That's true.
We need to autograph this chair because we are auctioning it off during Peace-a-thon this year again. This will be the second year in a row.
We're going to have 2 chairs.
Yeah, so
the person who bought the chair last year said they're going to sign it and donate it back into the pool.
Did you just 2 chains that?
Not only
Nice.
forget about the joke. No one laughs at their own joke as much as our
If
joke.
you don't think you're funny, nobody else will.
Yeah, valid. How many comedians do you see just they'll roast somebody from the stage and they start laughing about it? And even Chappelle does it all
In
the
a
time.
roast, got to, man.
He's like, that
Got
joke
to.
was hilarious.
I surprise myself sometimes.
And speaking of charities, Derek Holland in studio, congratulations. You got a $50,000 donation from one woman that came up to you last week?
Yeah, so I gave my speech talking about the foundation, how it started, and we also had some kids up on stage that were just starting their treatments and wanted to be able to show everybody or show these kids that everybody's in their corner. And then we had a kid, which was really cool, is obviously talking about my foundation, I get emotional, and then we had him come up on stage, and the tradition is when you beat cancer, you get to ring the bell. Well, I asked to make sure with Children's Cancer Fund, can we make this happen with everybody there? But I don't want to go against the tradition of what it is. And we got to have him on stage. Jacob beat cancer and was able to ring the bell in front of everybody, which was cool. And then once I got done, I walked off, and the owner of Lava Cantina came up and was like, hey, this lady just heard your speech. She wants to talk to you face to face. She has something she wants to say. Wow. I had no idea. And so I told him, I was like, all right, bring her here or I can go there, whatever you want to do. So they brought her over, and she was like, I loved your speech. I was very touched by it. It was very real. I want to give you $50,000.
God!
Right on the spot. And I was like, I mean, obviously I got a little emotional for it then because it's like, wow, this is incredible. You just threw this out there at me, and this is awesome. We're doing something to help these kids.
That is fantastic. And that is a very nice hat.
It
that
is
Dallas
nice,
Stars
man. I do
hat.
like that.
That's
Thank
sick. Corey, what's coming up?
They lost.
Derek Holland joins us for a baseball. Kevin,
What an ass.
dude.
Did Duke win last
great
night?
story.
They lost.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is the John Shire era, or whoever it is. Whatever
You know, you can't say the name and then go, or whoever it is. You definitely know who it is.
We do have, actually at 10:20, we will be talking about Peace-a-thon. We were going to dedicate that segment to Peace-a-thon. The items
It might be
we
at
have.
11 now.
Okay, it
Way
got
to
moved to
overshadow
11.
Derek's chair.
We will all, well, Derek's going to join us for the entire thing this
Sorry,
year.
not
Did you
helping
get a
kids with
$50,000
cancer.
donation?
Don't worry about it.
We're hoping
Don't
that
like
Derek
kids
can
with
give a
cancer.
speech and get us $50,000 in one in
50.
one speech. Yeah,
That's a good idea.
Yeah. So that it's at 11 now. All right. So that's happening at 11 now. And then C Block, we're having Isaiah Stanback join us today to fix the Cowboys' run defense and to ensure that we can get 3 yards in overtime on any play.
We got some baseball moves taking place.
Yeah. Jeff Passan posted this 7 minutes ago. Teoscar Hernandez, all-star outfielder from the Toronto Blue Jays, has been traded to the Seattle Mariners. I'm assuming this is a real legitimate Jeff Passan Twitter account. It's got a check mark on it, but then again, I don't know if those check marks are just kind of willy-nilly out there or not.
Right.
Do people just not click on the profile?
He's got
Takes like 3 seconds?
987,000 followers.
Yeah, I think this is...
What?
I don't understand what everyone's bitching about. It takes 3 seconds to click the profile and be like,
Because
"All right,
it's
that's real."
something. Because it's something we didn't have to do before. That's why.
We didn't have to worry about it before.
That's
Kevin,
why.
you know you feel that way.
Like, that's
I
why-
don't feel that way.
That's
you're
why
a big advocate.
You're first off, you're on Twitter probably the least, so it's not that much of a pain in the butt.
Man,
for
that's
you.
a good point.
All right, so it's like when you saw the blue check mark, it was just automatic. It was just there. It was done. And now I got to sit there and see if you bought it or if you paid for it. Or if you
Do you
were
judge
there.
people who bought it and paid for it now?
Yes.
Wow.
I do.
Because you've never had it.
Right.
And you won't ever pay for it.
No. I definitely won't
love
pay
that.
for it.
I love that.
It's
bit.
the principality.
So you've never
I was
paid
going to have
for
the
it?
company pay for it. I was going to
didn't say I've
get it.
never
The
paid
company
for
was
it.
going to pay it for me.
It.
Okay, the company was going to pay it for me. Okay, I was going to make them pay for it. They were going to do it.
Oh, man.
But RJ's following Elon every commercial break, everything that's going on.
I can't help it. I mean, if you just click on a trending topic, it's Elon Musk now Twitter 2.0. He's like, hey, we're going to revamp Twitter. If you want to be part of the team, it's going to be like 80-hour weeks, and if you don't, you're fired.
He fired someone publicly yesterday.
He did. So yesterday he was like, he posted a tweet about how sorry, Twitter's slow, or he got 5,000 BTUs of energy coming through here, whatever he said. And this guy was like, yeah, that's not really true. And then he's like, he was working on Twitter for Android, and him and Elon had a back and forth, and he said, you're fired.
Yeah.
On Twitter.
Well, the guy was being a smart ass.
The guy was being a smart ass. Like, the guy deserved it. Like, this guy was trying to get fired.
Yeah.
And then Elon's like, and this is a good one. He goes, oh, by the way, because at the bottom of your tweets, it'll say Twitter for iPhone or Twitter for Android.
Yeah.
He's like, we're getting rid of that. It's a waste of space.
Right.
Okay. I never cared if you tweeted it from your iPhone or your LG.
You didn't have a different perspective. You're like,
It's
hold
oh my
on
God,
just a
hang on
second.
Now, they're a Samsung user, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's getting rid of that.
Derek, do you have a similar Michael Irvin story when, and we know you always listen to the Playmaker, he had the smoke alarms going off in his house this morning, and he said someone tried to come in and rip him off to replace all the lights in his house because he was Michael Irvin. How much did he say for the lights?
40 grand.
40,000, yeah. I was listening.
For 30 lights?
Something like that.
Yep,
Can
30 lights.
Can lights, right? The can
Yeah.
lights.
That ever happened to you?
Yeah, so it's funny. One, the Christmas light thing. I've heard that too. I get that in the neighborhood. I don't do it.
You don't put lights up?
I'd rather do it myself. If I'm going to do that, like I
So
got a ladder, I can do it. I don't put lights up just because I go stay at my parents' house for Christmas, so I'm not trying to, which is later, but still.
Wait,
I
hang on a
just
second.
don't
The
care.
Holland Estate has never had Christmas lights up when you're in your own home?
I respect that you called it the estate. Too,
Yeah,
by
the
way.
grounds. Sorry.
The grounds.
You're having not to Jerry's level where he called it the grounds.
That's
I
way
would be
more.
shocked if you
No,
told
I
me
don't-
you've never had Christmas lights on your home.
I
Because
have,
you're like,
yes, I have.
but you didn't put them up.
No.
So they are not.
That was the house across the street where I'm from.
too
Where
high.
I'm at.
So they're not up right now, and they
was
won't
high.
be up this
No,
holiday season.
I'm gonna look and see for myself, like how much it would cost just to get the ropes myself and do it, the rope lights, because I heard you talking about too.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, like $5 a foot, and then
Yeah.
all that
Linear
It's
foot.
just so much,
linear
but it's
foot.
like
Linear foot.
yeah, whatever. It's still ridiculous. But I had somebody come out. They were doing same thing, lights, and also I wanted to get heaters installed. I have the heaters already. I have everything set up. All I need is my dad's an electrician, so he was telling me like this is what we do. My dad just can't do it. He's not doing that anymore. He's
Right.
older, retired. He's not doing it. The guy came over, 2 heaters. All he had to do was take them out, replace the 2 that were there, which were smaller, and then put a new block in the fuse for more wattage. It was going to cost me $65,000.
Oh my god!
And I was like, "Yeah, I'm good on that."
Yeah.
He's like, "Well, we got to install this up here. We're going to cut into the wood." I was like, "No, you don't. Like, my dad's an electrician.
Yeah.
He gave me the whole rundown of what's going on. We
What
don't
did
need
your
to do all
dad
that."
say it should cost?
Well,
roughly,
we never
or-
really
Yeah.
discussed that, so I don't know. It
But
definitely
not
wasn't
60.
that. No, absolutely not.
Dude, if you
I got a
can.
guy.
I bet you do. You know everybody.
Your guy's usually Derek.
Does he give you free stuff too?
No, he lives with me. I give him free rent. It's my nephew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he installs heat and AC.
The
Dude,
Tinder guy, right?
Yeah, Tinder.
What a Tolo.
What do we call them? Tinder fingers? Tinder
Tinder
hands? Tinder hands.
If you
Yeah.
can
Oh,
find,
dear.
all right, do you guys have these checked off on your life list? If you can get the mechanic, your go-to mechanic,
Yeah.
your go-to electrician.
Yep. I don't have an electrician. I have a plumber. I got a mechanic. I got pretty much every. When it comes to any woodworking or painting, got people.
Oh, I got a plumber.
But I do not have. I do not have an electrician.
I don't have the electrician. I don't have the go-to, like, no doubt mechanic.
I don't have a mechanic either, and that would be a huge.
I got
"Hey,
you.
It costs whatever.
Just let me know.
Great, sounds good.
Right.
Instead of does it?
You, Derek? Which
Yeah,
ones
I
do you
do.
have?
I've got one that basically does almost all of it. I don't have an electrician.
You have
if you
a
need an
mechanic?
electrician,
Yeah.
number 1 Air can help you out.
There you go.
Smart.
And you?
Yeah, I got number 1 Air will do
And I guess the
everything. Yeah.
accountant.
Oh well, I got
You
Kevin.
feel important enough to have an accountant?
You just ask
I don't
Kevin.
need an
It's like
accounting questions.
Chicolene. You don't need an accountant
No.
because your wife is one.
No, he is.
You are. Were you one?
No, but I'm very good with.
What was your
numbers.
math SAT? And were they still doing? Oh, you're older than me, so never mind. It was 1600. Well, you know what it is.
It was like 780.
Oh my God!
Wow. Are you still sharp? Great with it?
I think I'm good
Dude,
with
he
numbers.
balances a checkbook every day.
Real? Do you
Who
really?
Not
does that?
every day,
Every
but
day.
Can you rip off multiplications?
not to the extent that I think would impress you, but
Okay.
Rain Man.
I'm gonna try you.
probably not to the extent that would impress you.
643
That's probably going to be too much.
times 42.
That's probably going to be too much.
All right, give me 60 times 45.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh. What is happening? You used to be my human calculator,
Okay,
Kevin.
it's 2,700.
Good
I
job.
just didn't
Good
want
job.
you to make fun of me.
Good job. Give me 60 times 36.
2,160.
Good job. What's
Good
going
for
on,
you.
Peyton? You got something?
I was just letting you know you have a read to do. Just one more. We were going a little
He thought it was
Kevin
breaking news from Jeff Passan.
Well-oiled machine.
Well, in my ear, he said computer. So
my computer.
So I was like, breaking news. Like, where are we going with it? Computer. All right. Well, everybody knows what's coming up, including the KMC masterpiece next on 105.3 The Fan. And now I'm talking about computers. mycomputercareer.edu. It is your next job. It's your next.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You've got Corey Majors. You have Joey Erickson. And joining us in Mike Bassick's stead today is Derek Holland. Good morning to all of you fine gentlemen.
Hello.
Oh, hi there, Kevin. I was
That's
taking
you too.
I was
You're a
taking a
fine
picture
gentleman.
of Derek Holland so I could post it on the Twitters.
Okay.
And the Facebooks and let everybody know that our friend's hanging out with us again today.
That is super cool.
I just like that you guys called to have me fill in because you knew that Mike was going to be sick.
How on earth would he's not even sick? His kid's sick.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but like, how on earth would we have known that, Derek? There's no way we could have known.
You guys have kids.
That is valid.
Corey
actually.
told me he hoped, and I was like, "Oh man, that is controversial."
I would never say that.
No, I'm just kidding.
I love Mike.
I think you guys were giving me a tryout, so that way you didn't have to bring Mike back.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that is so we can only replace him with another major league pitcher.
Yeah, we're just gonna let him go.
Okay. Oh,
who's
I
gonna
don't
throw
want to do
strikes
that.
if it's not Mike? You know,
it's got to be Derek.
Yeah, it's got to be Derek. So we need a strike
And then
thrower.
if it's not him, we'll bring in Carlos Rodon, and we'll be
Mhm.
rolling.
Yeah, sounds like
All
a
right.
deal.
Wow.
And
I mean,
Nolan?
one way or another, he'll probably be in the Metroplex. So I wanted to actually start this off with, let's go cut number 8, because we're going to start off talking about them Mavs.
The double. Finney Smith. Bullock. He's driving it and looks for Finney Smith. It's a loose ball, and Luka picks it up. There's some Luka magic. Ain't nobody in this game who's got a knack for doing stuff like that than the Slovenian El Nino Montevilla.
You heard what he said. It was an incredible shot on a game that the third quarter was less than pleasing, but they did get the win and ended up beating the Clippers, although at halftime, it looked like they might beat the Clippers by 40 points. And so the game clearly tightened up from there, but Luka Magic gets it done. What were y'all's feelings about Luka, I guess, and Dinwiddie yesterday playing a massive amount of minutes, and it looks like he might be without one or both this evening?
Dinwiddie's going to have to play a massive amount of minutes for this team because
That is probably true.
he's your next best option. Like you don't have Dwayne Wade running with LeBron here. You have another version of it, but that's your guy, and so you got to run with
handle
that.
the ball.
Yeah, for sure. Like that's your guy that you're expecting is going to give you those extra points or distribute those extra points somewhere throughout the team. Luka, like you kind of expect those moments. I did see that he shushed the crowd after the game or after that shot, but he was like, I wasn't shushing the crowd. Why? He was like, I just wanted to celebrate. All I wanted to do was celebrate, and I would never shush our crowd though, and I like that he confirmed that real quick.
I feel like it was more of a shush to the Clippers
For sure.
But Luka just continues to be Luka all the time. Every time he's out there, it's like, what are we going to see next? What can this guy possibly do next? The thing I want to throw out there too is you got to give credit to Dorian Finney-Smith. He had himself a game yesterday too. He also played a lot of minutes as well. And Bullock, he was getting his shot. He made some important shots for the Mavs too. I didn't get to see the whole game, but I saw the ending of it, and he was making some key shots too. I mean, it's just huge. We got to have Dinwiddie out there. As Mike would say too, we need somebody else that can dribble the ball around, move it around.
Yeah.
Because it's so heavily balanced on Luka. And one thing that I want to bring up that me and Mike talked about before was when the Mavs played against Portland. Portland has basically the same offense as the Mavs. Everything goes through Damian Lillard, and that's what we have to mimic is what they did. And they moved the ball so well. And it was very noticeable when they played against the Mavs. That's what the Mavs need to do is kind of mimic that same thing that Portland does. Now, granted, they're doing that. They move the ball fairly well. We're just slow. That's the other thing, too.
Now, I have something else to kind of go along with this that's more generalized NBA in addition. But
What about giving up all these big leads and late in the game?
You
Kevin? How are you
know,
going to fix this?
What's
a bigger problem for you right now? The fact that the Cowboys can't stop the run, or that the Mavericks keep giving up big leads late in games?
Mavericks.
I think so too. Because,
Really? Interesting.
Because that seems like even at this stage in the season, that has already cost the Mavericks more losses than it's cost the Cowboys.
Okay, all right.
You know, like I feel like it's only the Packers game that I discernibly point to and be like, Well, if you were able to stop the run, you're probably going to win that game.
Yep.
Whereas the Mavericks, I feel like there's been a couple of times where, although there's also been an equal amount of times where they've still won, it's just been far more like tension building. Like last night, if you're just looking at the box score, you're like, oh, heck of a shot from Luka, heck of a game. That's awesome. But if you didn't catch the first half, when they were just whipping their ass at every single turn, you might not have known like the wild ebbs and flows of this game. Now, one of the reasons that, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, what was the largest margin of the lead yesterday? And they've done it in multiple games. I feel like it
was
I know
at
against
least
Portland, it was
22.
16. Well, Portland was 16. They came back.
Yeah.
You said 22 against the Clippers. I mean, there's got to be something. I think one thing that plays a factor, though, is the refs do control that. You know, you're going to get the quick change from the refs, which creates the momentum for the other team, too. They stop that momentum that the Mavs have.
25 at one point.
22 at Phoenix, 16 versus OKC, 10 at Orlando, and 14 at Washington, and they led by 25 last night. Last season, they were 48-8 when taking 10-point-plus leads. 2 years ago, 41-2, and now that's not their
41-2.
Yeah, so we need to get back to that.
Let's do that. Now, in terms of tonight's game, now you do have the feeble Rockets. However, Spencer Dinwiddie and Luka, they combined to play 81 points, and Jason Kidd seemed to insinuate that one, if not both, will get a rest tonight. So I think it's a pretty decent bet that you will see one, if not both of them, sitting out against the Rockets.
I got a question to Derek, because Kevin, you will play through anything. I've seen it happen before.
You are my hero.
Yeah, it is pretty inspirational because he can just tell his blood cells to get after it.
You know what it is? It's because he's better.
Better.
Jason Kidd said the other day that he talked to Luka about resting a little bit and taking the night off or whatever, and Luka told him, "I'll tell you when I need rest." And listen, I trust the most competitive people to know what they're supposed to do, but sometimes guys will. Maybe they are trying to fight through something. Maybe there's a contract. It's not that way with Luka, but guys have to be very honest with their coaches about those things because their coaches have to be able to trust. I'm putting that guy out there knowing he can do all those things, but does that happen all the time?
Yeah, it's tough too because sometimes like maybe you are dealing with something. Clearly, we know Luka's not. Nobody is. I want to make sure that's out there that nobody's dealing with anything.
It's just a back-to-back.
It's just more of it's just more of Kid being smart. Like, hey, let's just save it. We don't need you to go out there. We can rely on some other guys. And to me, honestly, if it is Luka, we're going to get to see more of the guys actually try to step up. Let's see who the guy can be to step up when Luka's not on the court. Because we see it when Luka sits out in the second quarter. Who are the guys? Who can we count on that can keep this lead or keep the momentum going? Now, granted, you are going to run into, if, let's say, something was wrong, guys are going to try to play through it because that's just the mentality is, it's not that serious. I can play through this kind of thing, but it gets a little risky because it could become something serious.
I think it's a savvy time to take that break. Not only it's a back-to-back, you're playing probably the worst team in the league, and if not the worst team in the league, one of the worst two teams in the league in Houston, and then you have two games coming up against Denver, which it feels like you'd be much more likely to need to be at full strength to win.
Which is weird, too, because those are almost back-to-back against the same team. I like what you're saying, too. It's not a good team. Let's just, take this one if that's what we're trying to do.
You could still win this Houston game.
Yes. Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I do wonder, too, Kevin, though, with Luka, after a bad game, and Jason Kidd's like, hey, maybe you should rest a little bit because, it wasn't the greatest game. And he's like, screw you, coach. I'm going to go out there and score 50 on you tonight.
100%.
And then he does that, and then he's like, now I'll take a rest. Yeah, I can totally see him being like, nah, I got this.
I think that's 100% accurate. Yeah. So in this one, I could be like, hey, look, buddy. You have 35 points, 11 rebounds. In the good buddy.
Yeah, the good
buddy. Not
buddy.
the condescending buddy. Maybe just a little bit. You have 35 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists. I was like, you did a great job.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's take a break. Spencer Dinwiddie, you've been on a heater for like the last 3 games before this one. Let's all just take a break and regroup for Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to go along with this, I was really curious y'all's thoughts because I was reading an article about we're about a month into the season.
What?
Into the NBA
Does it even
season.
Feel like it, man?
Yeah, because of football and stuff.
Yeah, we got.
Because we'll get to Christmas and people will be like, "Oh yeah, is Luka your definite MVP of the first month of the season?"
I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's got a strong showing. I mean, it's kind of hard to not say. I mean, who would you pick over him?
Embiid? Is he in the discussion?
I wonder the other
Tatum?
the other two that come to mind. Yeah, Tatum and Giannis. But I was going through this article on The Ringer, and they've got Luka as their first month MVP, which I think is certainly reasonable. Before people get bent out of shape and talk about the playoffs and everything like that, like the whole point is it's the first month MVP. So that's all we're judging off of is the first month of the season.
The two guys that you named, they're not even in the same division or whatever. Or they just
conference?
do it. Conference.
No, this is across
this
the
is the whole league.
wide,
Okay,
yeah.
that's what I want to make sure too.
Baseball's the only one that's like, let's give some participation trophies.
Whoa.
What?
That's a good point.
It's
You're
not
the
like that.
AL Cy Young. Why can't I be the whole Cy Young? No, I don't know.
Okay.
Now that everybody's
you guys are bullying me.
Yeah.
No, but everybody's going to start playing each other now. Like that is kind of different in that it's not split that way where everybody's now is going to be going after each other. Kevin, can I throw Rudy Gobert out there? He is leading the league in rebounds.
Baseball
We're leading the league in rebounds, though, and I cherish rebounds. And so I think they're important, and I think that the rest of the league should too.
I will put him in the mix for Defensive Player of the Year, although they did pick OG Anunoby for their Defensive Player of the Year. Now, Coach of the Year, I think this is a no-brainer.
Jason Kidd.
It's not Jason Kidd. Who did you say?
I said Rick Carlisle.
It's not Rick. It is not Rick Carlisle.
No.
Is the Utah Jazz are having an incredible start to the season. It has to be Will Hardy. Like,
who's trying to lose games.
I know. And now they're doing a better job. They were 10-3. And so I know now that they've dropped 3 straight, now they're all like, hey, I don't want to have to lie to the media anymore and be like, what a great job we're doing of winning games. Now we're moving in the right direction. But the start that team had, for a team that everyone was like, they're actively tanking.
I cannot tell you what I would give up to get Clarkson from Utah. I've been this way for a while, and I know like where he stands with a lot of things, but that's the kind of player, Kevin, when we talk about Dinwiddie, like that's another player right there that I think can do the Dinwiddie role and just a scotch better than Dinwiddie. And then maybe Dinwiddie takes that as a challenge, is like, I'll show you, and I would love that. But if that's again, I go back to the playoffs. When everybody else in that team quit, Clarkson was the only one that gave a S about that playoff run.
No, Steve Nash is not up for Coach of the Year.
What happened?
I have terrible news for you.
I did have this text that came in, Kevin, that I really wanted to get to from the 618. Before Derek replaces Mike, I need to hear him call some people names. Because we have, what are the nicknames that Mike has for people?
Fart Schmo McGee.
That's one.
He likes to call people Jack Nuts.
Right,
I'm a big fan of when he calls people Jack Nuts.
So you really got to work on that portfolio of the nicknames that you can give people out there for whatever purposes you'd like. So we'll work on it. We'll work
very
with you,
afraid
man.
this is going to turn it. He's going to call someone low energy, and then I'm going to be really concerned about the direction this is going.
Yeah, but see, I can't do that. I can't just go after people like that.
He's too nice. Yep. Most improved player, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Sixth man of the year, Kevin Love. And rookie of the year, at least early on, this is a no-brainer, Paolo Banchero. So far this season, 23.5 points a game, 8 rebounds, 4 assists. He has had a hell of a start to the season.
Curious about Shai. Are you a
If we can
fan?
get him.
Are you a fan of
yeah.
his?
Oh, yeah.
Mike maybe isn't as much of a fan. I can't. I'm just been listening to y'all's conversations about that, and I'm wondering, is he a top 5 guard?
So the issue that comes along with Shai, and this would be the issue if you were ever going to trade him, but keep in mind, trade for him. Keep in mind, the only reason they would ever move off of him is because of this reason. He'll get hurt on you. He can score a crap ton of points, and he is not necessarily just a volume shooter. He can improve from 3-point to be certain. He has had a heck of a start for the season, but he will get hurt on you. I think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander 100% has the potential to be a top 20 player in this league, but he has had injury problems.
The 903. I love how Kevin and Corey straight up talk S to a professional athlete about the wards in his sport.
Yeah, I had never really thought about that before.
But
it was
like our
you only have to be the best pitcher in the AL to get an award, and in all the other sports, they're like, you have to control the entire league. Yeah. So, which is weird.
You
because,
can answer for that, Derek.
Yeah. No, he will.
You guys are a bunch of buttheads.
He will not.
Look at the nicknames. I like it.
Moving in the right direction.
We're getting there.
We corrupted you in 3 minutes. You went from I'm not going to name call to you guys are buttheads. Wait,
I wasn't sure if we could say that. So I was
No,
curious.
you're
Okay.
fine. My question is, are we buttheads for the whole show or just our portion of the show?
Just for
like
that
baseball
that
does?
segment, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, just
so it's not
that.
for the whole station.
Once we
it's
go
just
to
for
the
our
next segment,
show.
we're going to be okay.
Okay.
It'll wash.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, and Derek Holland, 105.3 The Fan.
for 20 years.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. It's companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Derek Holland rocking with us all day long. And right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It's Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. What's going on?
Well, wanted to talk with you first and foremost about the least surprising news ever that came out yesterday. Is that the Cowboys and Packers was the most watched game of the season, where now I believe the Cowboys have the most watched Sunday night game, Monday night game, CBS slotted game, and now the most watched game across all platforms this year.
So let's not fool ourselves when we start talking about their, waning popularity, right?
What do you think the percentage breakdown is of people that watch those games that are for versus against? Because
it might be 50-50.
I could totally see that because it's not zero. It's a lot higher than
there's
zero.
Still that hate element out there. But, as long as they're paying attention to you one way or another, Tex Schramm taught this franchise that long time ago. It doesn't matter if they're saying good things or bad things, just as long as they're saying about you.
So it wasn't, because I think a lot of people would probably ascribe that point of view to Jerry Jones.
He's carried the torch, Kevin.
And
okay. He's definitely carried that torch.
He learned it from Tex, right? Absolutely. And let's not diminish the popularity of the Packers either.
No, that's very fair. I saw I think it was Bobby Belt who tweeted out going to that stadium, because I've never been there. He said it's so weird. It's like somebody put a stadium down in the middle of Grapevine.
Yeah. No, not in the middle of Grapevine, in the middle of a neighborhood in Grapevine.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, it's a economic stimulus for the neighborhood, because as you drive in on this little 2-lane road, everybody's parking cars in their front yard. So I'm sure they're charging, right?
Yeah.
And you can see how the price increases as you closer to get to the stadium. And then at one point, maybe we were about 3 or 4 blocks away, there was two, I assume they were Cowboy fans, since they had Cowboy gear on, coming out of the front door of the house. And what the people do there, they rent their houses out for the weekend.
That's smart.
And make money, because the 2014 playoff game there, I had, surprisingly, kind of an acquaintance, and they went to the game. And I said, well, how'd you get tickets, first of all? And they said, well, it wasn't that hard. They were, you could buy them online, and we didn't really pay too much over a face. And I said, and how'd you find a place to stay? And they rented a house. And it was like 6 of them. And so it wasn't very expensive for 2 nights.
That's smart, Kevin.
So, yeah.
Wow.
And they've built now a entertainment district to one side of the stadium, and there's a small hotel, and then there's just a stream of shops and restaurants and whatever else there. And it ends up, no one seemed to mind that it was 35 degrees, because the tailgating was bigger than any place you've seen, probably.
Do you ever covertly just mix in with the tailgaters?
I almost did. I do something for Star Sports Tours, and they have a reception tailgate for the people that they bring in.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, I think I have time ahead of time. And then when I walked to the stadium from the bus, it's like, yeah, it's probably a little too cold for me out here. So I didn't do it. But I'll walk around the stadium underneath. I mean, in the in the corridors and stuff, and it's pretty neat. I mean, it's a bucket list for sure for everybody to say you've been there.
I will. I'll have to check that one off. I had a bunch of friends actually that made up their way up to that one. Unfortunately,
as long as and the only thing you got to remember when it's cold, it's bleacher seating. So those are mental benches you're sitting on.
That means it's going to be cold butt.
They haven't changed a lot.
Yeah, kind of like the old stadium here, the old baseball stadium, Kevin. When it was
the blue stadium with all the bleachers.
Yeah,
amazing.
Or like you're going to a high school football game.
Somebody texted this in, Mickey, and we kind of discussed this a little bit yesterday. The Dak's really good against division opponents, And we were kind of trying to figure out what the reason is, or maybe even the Cowboys in general. And I know that Jason Garrett was really big on it. Bill Parcells had talked about it whenever I was interning with you about you got to focus on them first. But Dak does really well against this division.
Well, yeah, and I guess the Cowboys in general. I don't know if it's just, I guess when you win like last year, what did they go, 6-0 against the division?
Yeah.
They won every one of them.
Mm-hmm.
That certainly helps. Dak's rookie year, 2 of the 3 losses that year were to the Giants, and I think 1 by 1 and 1 by 3 or something like that. So yeah, they have played well. I mean, they've dominated the division mostly, if you think about it. So probably, an offshoot of that is beating the teams in your division. I don't know that there's a priority placed on that game or those games, because if you're doing that, what about the other ones? Did you cheat yourself? So, yeah, we'll see here. These next 2 games, I think, will give us a better idea of where this team is going.
So after they win those next 2 games,
Valid.
then you'll be excited.
Well, then you'll say, this might be for real.
Okay.
At worst, you better split it, and the split better be you beat the Giants, right?
Yeah.
Just for division purposes, because I know you're only 1 game behind them, and if you can't catch the Eagles, and who knows what's going to happen, you'd at least like to have a higher seed if you're a wild card team.
The Cowboys brought in 3 different centers yesterday. Was there some roster moving and a shakings?
Well, if you think about it, the backup center at this point has been Shepley. He's on the practice squad, and they've elevated him a couple times already. And I'm not sure they want to add him to the 53-man roster. So you better have somebody you can keep elevating to be the backup center. Remember, they lost Forniak. He's injured. And so Shepley's been the backup guy. And I don't know, what they can tell from him in practice. He's been a pretty good player in the Canadian Football League over the years. But again, maybe they're looking for, when it comes to the center position, just somebody else so they can keep elevating somebody instead of having to sign a backup to the practice squad, and maybe they're hoping Forniak can get back. I'm not sure on that one. And then the wide receiver.
Yeah.
Antonio Callaway.
He's going to start.
He has a serious history of knucklehead-itis.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. I've seen a couple of those moments.
You've seen the bio?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's been suspended more games from college to the 3 years in the NFL than he's actually played.
But this is the place where he can come and revitalize.
Turn him around.
Yeah, this is definitely the place, Mickey.
I'll let you hold your breath on that one.
I believe that means Mickey does not think that this is the place where it's all going to be turned
I mean,
around.
I don't know, but it's like, the history kind of speaks for itself, and it's not like they're looking at him to come in here and be some sort of savior, right? And maybe they just needed more help on the practice squad. I'm not sure, but I mean, he hasn't played in games since 2020?
Right.
Yeah. So let me know.
I definitely will.
I'm not going to get too excited about that one.
As we turn our attention to Minnesota, Mickey, is
you want to talk more about that wide
receiver? Well, I'm sure we have plenty of time to do that. Well, what is that stadium like? Is it a place that's just very difficult to play, or is what kind of
it's a neat.
Is that?
It's a neat indoor stadium. I think the way they built it and tried to, the roof is kind of clear so you can see through, and and I thought, I'm trying to remember the impression it made. The impression it made on me. The last time I was there is they did a good job in the corridors, and especially on the suite levels and where the press box is of honoring their history. A lot of pictures, newspaper type things blown up on the wall. Yeah, it's I don't know that it's as loud as the Metrodome.
Okay.
Because the
That place
Metrodome
got
seemed
real
like
loud, yeah.
the Metrodome, the roof wasn't that high, and I think it compacted the noise. And then maybe it was because the press box was basically just above the whatever level we were on of the stands. So it was open air.
Right there in the mix.
Yeah, and you can hear everything, right? And people shouting at you sitting in the press box. That one always gives me a kick because it's like, what are you yelling at us for? Even in Philadelphia, the people that sit in front of where the visiting media is, and I don't know why they call it visiting. It's the press box, right? It's not
media.
like you're there cheering for the team or anything. And they'll start banging on the windows and yelling at you.
Nice.
Right? And it's like, come on, be civilized.
That is a home field
And they have no
advantage.
idea what the media does, right? That just gives you an indication. But at the Metrodome, yeah, you might as well have been sitting in the stands. And that's the way it used to be at the Superdome in New Orleans. You were just basically right out there with the people, and then they moved the press box as high can be in that Superdome.
Excellent stuff, as always, good sir. I'm just picturing people marching up to the press box right now trying to yell at you. We will...
yeah, they don't even know who we are,
Did you
right?
see what
They
Kirk Cousins just did?
yell at you, right?
If they could,
amazing.
If they could see through the mirrors, I would, or through the window, I would just put like "Your mom goes to college" on a little sign and just put it up there to see if I can agitate people. We will talk with you again tomorrow, sir.
And then I'll give you the update on the old RFK press box.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
I am here for that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Real quick, and I had a question for you guys. There's going to be a Shaq 4-part documentary coming out next week on HBO.
I want to know the behind the scenes on that guy. Like, I really do.
Okay. First episode is going to talk about the rise or from Shaquille to Shaq. And then second episode is going to talk about his time with the Lakers. Third episode, the fallout when things don't go so well with the Lakers. And then the fourth part sounds like the part people might not care about as much as he transitions into the media.
Man,
or maybe people will love that part.
It really does stink that we've been seeing a lot of things that involve Kobe, but we don't get to get the complete Kobe side from a lot of these things still at this point. And, as he's older and matured and, does he have different perspective on things? He had a great personality from things I'm starting to see now. But I am definitely, Shaq's one of those guys. I love the John Sally story where he's like, Shaq never paid for sex. He paid him to go away. He would give him money to say, get out of here. I don't even want you around here anymore.
Wow. What a gig if you can get it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors and Derek Holland.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about this pitching situation now that the Rangers have lots of money to spend next to The Fan.
Coming up in the next
brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike's at home taking care of one of his sick kiddos, but we've got Derek Holland in his stead, and right now it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors and Derek Holland.
You have the music?
He does.
And gentlemen, now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Thank you very much, Chuck Morgan. My hero. He's so awesome.
How much would you like it if we had audio that replied like, "You're welcome, welcome, welcome"?
That would be really cool too. Now don't do the wave. Which they were doing that in Germany during the football game, Kevin.
German fans are amazing.
Irvin says that they're probably going to play 2 games there next year. That's his suggestion.
Then they're eventually going to move a team.
I saw this morning, and I wanted to ask Kevin first.
Okay.
And then Derek, we'll try and figure out what your baseball knowledge is shortly.
Yes, sir.
Evan Grant wrote a story about Martin Perez's deal and where that puts you now. I'm not sure that I think that Martin Perez is a $20 million pitcher, Kevin.
Sure.
But it does put the Rangers in a good financial position to go acquire more pitching. My question to you is, they have 3 pitchers in their starting rotation lined up at $37.1 million this year. That's 3 for 30. That's about what?
$12 million a pitcher,
12.3 million a pitcher. That's good.
Yeah.
And it allows you to go spend a lump sum on somebody else because you're looking at Gray and those guys and you're like, all right, we're good there. Maybe. I don't know. I still have questions. If you do not get DeGrom or Rodon and you have to settle for, let's say, like Uvalde or Chris Bassett or one of those other second tier guys, maybe you get a couple of those guys. Like maybe you get Jamison, is it Tylon? Maybe you get one of those guys and you can get a couple of them. Are you disappointed that you did not get one of the top 2 pitchers? And is it a failure on the Rangers' part by adding 2 quality pitchers, but maybe not one really elite pitcher?
Yeah, because then I kind of wonder why we have so many placeholder pitchers, because the bigger goal is still hoping that your wins and your lighters, not next year, but eventually will be ready to go. So I thought the whole idea of spending on pitching was to like try to get some game-changing folks in here. Otherwise, I don't think it's going to make you competitive. Like, this was a bad team last year.
Okay.
It's not like they were on the cusp of mattering. They weren't. And so I think next year is going to be tough to make an impact unless you, like, go big, big, big. But then I know people will argue, is that the way you want to go? Or do you want to just wait it out until the kids are all ready?
Derek, when you look at this rotation, if you were to add 2 more pitchers instead of 1, would you say, man, that's good quality? Like if you were to get Uvalde or a Bassett or somebody like that, are you looking like, man, this is a pretty decent rotation?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the goal, you want to go get Rodon, I think, is the better of the 2, which we can dive into that later. But
we will.
I think, if you can't get those guys, get a Bassett. The other thing, a guy that I think should be looked at too, if you can't get those guys, he's going to be cheaper, is Quintana.
Yes.
Q is, I play with him. He's a competitor. He's very, very good when it comes to going the distance. He's a guy I think that would help out because as of right now, wouldn't Martin be the only lefty in the rotation?
I believe. Is Odorizzi
righty?
He's a righty? Okay, then yes.
So to me, I would at least, my goal is if I was a pitching coach, I would love to have at least, my goal would be 2 lefties in the rotation. That would be the ideal thing so you can break up the whole righties. But on top of that, I just think we got to go get some guys. You need pitching. That was the big key for the Rangers is they just lacked pitching. Now I think you're also going to see a stride, though, from Dane Dunning.
Oh, you think so?
I think so.
I keep
think
forgetting
you'll see
about Dunning in this conversation.
And clearly, Evan Grant did not pencil him in either, and I don't know if the Rangers. I thought there were multiple times in the season where I thought he had locked in his 2023 starting spot, but it appears as though that is not the case because I feel like Odorizzi is the guy who would like sub in for him, not just in terms of like the level of move that is, and they might still look for 2 other pitchers. Martin Perez coming back doesn't help his case either. I think he'll get plenty of starts here because that's just the nature of the game, but I don't know if he'll start in the rotation.
And that's the thing, too. If he doesn't, he could be your guy that comes out of the pen. He could be your long reliever, too. You never know. That's the thing is what's great about this is having that competition. I know we've heard Jerry talk about having Dak and Cooper. That was great to have two good quarterbacks competing at the time.
Yeah.
But I think this would be another key situation of having that same thing is the more starters you have going into spring training, it puts a little bit more pressure on Dane, which I think that's something that he kind of needs going forward with this is having that competition, having that competitive edge into the spring training to get yourself ready. And if he's not where you want him to be, you can put him in the bullpen. So I think that would be good too, is having him as a long reliever as well.
Kevin, that's the big. We're trying to figure out all these pieces. JD was big on, well, until I get my rotation set, I don't need to go trade and add relievers to this thing because I need to make sure that we have the starting pitching that's going to get us there. Y'all had the roster, y'all had the lineup,
right.
Like it was murderer's row trying to pitch against those guys. I can't even imagine. But it was always kind of this. All right, are we there? All right, now we can squeeze. We can go get a Mike Adams. We can go get this and add that to it. And that was that conversation. So I still think they're that far away from being there, but maybe they have that stable in some of these other younger pitchers and they can do it. It's just there were a lot of blown leads last year. We got to be able to get to that. Now,
well, that's the thing. You need not only the starting, but you're going to need bullpen help too. So that's why it's good to have as many pitchers. It's something you need. So why not get quite a few? And hey, you know what? You might not be a starter. You might be better in the bullpen.
Yeah.
Those are the things you don't know. And at the same time, if, let's say, for instance, Dane Dunning goes to the pen, okay, now if something happened to your rotation, he's still stretched out enough to where he can go right into the rotation if need be. So that's the good thing about having a long reliever. Now, granted, he's not going to get as much innings and as much work, but that's also coming down to the pitcher of keeping yourself where you need to, throwing your bullpens and all that stuff.
Now, Kevin, I don't know if you heard him say, but he thinks that Rodon's the guy. And somebody
100%.
just said that in no world is Rodon better than DeGrom.
Okay, that's fine. He's not. But who has stayed on the field recently longer? You tell me, Rodon or DeGrom.
Kevin, you have the facts in front of you.
And here's the thing, too. I want to throw this out there. Yes, I know that when DeGrom's out there, it's like a video game. But Choppy even said this earlier when we were talking about during crosstalk when we were off. Do you want a guy who's going to – and I love DeGrom, so I don't want this to come off as I'm not into this guy. But literally, do you want a guy who's going to make 11 starts or do you want a guy that's going to go 25 to 30?
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask. How confident are you in that? Because
very.
The last 2 years, yes, but before, like even last year, he had some injury struggles, and
Correct.
then the couple years before that, he missed some time. So,
that's where. So okay, with that, that's where you get into. Okay, if we're going to sign DeGrom, it can't be anything long term. At the most 2 years,
Oh,
because
he's got
you
all
need
kinds
to,
of
You got to make sure he's showing healthy, which that's what Carlos has done. Is Carlos in the past 2 years has shown he's healthy, gone the distance in inning wise. I mean, he came off of Tommy John, went 130 innings, which is very high for a guy to do after Tommy John surgery in high leverage innings, which he did. And he pitched in the postseason, too, on top of that. And then you got the next year, which he was in San Francisco. I don't know exactly how many innings.
He was excellent.
Incredible.
178. He was excellent.
He continues to improve each time. And on top of that, I can't say enough about I get it, I played here, but the Rangers training staff is top notch.
Okay.
Now, yes, that could play into DeGrom and helping him and keeping him on the field, but at the same time, I want a guy that I'm actually more sure of right now, and Rodon is the guy that's more, I'm sure of.
I took
healthy.
it from a value perspective as well, because I'm willing to wager that Rodon will cost about $10 million less per year, give or take.
So you're trying to use coupons?
Oh,
here.
yeah. I'm always trying to use coupons.
Okay, all right.
Hey, the second I find out that we have an ownership group that has no care in the world about how much anything costs, then I'll stop couponing
You don't want a Lamborghini. Like that, DeGrom is the Lamborghini, isn't he?
We can't afford it. I mean, look.
You can afford the Lamborghini if you have a couple of really nice Audis.
Okay, let me ask you this. If we can get DeGrom on a 1-year deal to show, for him to market himself and show he's healthy, which it's going to be unheard of.
Yeah.
This is just
that's not going to happen, yeah.
And then you can go out and get Carlos too.
That's a whole different deal. I would have lots of
Let's
questions about why he would leave the Mets if that's what he was doing, but
he's already saying that he likes it here. he likes Texas. He said he wants to play for the Rangers. He put it out there.
Okay, but the reason, and there's nobody who can change my mind about that. The reason he said that is because Texas is desperate to overpay for pitching. I do not think there is one iota of him as a person who's like, I would like to go to a franchise that is inconsequential currently in the baseball standings and then leave a team that is for anything less than money.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I think he's looking at what this offense has, what the potential could be, and the thing that they're lacking is what? Pitching. I can be that guy is what he's telling himself.
I'm hoping. That's what I don't know, man. Like this is where I'm trying to whittle it down and figure out the difference in the players, and I'm really But
that's why I'm curious. Like, who, if you really had to pick right now, who are you going to take?
I got to get to the playoffs.
And how are you going to get there?
At this point, I'm not there, and so I need a pitcher that can help me get there. I have to go with Rodon.
Right
now, once I get to that point where I have, like I said, a couple of really nice Audis, then I'll add my Lamborghini.
Audis?
Yeah, I'm going to say Audi's
Like
reliable
a car,
vehicle.
not a belly button.
I was going to say
it's
belly
not
button?
cheap, but it's not an Audi. No,
that's what I was curious.
It's not super cheap, but it's reliable. It does the work. It's something that a lot of people are like, man, I wish I had one of those. And then whenever I have that stable, I can say, give me the big one.
But I feel what's going to happen too is if let's say we go get DeGrom, Rodon walks, he goes somewhere else, Cubs, whatever. Now we're sitting here, and let's say DeGrom gets hurt. Now we're going to literally come back and be saying, "Man, we should have went and did this." I'd rather go get Rodon and not have to deal with that issue where we know right now we've seen his track record. Yes, I get it. Before the 2 years, he was a little injury prone, but he's shown these past 2 years he's not. Whereas DeGrom has been hurt past few years.
Yeah, no, it would really kill your chances to get to the playoffs.
And that's the thing. Like you said, I'm not getting somebody that I have to wait for, okay, well, if we get the playoffs, he's there. No, I need somebody now so we can get to the playoffs. Ranger fans want to be in the playoffs. They don't want to just go there and get out. They want to get in, and they want to do their job and get to the World Series and win it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Peace-a-thon is in 1 week. Here's some of the cool stuff we've got, what we're doing, and why. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In 1 week, we will be in the midst of Peace-a-thon this year. The 9th annual Peace-a-thon will go from 5:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. to raise money for My Possibilities. And this year, Mr. Derek Holland has said that he will participate in the entirety of Peace-a-thon.
This is insane.
I don't think
this is nuts.
Corey believes you can do it.
I will be there.
He wasn't listening.
I was not.
Corey, and that's why
my
Corey
landscaper just texted me, so I'm sorry.
Your landscaper?
Yeah, they need
Oh.
to fix the sprinkler system, I guess. Something's going on.
His groundskeeper.
Yes, that's right.
Oh.
Please come
Groundskeeper,
out from the
landscaper.
guest house and let us know.
But I will be here.
Corey doesn't think
and
he
I'm
can
going to
do
make it.
All right, we'll see.
I got to be here, what, 5 a.m., right?
That's right.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Maybe 4:30.
Okay.
Maybe 3.
You tell me when, and I will be here.
All right, we'll
I
let
think
you know.
5
And
is
I'm
probably
gonna-
fine.
That seems a little early.
I'm going to get Starbucks and everything.
Oh my gosh! All right, good.
You want to have coffee with me this time?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to need it at that
Come on,
point.
you got to have
in the
coffee
morning.
too.
I don't like coffee.
What if you liked it?
Then sure.
What if we got you something that you would like in
Okay,
flavor
I'll
that
give-
also gave you a caffeine boost?
I'll give it a shot.
I'm kind of concerned. You don't take in caffeine, do you?
That is true.
Oh man, he's going to have the
You
jitters.
see him? Yeah, he might pass out in the middle of the first
I'll
I got a
segment.
couch for it.
Fine.
You have the goose.
I'm driven
everybody
by
calls it.
raising money,
Uh-huh.
and that is what I'm obsessed with. All right. So, Corey, tell everybody about,
All right.
because people ask this all the time. We have new listeners all the time. My Possibilities. What do they do, and why do we raise money for them?
My Possibilities is the first full day, full year continuing education and job placement program in North Texas that wants to give adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, like IDD is what the short term is for that, the chance at a higher education and an opportunity to find out what their untapped possibilities are. Because one of the cool things that they've done, and you heard of the Soap Hope program,
Yep.
where you can buy soaps from them. They have their own little warehouse that they work on there, and they hire students from MP or hipsters from MP. They call them hugely important people, or the
Yeah.
hipsters. That's who they do everything for. They're called hugely important people. They are hipsters. And I know that drives Kevin's nuts because of the idea of
The
what
way you said that was very strange.
Very odd. The nuts.
Yeah, it drives him insane because he doesn't like that.
These
because-
are the hipsters that I do.
these aren't
like.
the ones that are like, I was cool before it was cool.
Yeah.
Kind of, these are different.
Do you know I
hipsters.
burned my tongue? I drank the coffee before it was cool.
Yeah, so that's but if you've ever been to the campus, and Derek's been there, he can talk about it. You see a wealth of love, a lot of people that are really excited to be there, learning, taking part in their education, and furthering what their abilities can be. And then on top of that, Kevin, on the campus, they have another area that they've been working on and growing for their retail, where if you lease the space to have your retail, you hire from there. They are working on the daily activities and job. I'm trying to think of the word here.
Placement,
Job,
opportunities.
not placement, but the work, the ability to do the jobs.
Okay.
Hey, you want to be able to make cookies? We can bake cookies right here. We'll teach you how to do these
the
things.
training and
yeah,
stuff.
those types of training.
Yeah.
They work with them there, and to show, hey, look, they can be huge assets to your company, and they can help you out a lot. 260,000 people in North Texas have IDD. That's a lot of people in North Texas. And 17% of adults with IDD are employed in the community. We can get that number up, and it can be awesome. You look like you have something you want to say.
Yeah, I was just trying to get like more people involved because after experiencing it and being around it, it's really cool. I mean, the kids are there. They're making awesome art. They're cooking amazing food. Just the way that they're interacting, like it's just so awesome to be a part of that and being there. It's an experience I think more people should come out and see. We talk about all the other foundations and helping with them, but this is one too that I enjoy it every time. I mean, as soon as you ask me, hey, are you in? It's pretty much you don't even really need to ask me. It's more like, all right, this is what time I need you to be there.
Yeah.
It's just one of those experiences that I think more people, the more that they see it and they see how much that they help and they're doing such great things, more people will become involved. I think it's more about seeing it to believe it. And I can't say enough about it because the experience itself was a lot of fun with the kids making outstanding food, just the interactions, their artwork. You guys took me in and I got the whole tour of where they're doing everything. It really is remarkable of how great these kids really are and how smart and how talented they are, because they get overlooked because of the situation that they're put into. It shouldn't be ever about that, because they can perform just as well as anybody else. And it's actually unbelievable work with what they do. So it's really cool to be a part of that.
We have some artwork also for auction this year.
And which is great because we have one of the paintings hanging up in our house right now. And I definitely don't want to get sued by Disney. So I wouldn't tell you that My Possibilities is the happiest place on earth. I would specifically not use that phrase.
But it feels that way when you walk in.
It is the best place in the galaxy. How about that? Like, I just don't want to...
Take that, Star Wars.
Yeah, I don't want to... That is very fair, and that's how much I like My Possibilities.
Their annual ball that they did this year, they did it at Reunion Tower, and Chris Arnold was the MC this year. I get the fortune of my wife started working there maybe 4 years after we started Peace-a-thon, which, by the way, anybody listening right now, Derek was the first person to ever donate. We really did. This is how this happened. We were supposed to work night, and then the next morning, Broadus is like, why don't you idiots just work the whole night through? And we were like, all right.
We spent an entire commercial break, and then we were like, sounds good.
So we decided we'll do it, and I said, I bet Derek would donate an autographed baseball. And we were like, and Kevin was like, maybe. And so we texted Derek, and he was like, yeah, I'll donate a jersey. Why don't you just come pick it up? And so I went over to his house. I think it was like a World Series jersey that you donated as a
playoff jersey.
Yeah, it was a playoff jersey, his first item that we ever had to auction off. And we were like, all right. And I think we raised like $5,000 the first year. And every year it's gone up since then. And they do great work. And that's I keep going back to this. Kevin, you got to see Lucy yesterday.
Oh, man.
Lucy had a brain injury when she was born, while she was in the womb. And since then, we've been battling, going back and forth, trying to figure out how to help with her epilepsy. It's caused delays in her learning, and we know that she's not quite where she should be, but man, we're seeing huge strides right now. Kevin got to see her yesterday.
She was ready to chat it up, and I was there for it.
She is a different girl. They're one of the founders of My Possibilities. Their son didn't have anything happen until later on in life when they started dealing with their brain injury. And so it could happen at any time. It doesn't have to be somebody that's been dealing with their whole life. But now that I seeing Lucy, I don't know if she'll ever need to go to My Possibilities. But the simple fact that they are there, they exist, and they are available to her, and they can help her in the future makes me feel better that I know she has a future.
So the question came in from the 940, can we come and see y'all during Peace-a-thon? I think we can facilitate that. What's going to happen is the day before Peace-a-thon, we'll have the website up, like the evening before, and it'll be up all throughout the show itself. If you just go to 105.3 The Fan, it'll be really easy to find the link and everything like that. Is if you donate whatever we think is a fair amount of money,
we'll announce it that day.
And then you can come up and see us that day, or come up and hang out for a future show. That's what we've done in the past, and that's what we'll do again. So if you want to donate to My Possibilities, we can definitely facilitate that. You can come right up that same day.
Just send your receipt to Kevin.
Exactly.
He keeps receipts.
Yeah, we have done that before. But in addition to that, I know some people are like, I would like to help My Possibilities. If I can get some stuff to go with it, that would be great. Well, guess what? Here are some of the things that we're going to have up for auction. It looks like we're going to have another exterior house paint ready to go, or a garage paint ready to go. We've got golf outings with Mike Adams, former Texas Ranger. We've got a golf outing with Derek Holland, obviously, former Texas Ranger. We've got the Chef's Table Experience at Nick and Sam's, which is for 6 people, includes wine pairings. That's going to be amazing. There is going to be a KNC Texas Rangers experience where you can go to the game with us, and we will have our very own suite. That is going to be a big item right there. Plus, if you're looking for athlete stuff, we've got, or celebrity stuff, we've got autograph items and cards from Cheech and Chong, Billy Sims, Bob Lilly, Nick Bosa, Corey Seager, Marcus Simeon, Tyler Sagan, Zeke, Dak, Dirk, Luka, and Micah Parsons. It's going to be super fun. By the way, the Bob Lilly one, we have a TCU purple jersey, Bob Lilly, that specifically is for, it says 105.3 The Fan and Peace-a-thon. We got him to personalize it at the Dallas Card Show a couple weeks ago. I am super stoked about that.
So in addition to that, Kevin, we usually have guests on throughout the day. Just confirm Flula will be on with us at 9 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday morning. So we'll have Flula. He was the first guest we had on for Peace-a-thon, including Derek. So like it's kind of awesome. Every year they've been coming back. Charlotte Jones will be on with us that day.
And I'm hearing rumblings of Micah Parsons and Bianca Belair.
Yeah, we have a lot of cool guests. In addition to all of that, Derek, this is the first time this has happened, and I'm really excited about it, Kevin. The station is embracing it even more. All the hosts are going to be on throughout the day. Usually we like to give them a day off, but they were like, we want to work for an hour at least. And we were like, all right, cool. So all the hosts coming up to be part of it as well. So it is a huge, it's just something we took on as a small thing way back in the day. And now we're seeing a lot more people who are like, I want to be involved in Peace-a-thon.
I'm going to try to add one more person to this list.
Oh.
Mr. Rob Schneider.
What?
I'm going to reach out to him, see if he'll jump on. I mean, I'll let him know, it's what we're doing and everything, and we'll see if we can get him to jump in here too.
That would be awesome. I'd really enjoy that. Kevin, I think we got choppy booked for the round table of love in the 4 o'clock hour on that day.
How confident are we that that'll still be going in a week?
I'm 100%.
Okay.
Like, she is too cool for him to give up on that. So maybe it's like she gives up on him.
Sure.
Yeah, I could totally see that. But she seems to like him. So that's a nice thing there.
Or she just wants to go to the Stars game that night. Look, either way, doesn't matter. Whatever facilitates that to happen.
I love all these auction items that you're talking about too, man, because that's the thing that raises the money. We just get to have the fun for the 13 and a half, 14 hours.
Did you say there was a Stars game that night?
There is a Stars game that night.
I'll give away my ticket. I got 2 tickets we can give away. They just got to donate to you guys, and I'll just send them to them.
Okay.
We'll figure that out. We'll set that up.
We'll get that all squared away, too. That'll be fun.
So, from the 214, can we send y'all food from our favorite local pizza place? You definitely can. This ends up being kind of like our Thanksgiving smorgasbord as well. That's probably a better use of that.
Smorgasbord.
And so people will get involved. We'll have people who donated come up. We'll have people who bring food come up, all kinds of stuff. What is that?
And
look
during
on
that
your
day,
face?
Kevin, that is also leading up to Cowboys Thanksgiving football game that's going to be against the Giants. The Cowboys have signed Tack McKinley, Antonio Callaway, and Brock Hoffman to their practice squad.
Man, Tack McKinley, we're talking about
a guy we wanted so bad.
How many years ago was that? And that continues to be a trend around here in Metroplex sports. Like, it happens with the Mavericks quite a bit, and now obviously it's been happening with the Cowboys. Hey, is this somebody that you wanted 2 to 3 years ago? Well,
we got him.
We've got him for you. So yeah, no, I am excited about that as well. And then Derek being in there for the entire show, and then you never know what kind of shenanigans will happen throughout.
I kind of do want to bring back the Mousetrap Maze.
Why?
It's fun. That was a blast. I was really good at it. I remember I fell and I said a bad word.
Yes. Yes, I do.
That was terrifying.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in 1 week, Peace-a-thon to benefit My Possibilities, 5:30 a.m. to 7 p.m.
My buddy Marcus just messaged me and said, are we doing the Thanksgiving food tournament? Let's go Rolls. So Kevin voted Rolls.
I just want to point out, multiple people vote in that. It's not just me. I'm not the reason it got to Rolls, all right?
But it did get to Rolls.
I think Mike got mad. What happened is Mike got mad when his top food, I think it was probably turkey, and he was like, this is stupid. You know what? I'm voting Rolls. So Mike pretends like he had nothing to do with getting Rolls to the finals. I'm pretty sure he helped.
Then let's retry it. Let's retry it this year and see if Rolls wins again, or based on the way you try to push it through, just like the tournament's always trying to push Duke up to the top.
And then, we lost last night.
I don't know what Lucy can autograph. There have been multiple people ask about a Lucy autograph to auction off, and they said they would pay for it.
Can we just take Carter's hoodie?
No, we can't take his hoodie.
Okay.
That is a cool hoodie, but I don't know exactly what she should autograph. maybe a Barbie doll or something. I don't know. We'll figure something out.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, MLB predictions for what could be a wild offseason, including a few involving the Rangers. We'll talk about it next right here on the Fan.
field. Back goes Brown through the track to the wall. That ball is history. Nate Lowe, a 3-run Jimmy Jack. He breaks it open. It's the Rangers 7 and the Athletics 2.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to talk a little bit of baseball, specifically some off-season predictions and projections. I saw this list from Mike Bassick nemesis Jim Bowden, and it kind of goes through some of the ideas and predictions for what could be a wild off-season. We can stop and discuss whatever aspect you want. He has 25 predictions. I picked out the ones that I thought were particularly relevant. Prediction: Justin Verlander returns to the Astros on a 3-year, $135 million contract. Would you feel comfortable, like, if they didn't offer that, going that amount of money?
Me? Not my money. Absolutely. Yeah. Justin Verlander's still a good pitcher, dude. And he knows how to win a World Series. So I would do that, but I'm still trying to build a lot with my pitching rotation. I also want, here's my dream: Verlander, DeGrom, Syndergaard. Just put all those guys. Just put them all on the starting lineup and let's run.
It's not your money.
What was that? Was it the Astros they had? That they had Roy Oswalt, and they had that entire group that was just, you're like, wow, this is insane how good all this pitching staff is right now.
I mean, Oakland's always had the good pitching staffs.
Yeah,
back in the day.
Oh yeah, when they
Mulder,
had Zito
Hudson,
and
Zito. I personally, for me, if it's I'm gonna act like I'm the GM of the Rangers. I'm not spending that on Verlander. I'd rather go get some other guys. Why not build? You don't always have to have that number one guy. If Martin does the same thing he did the previous year, last year, then now I can go get a couple more 2s and 3s and we're good. Go get, for me, I'm not spending it on Verlander. Let's use that money towards somebody else.
Where would you be if you're maybe not even a Rangers fan, but as a baseball fan? Where would you be kind of like, oh crap, if Verlander signs? Like I'm looking at like the Padres or, one of those teams that's already kind of almost there, and that could be the difference for them.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at right now is the Ranger. I would be looking at, okay, Seattle's going all in. They went and got some guys already, or they're starting to make the moves now. I got to compete with the Astros too. I need to go make something. A guy that stands out too is Bassett as well. Obviously, I talk about Rodon. Bassett knows the division. He's with Oakland. He knows the division. He's pitched very well in this division. Go get a guy like that. That's going to play.
All right, let's go to the next prediction. Jacob deGrom. Since we were just talking about, you don't necessarily need that one guy at the top of the heap. The Braves signed Jacob deGrom on a 2-year, $90 million deal that includes a player opt-out after year 1. Would that interest you at all? Because then the idea is if he pitches well, then he's like, ooh, now I can really get a longer-term deal piece. And you just get him for 1 year. He does it
with the Braves?
Yeah. That would be amazing.
That would stink. I see him as a Cub. That's my prediction.
Ooh.
They're going to be spenders this year. I like what that is because it's just like you said, man, he goes out and he's healthy. Now he has everything in his hands. He can do whatever he wants. The power is his. I kind of like that deal. But at the same time, I want to kind of go a different route. That's just me. But got to stay healthy.
We'll move to hitters.
The Braves have all the pitching, though.
They've got, look at them, for instance. They did a good job. All their guys, they've locked up long term.
Yeah.
They are going to be pretty good for years to go, or years to come.
Yeah, there was just rumblings the other day about the Braves probably won't trade Ronald Acuna. And I was like, probably
won't.
He has 4 years left on an 8-year, $100 million deal, and then there's 2 club options. So realistically, he's still under contract for 6 years at $102 million, which is an insanely low number for a player that good. I can't even fathom what you would have to give up to get him at that
all
monetary number. Yeah, pretty much. Or all the players.
All the players, yeah, because picks aren't really currency.
All right, number 13. We're skipping to the relevant ones. Aaron Judge, the American League MVP, will return to the Yankees on an 8-year, $330 million deal. And Derek Holland's already shaking his head no, because are you going to say the San Francisco Giants?
It's going to be, the Giants are going to be probably number 1, but I think number 2 will be the Mets. Because after how, Rizzo's back with the Yankees, so I can see him being an influence to try to get Judge back. That's going to be the big factor. Yankees got to spend. The Mets are going to try to outdo the Yankees just because the new ownership. That guy is going all out on every player. So I just feel if we're really going to look at it, it's going to be 1, the Giants, 2, the Mets, and then 3, the Yankees as the options.
It's fascinating, the club that he gets that far with and everything, and does all these great things, and it's the Yankees.
Yeah,
right? Like everybody wants to try and get to the Yankees at some point.
I always
and he's
wondered.
like, I'll see you later.
I always wondered if like hearing boos in the playoffs after what happened was like, seriously?
I mean, think about it. You were basically MVP.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the home run record for the American League. Like you had
were
an
in the
unbelievable
mix for
year.
the Triple Crown too,
And yet you get booed.
Yeah.
Like that's got to say something. Like, man, I still wasn't good enough. Like, what the heck?
Number 17 on the list, Carlos Rodon signs a 5-year, $144 million contract with your Texas Rangers. That's $29 million a year.
That seems like a lot.
My prediction was 25.
Okay.
When Choppy and I were talking about. I said $25 million a year.
But the Rangers kind of have to overpay. It feels like it just feels that way.
If it comes down between 130 and 125 or 120, I could still see him coming here.
But you think a 5-year deal makes sense?
Yeah, it's a good. I mean, he's earned it, I think. And again, like I said before, the Rangers have a outstanding training staff. They're going to be able to keep him out there.
We were talking about this a little bit off air. It feels like excitement level would be lower for Rodon. Is that just because he hasn't his peak is not as high as DeGrom's peak? I think we would all agree on that because DeGrom's peak is higher than anybody. But also, I don't think he has the name value, which has nothing to do with how good of a player you are sometimes. Do you think that would be a letdown for some Rangers fans, given how much they've heard about DeGrom? Before we get to the season and he actually pitches.
Yes, they probably would look at it as a letdown. But that's the thing is he's making a name for himself. That's what I'd rather have the guy that's continuing to do that. Now, granted, DeGrom puts up video game numbers.
He does.
When he's on the field.
When he's on the field.
And it's always going to come down to health. And Rodon's got that. I mean, the other thing I was going to say, if Rodon doesn't go here, I already predicted that they're going to be spending. It would be the Cubs would be his other option. So I really think this would be the better move is him coming here.
All right. So then you would look at how do we feel about rotation fronted by Carlos Rodon, Martin Perez, John Gray, Jake Odorizzi?
To me, that's solid.
Competitive.
That's good. Yeah,
like that. I
gonna,
mean, like that's a competitive starting rotation to work with. I'm feeling a lot better than the names. Like the guys have been like, we have question marks on all these guys. At least you have one that you're like, all right, feeling pretty good about that.
Would you guess that? I'm sure a competition could take place. Would you guess that they would give the nod to Dane Dunning, or that they would just keep going out there and still be looking for more?
They're definitely still going to go out there and get more. On top of that, too, I do want to throw this out there. We play in a pitcher's park, so that plays a factor as well. So for guys like Rodon and DeGrom and whoever else is possibly thinking of coming here or wanting to come here, that plays a big factor when it goes against another ballpark, for instance, Wrigley Field.
From the 682, Carlos Rodon is a card collector, by the way. I don't know.
Yes,
this.
he is.
He is, Kevin.
Yes,
so
he
maybe
is.
you and Mike and
okay.
And I get it too. I know people are giving me crap because he's one of my best friends, but I'm also speaking hypothetically of how it should go down.
Yeah,
too.
Derek's realistic with this whole thing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna just because he's my friend. Oh, he has to come here. No, that's not it.
So you're not going to use your influence to bully
I'm
him
doing
into
everything
coming to
too.
Texas?
Trust me, I am recording. I'm
no.
recruiting him. Yeah, I'm recording too. Every time we talk.
Every
Remember, you
time
said
we
this.
say words.
You said you were going to come to Texas.
You do not sound like a great friend if that is
I
the
like
case.
it. I like
All
your
right,
you don't know.
Okay, what's your sales pitch for Texas? Why should I go to Texas? Your team stinks.
But that's not. So I would never say that the team stinks.
No,
first
I'm
off.
telling you that.
I know.
I'm Carlos Rodon.
I would tell if
geez.
it's me, I'm like, hey, Carlos, look, they're up and coming. They've got a solid lineup, good defenders in the field for you. It's a pitcher's park.
What good defenders?
You can't tell me Simeon's not that good.
Fair
you can't
enough.
tell me
What about your
Lowe
shortstop?
did really good. He's fine. Seager's going to be perfectly fine. You got over at third base. I'm trying to think of his name. He just got is it Jung or
Josh
Young?
Young?
Yeah, which is weird because it looks like Jung.
When's he going to stay healthy for a season?
I know, and I like that.
He
but that's
needs
the
to learn
thing
about
is-
this team.
Right, and he's going to want to come here after seeing how it is. This is a team that's on the rise. They are turning the page. They've got an ownership that cares. They've got a GM that wants to win, and he wants to win now. He's not waiting. He's making the moves. Obviously, they went out and spent last year.
Yeah.
They're going to spend again this year. They're showing the Ranger fan base that they want to win. This is one of the best group of fans you'll ever be around. They care about you. They're passionate about the game. They want to be there. They want to see us win. You're in a great place. This is going to be your new home.
Okay.
Home for a long time. I do wonder this, Derek, because you moved here.
Oh yeah, this
when
is
athletes
home.
move to or get here, they're like, oh,
Everybody I
can live
talk
here
to
forever.
loves it here. There's a lot of athletes that are in Texas, not specifically Dallas.
Play,
but they are here. This is home. All sports.
Yeah. Dude, I think we take it for granted sometimes, Kevin, because we grew up here, we live here and everything.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people that once they get here, they're like, oh man, there's so much more to offer when you get in this place.
All right. I hope you're right. I would like to have him. It sounds like a lot of folks believe the Rangers are the favorite to land him. So we will see how that plays out.
I'm at 85% on this.
85%
of him coming here.
I'm going to go follow him.
Is the other 15% the Cubs? Or is it broken up?
It could be other teams. I'm not. Okay. I can't say.
Oh, okay. Now I got a quick
jawline.
What?
He's got a great jawline.
How much does that factor into your decision to sign people?
Big deal, man. It's a real big deal. You want somebody that has a sturdy jawline. That, like when you're on the mound, dude, you need an intimidating jawline. You need those hitters to look at you and go, "Whoa, hold on, what's that guy thinking right now?"
Well, his paychecks will look a lot better here than it would elsewhere.
We had a long conversation with
that.
Chew about that, by the way.
Man.
Kevin had
Chew.
tax talk with Chew one year during spring training. It was awesome.
It was
That's a legend right
It
there.
was one of my favorite moments because people rushed over and then realized they didn't care. So it was just me and Shinsu Chu at his locker room, and we were talking about tax stuff because Mike Trout had just gotten his deal. And then a whole bunch of people from like MLB.com and all this other places, they were like, oh my God, is he doing a one-on-one? They were like rushed over. They stayed there for maybe 15 to 20 seconds and realized we were just talking about the breakdown of tax law, and everybody left. All of them, they were like, I don't care about this at all. And so they all left, and it was amazing. And we had like a 15-minute conversation about tax breakdown. It was one of my favorite. We're the KNC Masterpiece. By the way, a lot of people are asking if you would come back and sign with the Rangers.
I mean, I'd love to. I'd like to, for me, I would love the opportunity just to have a tryout. And if it doesn't go well, I don't make the team, cool. I can retire as a Ranger. That's my goal. This is where I started. This is where I'd like to finish. I've got 13 years in the show. I'm happy. I'm very happy with that. I just would like to have one more opportunity, and then I can get into coaching. So hopefully I can, see how that works. But at the same time, I'm hopefully get one more opportunity. If not, it is what it is.
Man of the people, not too good to try out. I like it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, a big reason why the Jets are so good. Plus, snow football. Here we come. Next on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet, when the time comes to sell your vehicle, they'll buy it for full market value, not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values. It's the right way to do things. Find new roads. Visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
First and goal at the 7. Back to throw Zach Wilson. Screen right. Caught Robinson at the 10. At the 5. Reaches the ball out. He's across the goal line. That's a Jet touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Just why have the Jets been so good? Let's try to figure that and many other things out as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Biscuits and gravy.
I like it. And we start with this. Justin Jefferson was named the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. I know the Cowboys single-handedly tried to make a case for somebody else, but it didn't work. Justin Jefferson's 10-catch bonanza, and that one catch that I still don't totally understand how he did that, besides being awesome, has gotten him the NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
You know, I follow Ben Baby, who covers the Cincinnati Bengals, and Joe Burrow was just asked about Justin Jefferson, and he kind of sat there and looked and was like, yeah, my college receiving group was pretty awesome.
Man,
like,
no freaking kidding.
They got me here, and now I'm here, and I'm doing my thing, but even still, that was a pretty solid group of receivers.
There is no question about that. Now, running back, the Cowboys had just seen Khalil Herbert has been placed on the injured reserve, so he's going to be out for the next 4 games. Commanders head coach Ron Rivera is towing the line very carefully. He says he's still not sure if Carson Wentz is back and ready to go, when I know what he really wants to say is, who gives an F? We're obviously going to keep playing Taylor Heineke.
Yeah.
That's probably not the right thing to say, but...
What do you mean? Be a leader and go in a direction. Don't care what everybody else says. We're trying to win games.
Yeah.
We're not trying to, take care of people's feelings here.
Look,
I support
that 100%, but that is not how the world of sports and business always works.
If there's an issue, grab a tissue.
Yeah, that sounds like a washism.
It is.
When he was watching Steinfeld.
What?
That was amazing.
Why wouldn't you just keep riding with the hot hand?
No reason. I have absolutely no good answer for you.
They're in last place in the division. Let's go with this. He's playing better. Let's ride with him right now.
They've been rolling really well. All right, let's go from that to...
That's why we should be starting Cooper Rush.
What are you doing right now?
But Dak's 2-2 this year, right?
I'm not going to get into that.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean,
Do you
Cooper
have
Rush
thoughts
was 4-1.
about starting Cooper Rush too?
Well, I was listening to you guys, and no, I'm not saying go start him. I'm not.
Joey.
Remember, the intern's here. Okay, take it easy. No, I just think let's not go there already. I mean, Dak is your guy. You got to ride with him. He's coming off of the injury. He's got to get comfortable with it. He should be fine. I think, dealing with the stuff in Green Bay, you can't help that. I mean, that's just one of those issues.
Now, do you guys want to go to the Broncos and their weird lawsuit or the Jets?
I don't know. I'm always weird about lawsuit conversation unless I'm talking with the Frankels.
Yeah, they're both bad.
But the Jets, what's the Jets story?
Well, and this is a great point, and I'm glad that this person brought this up. I need to reach out to Robert Saleh specifically, because at the beginning of the year, he said he was keeping tabs on those who doubted him. And I said, go ahead and tab me up. Like, add me to the list. I 100% doubt you. And here they sit, looking like a playoff team, which there's no chance in hell I thought that would have happened. So, Robert Saleh, if you need me to call in to your radio show or whatever up there, I will be glad to do so and apologize. But this is a new sentence. I will apologize. You guys have been awesome. One of the reasons is the defense. The New York Jets defense is on pace to be the first team in the Super Bowl era to rank top 10 in scoring and total defense after being last in both the year before. I have to imagine it's not too often that teams are dead last in both of them. And so the Jets not only were last year, they've bounced back. They're top 10 in both. Their defense has been a huge part of that. It hasn't happened in the NFL since 1955.
They're also undefeated on the road.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a huge factor. And I think young teams, it's interesting because Dak was like that. On the road, he was fantastic. And I'm always kind of curious how young teams have these kind of road records, but then they struggle at home every once in a while.
That's what I was curious about. You're at home, you should feel more comfortable at home than you should on the road. But yeah, they're 4-0 on the road.
That is an interesting point. Only Philly is the only other undefeated road team thus far this season. And Zach Wilson's still not that great. All right, let's go from that to...
I'm not going to argue with you about that. I don't
that
think
would be
there
a
can
tough
be
case to make.
I don't think there is any, but he's doing he's whatever that team is. It's their it's their defense.
Sure, no, absolutely.
Right now.
So Aaron Patrick is suing the Chargers, the NFL, and ESPN after tearing his ACL last month.
All right.
He said that it was because of an incident that occurred on Monday Night Football. I have more questions about why ESPN is in this lawsuit as like the broadcasters of Monday Night Football. They're automatically on the hook. He said he stepped on the mats covering the cables leading to the league's replay monitor while trying to tackle somebody, and that is how he hurt himself. And he tried to avoid running into somebody from the NFL, their green hat, which is their TV liaison, and that's how he collided with somebody else and rolled his foot. So the green hats are getting sued too.
I wonder if that's a legitimate case. Because all this stuff is going on there.
Yeah.
Were the people in the place outside of the places they're supposed to be? And I think that's what they'll try and prove is, look, this person was standing somewhere they weren't supposed to be, and it caused an injury to the player on the field here. I don't know how much that can be, proven or disproven, or is it a worthwhile suit because we know the NFL and ESPN has such deep pockets?
Well, there is precedent for that. Is Reggie Bush tore his meniscus after he slipped on concrete at the St. Louis Stadium.
Yes, I remember that.
In 2015, and he sued and eventually got $12 million in damages. So
make sure the playing field in the area that we have to work in is, suitable.
I was going to say, I wonder if this will lead to any changes, but we still can't agree or get everybody in the NFL to agree that maybe you should play on grass. So I don't know what kind of change that this is actually going to affect.
I think Jerry would say, hey, if y'all want grass, we have to build an entirely new stadium for that.
Oh my gosh. There's no way. Maybe. I don't want to say there's no way. I could definitely see a path
in which
stadium. Yeah, I could see a path in which that happens. That was pretty good. Amari Rodgers not only lost his job as the punt returner for Green Bay, he lost his job as a player for the Green Bay Packers. They decided to cut him because he has 5 fumbles this year, including 4 on punt returns, which is the most by any non-quarterback in the NFL. So it's not like that one game against the Cowboys ultimately made the difference, but it was the last straw in this instance. So
you know what happens then, Kevin? You shut one door, that opens another door for somebody else. That means D.D. Westbrook, OU's greatness, gets another opportunity.
Ready to go.
He's played 55 games, 170 catches, 1,788 yards, and 9 touchdowns in his career.
Okay. And now he's going to take over?
Oh, I don't think so. But, they did sign him.
Okay. Let's go from that to there's about to be our first official snow game, it's looking like. The Bills and the Browns.
Is this in Cleveland?
It is in Buffalo.
Because Adrian and Lucy are heading up to Cleveland this weekend, and it is snowy up there right now.
Well,
it's not 3 feet of snow.
Oh my gosh.
They have a winter
it.
storm watch for all the surrounding counties and the Buffalo area, and they are predicting it starts tonight, goes all the way through Sunday. They are projecting at some points there could be 1 to 2 inches of snow per hour.
Whoa! Does that happen?
I mean, I guess
we don't see that happen, but does that happen, dude? That's amazing.
I'm gonna say yes.
Which one? A watch is like you're just keeping an eye on it.
You're just looking.
But the warning is worse, right?
I don't know. I'll have to look it up, man.
We're just on watch right now.
I'm not Dan Brunoff,
That is
I don't want to claim
point.
to be either. Only one Dan Brunoff.
Are you excited about seeing your team lose in the snow? I mean, play in the snow.
I love how harsh you are about that, but I think it'll be great to watch Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt do their thing.
Yeah.
Because this is where we got to get the most out of them. They're going to run the ball. There's no way there's too many passes going, especially with the wind and everything up there. Brissett, let's just have ourselves a day. Let's just see what we can do.
Don't let that guy throw the ball.
Yeah, we can, but just don't do it in the fourth quarter. Let's do it all early.
Do you want the announcers to talk differently too? Like, just instead of being like, hey, welcome to Orchard Park, do you want them to be like, welcome to the frozen tundra in Buffalo, where the only thing colder than the field are the men's hearts who have to play in this gladiator sport.
Dude, it sounds like you've been watching a lot of that stuff.
Game of
NFL
Thrones?
films.
Oh.
Yes.
Not Game of Thrones.
I mean, I kind of see that point as well. We did play a game where my wife would walk in and try to figure out if I was watching the Lord of the Rings show or the new Game of Thrones show. And I was like, here's a good rule of thumb. If you see somebody naked, it's Game of Thrones.
That's a fact.
And let's go. It is a
Nobody
fact.
gets naked in Lord of the Rings.
They don't. But also, nothing happens for like 6 episodes. Then the last 2, they're like, hey, should we do something?
I thought you were talking about the movies. Yeah, no, nothing happens in the movies either.
Hey, if you're a fan of walking, you should check those movies out. All right, let's talk about Justin Fields. Over the last 4 weeks, Justin Fields has scored by far more fantasy points than anybody else. Check this out. The difference between Justin Fields at number 1 and Tua at number 2 is the same as the distance between 2 and 54. So Justin Fields has 38.9 points more than second place over the last 4 weeks. That is the same distance as the second place to 54. That is how dominant his fantasy numbers have been. Now, it clearly has not transitioned into wins. As we talked about the other day, they're the first team to lose 3 straight games when scoring at least 29 points in all of the games. But from a fantasy perspective, he's been fantastic.
I wish I had him right now
on your fantasy team.
Absolutely.
Who is your quarterback right now?
Rodgers.
I think he's about to turn it around.
Okay,
He was really good in that last game.
I played him. I started him. I absolutely did.
I just feel they're going to somehow, some way, sneak their way into the playoffs.
Kareem Hunt got me like 4 points.
Sorry to hear that.
Would you rather have Justin Fields or Dak as your quarterback?
Now, like fantasy or here?
In real football.
Honestly,
I'm staying with Dak.
I'll take Fields.
Why?
I think he's more accurate. I think he has better escapability. I think that
You think he's more accurate?
Yeah, I think he's going to grow. I think he's going to grow into a better quarterback than Dak will be.
Holy smokes.
And that being said, I like Dak.
I wish I would ask that question sooner.
And I love what he is in the locker room. But I like the future of Justin Fields.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, and we will revisit that at some point. Coming up next, though, let's go back to the Mavs. Also, team asset rankings across the NBA. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where either Corey messed that up or Joey really screwed him over. I will let you guys to decide what just happened. But our question, or just discussion point, all right, now it's on Corey. Come on, man. Stop doing
What's going
that.
on, guys?
I want to talk about the Mavs. We can talk about last night's game if you want, or we can talk about general team asset management and how many assets that the Mavericks have to be able to make this team better. And also a quick side note in the no joke zone. Not surprising. Still, the whole situation is very, very sad. Is Virginia did cancel their final home game, which is going to be against Coastal Carolina in the wake of the shooting that killed 3 players and injured 2 other people. Very, very sad situation. And so they did go ahead and cancel their final home game of the season. Now, back to the basketball space. Do you guys want to go back to last night's game, or do you want to jump ahead to the bigger picture about amount of assets to try to make the team better?
Before we move on to that, because I do want to do that, but I love this this tweet from All Things Mavs, because I think a lot of people are in this situation. Reggie Bullock, I've always believed in you. Please don't read my timeline. Like, how many times do you get caught in that situation where you tweet something in the middle of a game and you're impassioned about it, and then moments later that person like revives everything you ever thought about him? You're like, man, this is the best.
I will go ahead and go out on a limb and say there's no person who has watched sports in the history of time for more than 6 months that hasn't cheered for somebody that they just relentlessly badmouth. Because it's usually somebody on your team, right?
Like
They're
Dwight
like,
Powell.
oh my God, you're such a piece of trash. And then you're like, yes, I believed in you all along.
It happens all the time.
I don't believe any sports fan has ever turned their back on and then they're like Lance Berkman, when you get the walk-off, you're like, nope. I'm not cheering for that person because I did not support them and I will not support them. So I think you make a very fair point.
Thank you.
Who is that player for you guys with the Mavs? 877-881-1053. I'm really curious about this because I am obviously just waiting for the playoff game where Dwight Powell hits the game-winning basket. And then, I'll tell you what, the whole run sheet is just going to say D-W-I-G. And it's just all the way down the run sheet, up and down, just spelling him out.
I would say definitely Dwight Powell is the guy that gets the most criticism. I also want to throw this guy in there because of Mike Bassick, is Tim Hardaway. I know he is all over him. He scored 0 points last night. He was 0 for 7, 0 for 5 from the three-point line. My whole thing is he had the game before when me and him went to the game, he did a lot better. He was in double digits in points, better from the three-point line. He's one of those guys that, he's still coming off of an injury. I get it. One of the things we've talked about before with the other athletes, Gallup and a few others, is you got to trust that everything is fine. That's the hardest part. Once we get past that, he's going to be fine. I'm a big guy of just believe in him. Just trust the process. He's going to get there. He's going to get back to where he needs to be to help this team. Dwight Powell is a guy that gets criticized so much with the Mavs because he gets out-rebound. He's just the littler big guy that we have.
Yeah.
That's the way you want to put it. And he gets bullied. And that's the thing that I've talked to Mike about this too, is when he didn't play those first games and he was upset that he's not getting the playing time, he had an edge to himself. And then when he came in that next game, he made a huge impact at that point in that game. I shouldn't say huge, but he made a big impact in the game. That's what we need to get out of Dwight Powell. We got to continue to keep him motivated in that aspect. Whatever it is, if we have to make him sit a few games and let somebody start over him to get that edge back, that's something that I think stands out with him. And the other thing too with Bullock, he had a great game yesterday. Some big 3-pointers. He's a guy too we got to trust. Mike talks about all the time. He always starts off slow in the first 2 months. He's going to pick it up. I think he's going to pick it up sooner than later. And the same thing with Dorian Finney-Smith. That's my guy. I've always talked very highly about him. He had an excellent game too yesterday as well. So it's just a process. It's all going to click. It's just right now they're clicking at different moments. It'll all come together.
There are 3 people that have taken the lead in this voting in terms of who's the player that you get mad at, but then you're like, oh my God, I always supported you. It is from the 682. Oh yeah, Reggie Bullock is mine too. I was completely out on him. and Jason Kidd for like the whole first half of last year. And then clearly they came around. For the 903 last year, Josh Green could kick rocks. There are multiple other people who say Josh Green. But overwhelmingly, the number one answer for the 972-469-214, it's Tim Hardaway Jr. And Tim Hardaway Jr., I just read an article, I think it's in the Dallas Morning News before yesterday's game, is because in the Washington-Portland game, he had two really good games. And they're like, Tim Hardaway Jr., could he be getting back to the player that the Mavs hope he is all along? And he definitely still could. But then last night, he had 0 points and took 7 shots.
Why?
So
why did he keep making shots or taking shots?
Yeah, I was going to say he didn't keep making shots whatsoever. And so to that point is I get why people bring that up, because there will be multiple games this year where you will win them because of Tim Hardaway Jr. And then there will be games like last night where he puts up a stat line.
Have you won a game yet this season because of him?
I think I would argue the Brooklyn overtime game.
Okay.
I felt like he set the, and you can, look, I know.
I know what you're saying.
He set the
because
stage in overtime because he hit that 3 and I was like, we're going to win for sure.
In the past, there have been nights where you're like, man, if I didn't have that 22 from him and he was on fire from 3.
Sure.
I get it. But I haven't seen it this year, and it was missing last year. But you said one game.
I think the Brooklyn game, now all of these are also couched with, it sure is nice to have Luka. And I understand that, like, because Luka, he played fantastically in that Brooklyn game. But the Brooklyn game was one that jumped out to me. But yeah, Tim Hardaway Jr. takes the cake for a lot of people. Now, in terms of asset ranking and how to get the team better, I know that we discussed this in the crosstalk of note last week about how to make the Mavericks better. Well, the bad news is if you go across Hoops Hype. So Hoops Hype, they put together their trade value rankings, which puts together players in consideration that are 25 years or younger, as well as just general trade value rankings, and then how many draft picks that you still have. It probably won't surprise you to know that the number one team is Oklahoma City, because Oklahoma City has 16 kajillion draft picks. And if you think I'm kidding, check this out. In 2023, they have a first rounder and a swap, as well as a second rounder, as well as another second rounder. Then in 2024, they have not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 potential first rounders and a second rounder. Then in 2025, they have not 1, not 2, but 3 more first rounders. Same in 2026. You get the idea. They have lots and lots of draft picks coming up. So not surprisingly, they're up there. The one that I think should probably scare people is New Orleans. Because at least with Oklahoma City, you're like, yeah, let me know when that's a team that I need to be concerned about.
Are
in
we
terms of mattering?
Having draft picks is great.
It is.
If the draft is worth it.
That's fair.
And my question is, and I'm not saying it never is, because there have been, the Luka Trae Young draft was a very good draft. Look at how many, like, DeAndre Ayton was in that too. Kevin, in the next 4 years, are we going to have a moment where we're like, these are game changers for maybe 4 to 6 people deep?
I think so, because I think in the next 3 years, you're going to get the super draft. And so the super draft is going to be when they flip the switch and say that high schoolers can now also come out. So maybe 25 or 26, I think you're going to get the draft where you can take the elite college players and then those freshmen, and then also take the high schoolers with it. Like we've seen this in the past when, the NHL was coming back from their work stoppage and you essentially had the double draft. And so I think that draft coming up, the double draft, is going to be what's of interest. So the problem is you have, bottom cellar dwellers like Oklahoma City, but then you have New Orleans, who has a slew of young players and quality tradable assets. And then they have a first round pick next draft, then 2 the draft after that, then 2 the draft after that. And then you also see Memphis is high on the list, and that is all fine and well. And then you keep going and you don't see the Mavericks in the top 10.
Why?
And then you don't see the Mavericks in the top 20. And then you don't see the Mavericks in the top 25. And then you remember that there's only 30 NBA teams. And so they are in the top 30. They're 27th. In terms of trade value rankings for players, they have one player in the top 100.
Luka?
That is correct. He is second. So the good news is he's really high on the list.
Who's the one?
Giannis. And I didn't make the list, Corey.
Sounds like a Kevin list.
Notable.
Luka's a fringe top 54 player in the league.
He's second on the list. Notable players 25 years or younger: Jaden Hardy, Josh Green, and Luka. So you don't have an overwhelming depth of young players either. And then you don't have your first round pick next year, or probably. And then you have a first round pick in 24, 25, 26, 27. But you don't have like an excess of picks. You don't have a lot of your second round picks. And so the problem for the Mavericks when we talk about making this team better, and why Mike was talking about like Luka being in a spot where he just has to will the franchise in the direction he wants it to go, is Hoops Hype does not have a player in the top 100 for the Mavs outside of Luka. They only have 3 notable players under the age of 25, and one of them you haven't seen at all. And they don't have an excess of draft picks. It is a tough formula when it comes to improving this team because of how bad this franchise has been at drafting and developing talent over the years.
Yeah, they've not been great at it. And identifying it, somebody just texted in, you can get good players that are 20 and older if you have good scouting.
Sure.
Identifying the talent at that level, like Nelson was good at it. Donnie was really good at identifying European talent and being able to, say, hey, it's going to be ready to go whenever, or it's going to take this long. But it was so many other misses and just being like, we're not going to care about the other parts of the draft that really did plague the franchise for quite some time.
Like, I don't know how people feel about this player. I think Bull is an interesting example. Is some people thought he was like a gimmick player coming out of college, and he went in the second round, and he, pretty much floundered for a while with Denver. And now that he's with Orlando, it's really early in the season, but it looks like he can contribute at an NBA level. Now, whether he can contribute at an NBA level to a quality team, I am not entirely sure about that. But that's a great example of somebody who could be picked up for little to nothing in terms of draft or trade capital, and the Mavericks have to do a better job at that. Or the Mavericks have to make a decision about Christian Wood, and if that experiment pays off, he'll clearly rocket up the top 100 rankings. Or if he doesn't, then that's something you need to do something with at the trade deadline, because he's an expiring contract of a player that is at least useful, and you got to do something with it. But it is scary that they're at pretty much the bottom of the list. The only teams below them are the Clippers, Brooklyn, and Washington. And with the Clippers and Brooklyn, they have at least tried to build their super team. Washington, I'm not entirely sure what they've tried to do.
My question, Kevin, the 940 Mavs are not great because you have Luka and essentially no one others want. When does Nico get off the hook for that? Or Donnie? I mean, because it's Nico's job to fix this.
Right.
This is very similar to a presidential election, Kevin.
Right.
Where you can blame the past for a lot of things, over and over and over. And at this point, you're still sitting there as Nico looking at what Donnie did, or Mark and Donnie, and saying, man, we still have a lot of these players and these contracts are tough to be able to deal and work around.
Well,
I'm struggling to be able to do all this. You took the job.
Yeah, no, look, man, one of the big things that they're going to have to deal with is the success or failure of Christian Wood. Like, that is on the current administration, for lack of a better term, if that's what we're going with. If he fails, that's on them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if Christian Wood works out and you're able to continue to build around them, like, bravo. Or even if he doesn't work out and you turn it into another usable piece via trade, bravo. Otherwise, if it fails, that's on Nico and company. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality. But since it's the lunch rush, maybe we should mix in some Dallas Stars and some Deal Breaker. We got a lot coming at you. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Blasting.
What I want to hear, as opposed to, man, I didn't like some of those flags. All right, great. Let's talk about things that you can actually
Get
do.
get the calls right late in the game, Kevin. That's all I'm asking.
Look, the NFL is not.
Do I want
interested
Angel
in that.
Hernandez out there calling balls and strikes during the World Series? Hell no, I don't.
Have you
I want
noticed
him to get it right.
You notice he doesn't do any playoff games?
There's a reason for that, Kevin.
That's a punishment.
Stinks.
Because he stinks, and those referees stunk on Sunday.
Okay, but here's J.R. Kerr saying,
That's fine. That's fine. Fix it.
Fix it.
Yeah, but you definitely have to take accountability.
Yes.
I mean, you tell your kids this every day, right? Derek, like that's how
I do.
That's how
And
I
Noah
treat
just
my
stares back at me, and I'm like,
he's a baby,
ridiculous,
Kevin.
yeah.
But like with Carter and Avery, it's definitely Lucy also. But like it's constantly look, guys.
Lucy is the most responsible of that bunch.
She
I saw
absolutely
yesterday.
is. No, man, you have to take accountability for what you have or have not done correctly. If you didn't win, if you didn't get a hit in today's game, did you prepare appropriately? All those things like do play into it. Man, I probably could have done this more this week. And you know what? If I do these things, think about Kobe's talk about work. Why did he get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and make sure he was there earlier? Because he felt that if he got more work done in than anybody else on the team, that it was just going to stack up success for him. That was what he believed. So, yeah, you definitely do have to be accountable for yourself on those things.
Now, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, we can't always use the refs or the umpires or whatever as the excuse for why things happen. You got to do your part beforehand. You can't let it get to that point.
Agreed.
That's the big thing, too, that stands out is, I know, for instance, with the Mavs, Dinwiddie made the comments about the ref and what happened. Yeah, you're going to have a target on your back, but you can't let it be a factor. Same thing with, Luka knows, he keeps getting these technicals. They're going to come after him about this. So you have to stop letting the ref be your distraction. Focus on what you can control. Just go out there and play. You're going to get calls called against you, whatever. Don't let it be something that takes you away from your game. With the Cowboys, too, like, it comes down to that, whatever, the pass interference that we've talked about before. You can't let it come down to that. It has to be taken care of beforehand. Don't let the refs dictate the game. You dictate the game.
That's for sure. The truly great teams, they won't be giving up those running yards.
Sure.
And they won't have a situation where they give up a 14-point lead and can't get it back. That's what the truly great teams will take care of their business.
Now, across the rest of the NFL, I've got some NFL overreaction or not. My first question for you guys, the Bucks and the 49ers are back. Overreaction or reality?
So the Bucks being back is interesting. And
They got their first back-to-back win since the beginning of the year.
As I was listening to Sean and RJ this morning, which I always suggest that you Tolo, I heard the quote from Arians that said last week was the first time I saw Tom Brady smile at practice this year. So that kind of concerns me. If
he
he's
found out that jiu-jitsu rumors weren't true.
Oh, they aren't true?
That's so she says.
TMZ says otherwise. Kevin.
Oh!
And I think we know when TMZ gets something.
TMZ has the scoops, man.
They usually get it right.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they do it, but they do.
I don't know if I'd say usually, but they got the scoops.
They get the scoops. I am kind of concerned because if Tom Brady is like kind of flipped that, oh, you know what? I don't have all this other stress on me and I can let it go and I can focus on this, then I am a little concerned about them. He still doesn't look right throwing the ball. Like there are plays where I'm like, oh, that's very McNabb of you. But there are other moments when you're just like, he can still be Tom Brady when he wants to be. So for at least the rest of this year, I'm going to say that yes, I believe it. The Niners, why didn't you believe it?
I mean,
because
because
record
2 weeks ago they were under 500 and they're losing their division to Geno Smith.
So that's okay.
That's
I understand that part
that's
of it.
a fair thing to say.
That
I
was
think.
expected to be a tough division, and it's not looking like that.
Yeah, it really isn't
right now. But I think the Niners. I've said it all year long. They run the ball really well. Now they added McCaffrey. They have a really stout defense. I don't want to play them in the playoffs. They're going to be there.
Okay. NFL overreaction or not, Josh Allen turns the ball over too much for the Bills to win the Super Bowl.
Interesting.
That's tough. I think it might be. I don't think it's an overreaction.
Okay. Ooh, reality.
You're really hoping that's a reality on Sunday too against your Brownies.
But it keeps happening though. I mean, it continues to keep happening. It's costing them games. They have too good of a team to have I feel like they should have had the Eagles record, and the Eagles should have their record.
Oh yeah.
I see that.
Okay.
Man, I'm looking at his career here, Kevin. 20 touchdowns, 10 interceptions halfway through the season. 15, 10, 9, 12 in his career. So
I think 4 of those interceptions have been in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Too.
And so like he does turn the ball over a lot, and he's the focal point of their offense. He's where everything starts. I do think he needs to be a little more you take that out of him though, his ability just to put the ball up in the air and go for it. You know, you take that, if he's missing things, if he's not seeing them, that's a problem. But if he's just putting the ball up in the air and doing that part of what he typically does, I'm okay with it. Man, you do have to be risk averse a lot of times whenever there's a fine margin of error to deal with. So he's got to do that at some point.
And I want to go back to this because we were just kind of discussing it, overreaction or not. Kirk Cousins can lead the Vikings to the Super Bowl.
Absolutely not.
Wow.
Okay, prime example is what Mike talked about every time. He can't play in the big games.
Yeah.
If they play the Super Bowl at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, he's going to win it.
But when it's at 5:30,
no chance.
Somebody did text in earlier and they were like, I'm supposed to be working out, but I'm trying to figure out whether or not this Sunday's game is a primetime game. And they were like, it's 3:30. What time does it become primetime for him? And when will he fall apart?
So maybe he'll be really good in the first half, and then the second half, when technically we like move into that, he's like, I can't.
I also, Kevin, was Toloing when Michael Irvin was on this morning with Sean and RJ. And Michael Irvin said he will not be the reason you get to and win that Super Bowl, but you have a team around him that is built to go be there. And he was like, he said there was a guy that had him at camps back in the day at Indiana that said, Michael, you're the most competitive person I've ever seen. Ever. And he said he called him whenever he saw Justin Jefferson for the first time and said, I think I found somebody as competitive as you.
Overreaction or reality, Christian Watson is the best pass catcher on the Packers. I mean, it feels hard to argue with that after the last game, right?
This could be the start of something for him, so I feel like he could be a reliable source like Lazard was. So I think this is not an overreaction. I think this will become reality. He's going to get more targets.
Yeah.
A lot
for
more.
sure.
Yeah, it's injuries that have been holding him back so far. So yeah, man, the speed that goes into that player. I thought Lazard was the guy, but you're seeing that Lazard is a good number 3. Maybe a number 2.
Well, you're seeing more confidence too from Rodgers to him too,
Yeah,
and
for
that's.
sure.
I mean, you saw the first they showed highlights before earlier in the season where he dropped some wide open passes. The frustration was there with Rodgers. That changes their record probably too with those results. So
Yes.
I think the confidence is there. That's why I feel like this is definitely a reality.
This one stings since I definitely still think this is reality. The Cowboys are out of the NFC East race.
I think it's an overreaction
Ooh,
because
like
I see
that.
the Eagles losing 3 to 4 more games.
3 to 4 more?
Yes.
Ooh, I like
3
it.
for sure. Just because I think they were so exposed by the Commanders. Sorry, I almost said the wrong thing. I just feel like that's their big thing. They can't stop the run.
That is true.
And, you got 2 great running backs here. I think they'll win the next game when they match up again. So that's 1 loss for the Eagles there. I think they lose a couple more. At least 3.
Overreaction or reality, Corey? Cowboys are out of the NFC East.
I think that's an
race.
overreaction to the Packers' loss because it's still so tight between those 3 teams. Like anything can happen to dude. What happens if Jalen Hurts gets hurt? Like what is that? Is that team going to go to a Jan Book and be like, you know what, we got it? I don't know. So I think there are a lot of things that can still be done. And here's the thing, though, Kevin. And somebody's asking about this about a bet with the Minnesota game. The Cowboys have to take Minnesota seriously this week. Like, treat them as if they are a champion
would
team.
hope so.
You
They're
treat them like
8-1.
that and say, you go into it not treating them like, oh, we're scared of this championship team. No, we are the underdog having to go show this team that we're not to be messed with. That's what the Cowboys have to do starting this week in order to stay in that race.
Overreaction or reality, Josh McDaniels should be fired this week. Now, I know we're still trucking along and he hasn't been fired, but...
So when we brought up yesterday, Derek, that Derek Carr, we were talking about the future drafts and the Raiders are in that position to get a quarterback, and Kevin was like, you don't think that they might? And I was like, Derek Carr's not the problem. But Josh McDaniels probably might want to try and save his job. He has somebody at the top of the list that said, hey, Rome wasn't built in a day. So they're supporting McDaniels here, which is bad, I think, in my opinion, because I think he's a terrible coach. But they support him. If he says, you know what, Derek Carr's not my guy, that buys him, Kevin, like 4 to 5 more years if he drafts a quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
So that that's how you do it. You buy yourself time.
Yeah.
What a nightmare for
So I don't
the Raiders
think I think he should be fired because he's just bad at it. And did you hear? Man, I saw this video. I need to send it to you, Kevin. It's Brandon Marshall and multiple Denver Broncos players talking about how they cheated and talking about how good they were up until they got exposed in the San Francisco game. And then all of a sudden McDaniels was fired and moved on from because they were recording video of their opponents. And they were telling them exactly what they were supposed to do for games. And he was like, we thought we were good. In fact, we were just cheating. And I was like, whoa, that's it. I got to go find this audio, man, because it's crazy. It's a player.
Final overreaction of reality for you guys. The Giants are really going to make the playoffs.
Yes.
I think that is a reality.
I do too. I think yeah, I do too.
You sound sad about that.
No, I was saying three teams from the NFC East are going to go into the playoffs.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And right now, let's see if Positive Joey keeps the streak going. Cut number 7 from the Stars game last night.
Get after it. Here's Stamkos now, the franchise leader in overtime goals, and now it's Killorn. Up the ice, Killorn, toe drag, shoots, he scores! Alex Killorn!
Alex Killorn scores the game winner in overtime as Positive Joey said, to hell with all of that. I have to play the most relevant goal in the game, and unfortunately,
he's smiling about it.
That was Tampa Bay scoring. He's a huge Stars fan, so I'm surprised about that. My Jake Ottinger Vezina campaign will continue. Took a hit since he's come back from injury. 2 out of his 3 games have been shaky, but I still believe that we're going to be fine, but I hate losing to Tampa Bay. I hate it!
I agree. I mean, they're 3rd in the Western Conference. It's not like they're playing bad at all. They're playing good.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is a good team right now.
Do you hate losing to Tampa Bay also?
Yes.
Is it just losing in general, or is it Tampa Bay specifically?
Well, see, when I was with the Rangers, we didn't lose to them when it mattered.
Gotcha.
But my two teams that I cheer for and other sports.
Playoffs. That's right. I remember that.
Yeah, that's right. Keep that in
mind.
mind.
I like it.
They had to come and try to get by us, and we just didn't let that happen. And also too, we both times that we played them, we went to the World Series, so keep that in mind. But the Blue Jackets, that's my other team.
Very bad.
They're bad right now. But
So much for Johnny Gaudreau, right?
They did, yeah.
Wow. Signing.
Well, let's just go back to the Stars.
You know what I like is that everyone on the show feels comfortable kicking Derek right in the sports junk.
I mean, goodness.
It's part of the show.
The Stars look good, though. Thank you. They are very good.
And then they will get Florida tomorrow. So I don't have as much built up animosity against Florida.
That's home, too.
What's that?
That's home, too, right?
That's
right. Yeah, that's right. They're on the road.
And Florida's in a very similar situation. They have had I think their record is pretty much the same as the Stars, or just about the same as the Stars. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's been a long time since we've dug this up, but Corey brought a story into the world that I feel like necessitates it. Let's do a little deal breaker, ladies and gentlemen. 877-881-1053. Did Joey find the intro for the segment that he did not know we were going to do?
I have definitely not.
Oh, well, that's fair.
Track it down.
That was it was a game time decision. I don't want to just have dead air. What is the oddest or pettiest reason you've ever broken up with somebody?
Yeah, this is good, Derek.
Now
I'm gonna sit this one out.
And why did we bring this? I'm sure you can go back to like elementary school and find one. I found this on People this morning, or on Twitter.
People like the magazine?
I didn't. So I saw it on Twitter and I was like, is this real? Or maybe it was Instagram. Yeah, it was Instagram. And then I was like, is this real? So I went and searched Jana Kramer.
Who is that?
She was on like One Tree Hill, I believe. That's the show. I just know her. Hold on. She was on one of those insurance commercials, or maybe like a way to protect your house or whatever. And that's how she kind of became a big known deal, because she was doing flips all over your kitchen.
Okay.
And she's attractive. That's another thing. That goes along with it.
So I saw the story that Jana Kramer said originally, although maybe now she's revising that statement.
Oh no, really?
She said originally that she thought Chris Evans ghosted her like a decade ago because when she used the restroom, she had asparagus pee, and then he used the restroom after her, and so she has extrapolated from that.
She never heard from him after that?
Yeah, that he smelled her pee and was like, nah, okay, well, I mean, and then he was like, I'm out. And then she said, now she's saying today in her Instagram story, first of all, he didn't ghost me, we just stopped talking. So both of them just agreed? Like, I mean, that kind of sounds like, and she goes, and it wasn't because of that. Like, I was just saying it was an embarrassing moment.
Nationwide commercials, Kevin. That's what I went to go look up there. I'm sorry about that. It was the Nationwide. She was wearing tight leather and doing flips.
Oh.
And somebody was asking if she does her own stunts.
Okay. I see the appeal of that.
I had a situation like this happen.
Oh, what? You did? With Chris Evans?
No, not with Chris Evans. How special would that be, though? He's all talking in his Boston accent all the time.
Ugh.
I don't even know how to do it. So I was dating this girl, and I had to go to the restroom.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't go to her restroom because I was uncomfortable.
You had to poop.
I had to go number 2.
All right.
And so I left. I was like, I gotta go. And she was like, why? And I was like, I just have to leave. And then I went home and then just never called her again.
Oh, wow.
And I ended up seeing her later on in life. And I was like, oh, hey, how's it going? And everything was fine that night.
What do you think was going to happen? She was going to be like, oh, I remember
she
that
asked,
one time.
She was like, hey, what happened? And I was like, I had to poop. And she was like, and you broke up with me for that? And I was like, yeah.
That poop was telling you something.
It was, yeah, that's how I felt about it, Derek. I
really
felt like that it was explaining this isn't the one for you. You're
that
still
in your
waiting
stomach.
for the one. And so yeah, I moved on from it. I think that's my weirdest reason is because I had to poop.
Okay.
Not her. Like, it's not like I walked in and she left a hogback growler just sitting there in the toilet. And I was just like, oh my gosh, what is that mountain? You know, that's not the situation I was dealing with. This was my own personal thing. Have you ever walked in and seen your significant others?
No.
No.
All right, Kevin, I have a question.
They'll never.
Oh my God.
They don't, right? Women don't poop.
Supposedly. I always tell them there's a book out there that says everybody poops.
Yeah, but
I don't care. If you got to drop a deuce, you got to drop a deuce. There's no, get it out. And I'm not afraid to if I'm dating some girl and I got to drop a hammer at your place, and then I'm going to go do it because it's got to get out.
Do you think y'all would break up if it clogged the toilet?
No.
Okay.
I would make sure that I took care of the situation.
This is what we're supposed to do.
Okay.
We're supposed to
But then we
plumb
run
it.
into an issue if there's no plunger.
Yeah. How are you supposed to clear that out with no plunger, Kevin?
Just leave it.
How
Like
much,
it's-
put your hand
how
down
much
in
do you
there.
care about this relationship? You know. From the 817, on our 5th or 6th date, I put on Halloween, the original, which is my all-time favorite horror movie without her knowing. She trashed it the entire time. I ghosted her after that.
Wow.
That's fair. My wife is lucky we were already married because she was trashing a movie that I really like.
Star Wars?
No, that would probably be a deal breaker. 2001: A Space Odyssey. That might be the movie. That and Nightmare Before Christmas might be the two movies she hates more than anything in the world. And yeah, she just despises that movie. But we're already married, so what can you do?
Why does she despise it?
She's like 2001. I get a little bit better because it can be kind of slow, kind of really slow. She hates Nightmare Before Christmas because she thinks Jack Skellington is super selfish and doesn't root for him at all.
I can understand that.
Yeah.
I also have another one.
You did this again? Is this a non-bathroom
this is
story?
the other person.
Is
I
it because
broke
the
up.
stars didn't align?
I broke up with a girl
Gross.
because of the way she yawned.
What?
She would yawn
Like she was calling to a dinosaur?
every time, and it
All right, I
wasn't
get it.
Chewbacca style.
Uh-huh.
But it was definitely like, did you have to yawn loud?
It was her mating call.
We're in the car. I'm
Well,
not mating
Corey.
while I'm driving.
That's good.
Yep.
I mean, that seems dangerous. I saw that on White Men Can't Jump. Woody Harrelson was like, this is dangerous. We shouldn't be doing it right now. But she yawned loud, and it was loud. And now all of my kids yawn loud because I ended up marrying the woman that I broke up with who yawned loud. It was Adrian.
Is it that and glasses that you think are the most prevailing things that have like passed through
and
the
their
genes?
teeth. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the yawn, their eyes, and their teeth.
From the
yawning.
Wow.
She yawned. It was in high school when I was a senior in high school, and she yawned, and I was like, "Oh, we can't do this anymore."
How did it go again?
I don't know, dude. It was loud.
From the man, this kind of sounds similar. From the 817, I couldn't stand how loudly she ate. I tried to ignore it for a year and finally couldn't take it anymore. Did you address this at all? That's my question. Because she might have no idea. And she's like, oh, yeah, I could have worked really hard to adjust that. Or you told her like multiple times and she's like, well, what can you do? And you're like, you know what? You can hit the bricks.
See, that's one thing I can't stand. I don't need to hear you eat.
Right.
You don't need to chomp and let me know. It's like same thing with chewing gum. Like,
okay,
just chew and chew to yourself. You don't need to every single time. It
feels
gets
so bad for Carter. He has bad nose and allergies, and he is a loud
dear.
eater. And I'm like, buddy, we got to clean that out or something, man. We got problems to deal with here.
It's tough.
That is tough.
But Adrian, when she was pregnant, whenever she could hear me eating a candy bar or anything from across the house. And she was like, I don't know if my senses are just different, but it's annoying me. You need to stop it. And I was like,
Would you
"Oh."
love her more if she goes, my spidey senses are tingling?
Yeah, I would be like, let's go.
From the 469, for being taller than me. All right.
You knew that instantly.
See, and that's a good point.
You knew that when you met.
I don't think that's a bad reason not to date somebody. Like my wife has several friends that are like taller. And they're like, we would prefer not to date a guy that's shorter than them. And I feel like you know that going in. It'd be different if she like all of a sudden started wearing stilts or something, and you're like, what is this? What am I supposed to do with this? I don't exactly.
I guess Derek wears like for hot costumes and stuff.
Yeah,
Hot
I mean, you
costume?
gotta
Hot costumes.
hot costumes. You gotta look at it. It's breeding material. There you go. You get the advantage of it for you.
So is that when you
And
when
also-
when you date people, you take stock of their breeding ability? and
Yeah,
you're
we
like,
gotta see
"Oh,
what you got.
I'm gonna carry on the Holland tradition. We gotta have good stock.
But also get those, what were they? Cuban had them, the Skechers shape ups or whatever. Get those, get your posture up there a little bit higher.
Okay.
Add a couple inches to yourself.
From me.
Yeah.
From me. Let's go ahead and mark that particular part right
I
there.
need that one.
From the 469, didn't take care of her feet. I don't really care about feet that much.
I mean, how often are you looking at the person's feet?
Never.
All the time.
You don't want
Corey's a
those
feet
toes
guy.
touching you, though.
She walks around the house without shoes on.
That's okay, but are you walking with your head down, looking at her feet? Or are you looking up at her?
I see her feet.
Yeah, but you're not staring at them.
What was the movie that Eddie Murphy was in where he
Footloose?
No, not Footloose.
Footloose? Do you think
Wasn't
Eddie
even in
Murphy was in Footloose?
I'm just throwing out the name. Clearly,
Okay.
I know he's not.
Trading Places.
Nah.
Tell me more about the movie.
It was the one where he was a player, and he was in bed with a girl, and that was his thing. Was he would always like pull the sheets up and look at their toes.
Oh, Major League.
And no,
Gentlemen's
no, and it wasn't Bowfinger, but it was something
I know
like
exactly the movie you're talking about.
it was something
Son of a-
like that, and I gotta find
People
out.
on the fan text will help us out.
He would look at her toes, and he would be like,
Oh, Dr. Dolittle.
Can't do that anymore.
It is not. What do you think in Dr. Dolittle? He's just plowing a bunch of gals and collecting animals.
Boomerang. That's what it was. I love that movie, and that was maybe that's where I got it from. I was like, gotta just check the toes out. You don't want somebody walking around with croutons, being like, you could make a salad with all that.
I don't know how long this person has been married for the 940.
Lucius says if you have the second biggest toe that's too long, then you're out. So there you go.
Man,
You guys really get involved with feet.
Yeah. And I respect if that's your thing. That I just don't really care about that much.
They might be crazy though.
From the 940, the key to a successful marriage is pooping with the door open. No. It's with the door closed if we're gonna stay married.
Yeah.
I feel very strongly about that.
Have you seen the couples that are like putting next to each other toilets in their bathrooms at home?
We don't need to poop.
No. Why
Is it
would
her
you do
toilets?
that?
Yes.
I don't need that.
Have you seen this?
No.
Are they sitting across from each other like how me and you were sitting?
No, I think they're sitting next to
You
each
gotta
other.
poop that way.
Look at each
that's-
other. Look into my eyes.
Watch this one.
He's like, oh, that's a tough one, huh? No, that is never going to happen. All right.
Why would you do that?
Joey, the last time we gave you an opportunity to shine, you both simultaneously hit a grand slam and struck out when you boldly declared that the Philadelphia Eagles would lose their very first game this weekend, which did happen, although you also said it would be to the Colts, which would not happen, and then the Raiders, or maybe you said the Raiders and then the Colts, and eventually we got to the Commanders.
Either way, it was an L.
Has there ever been a petty reason you or somebody else has broken up with you?
No. I feel like I'm disgusting enough as a person. If anybody is, gonna like me at that point, I don't feel like I probably have a lot of room to talk. And if anything that I don't dislike about that, I'm probably just gonna use it to make fun of them more than anything, than it being a deal breaker, I would think.
Do you have to be a
an
hockey
advantage.
fan?
No, absolutely not.
How old are you again, Joey?
I'm 23 now.
Do you have a significant other?
I do.
Okay.
Mhm.
We'll leave
How
it at
long
that.
has this thing been going on?
It's, it was like 8 months now.
Oh,
yeah.
congratulations.
Pretty good.
I appreciate
That's
that.
pretty
yeah.
good.
Do we get to meet this person at some point?
If she comes down, she lives in Minnesota currently, but well, I'll bring her
Long
by if you want
distance,
to.
eh?
Yeah.
How did you
yeah.
meet this person if they live in Minnesota?
That's cool.
Do you feel like this story checks out? This is not like a
I'm not
Niagara
lying.
Falls
I have a girlfriend.
situation.
Oh man, when you say I'm not lying, I have a girlfriend.
Yeah,
now I got questions.
It was like that one time we got asked to do an endorsement for a streaming service, and remember on there it says totally legal, and I was like, hold on, I believe this was legal until on the homepage it said totally legal. I was like, I have questions.
From the 972, man, she read her horoscopes daily, and it ended right away. What's wrong with reading horoscopes?
I mean, nothing, as long as you don't want to date me. That is 100%
Why?
reasonable reason.
Why? I wake up, I see
It
how my
just-
day's going to go, and I go on about my business.
It just depends. Well, see, that is a problem. If you just read it because you think it's fun, but if you're like, the stars don't align for our whatever, our energies.
You've never had a moment where you're
No.
like, wow, that was an amazing coincidence.
You cannot be hot enough for me to date you. Well, first of all, because I'm married, but also if you're super into that. Like, that's, I'm out.
Wow. That was weird.
Out. But then again, there's probably infinitesimal number of things that I do. I'm the same way as Joey. Is I found somebody who can tolerate me, and I'm like, you're the best.
Oh man, my our plumber Michael Talbot just texted me, Kevin, a picture. Derek, I'm sorry, I was way wrong. These toilets do look at each other. They sit next to each other.
You are high-fiving after a great push.
They are like
no.
They are right next to each other.
I see
but
it.
also looking at each other. That is amazing. Thanks.
Is that so
Talbot.
you guys can hold hands while
I guess so.
getting rid of
or share a cheese board? I don't
just
know.
pushing
Charcuterie board.
I'm gonna need your hand on this one.
Hold me. Pour that champagne.
Let me ask you a quick question. Since you
This is our brunch
brought that up, Joey, would you break up with your girlfriend if she said she didn't like the term charcuterie board and called it a charcuterie board? This is 100% based off of somebody at the IVF place that we went to. Is Jess overheard this conversation? I was so sad I missed it. And now Jess will always be like, "Oh, do you mean our charcuterie board?" And I was like, "Stop doing that
Wow,
right
you're making
now."
fun of them, and they didn't even know, Kevin.
Yeah, I wasn't privy to this conversation either.
Would you have stepped into that conversation instead of letting it happen and been like, "Hey, just to let you know, I need to correct you here"?
Yeah, no, she knows full well what it's called. She said that word is, I believe her term was icky, and so it needed to be changed.
And from the 817, multiple times, Manti Te'o had a girlfriend, Joey.
Oh, this is true.
Man,
But I
have
don't
you
have a
watched that
I wish I had a
documentary?
documentary.
It's so sad.
I wish there's so much more I wanted to wrap up about that they didn't get to, but it was
Can we talk
interesting.
more about that toilet?
No, I don't want to talk about that freaky face
You can do
forward
battle
toilet.
poops on there.
Yeah.
That's your battle poop right there.
No, I don't want to do that.
I can tell you really like that toilet. I might try to help you get one.
I will auction it off for my possibilities. I don't want
as
that
long as
toilet.
you sign it.
Okay.
Sign the toilet, Kevin.
I will, if it helps. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Why would it, though? Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, man, Isaiah Stanback joins us next here on the KNC Masterpiece.
Solos. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And I wanted to turn our attention to former Dallas Cowboys Swiss Army knife and current DallasCowboys.com, Isaiah Steinbeck. How's it going today, man?
Man, all is well, man. How about yourself?
Fantastic. Glad to talk to you again. I know as we get closer to the end of the season, we'll have a lot more to get into. This Packers game, I want to kind of wrap that up real quick, and we'll move on to the Vikings a little bit. When you come to how to fix this defense and the run stop, what do you want to see more of from them?
Man, interior defensive linemen, they have to do a better job of just carrying out their assignments, man, and actually not getting moved back off the ball. They need to get more penetration. And then I'm going to say on the exterior, we need more run support from the secondary. I think one of the reasons why teams feel so confident now trying to go out to the edges is everybody's asking about, we're not gaining, run support on the edges. Micah's not getting on the edge and D-Law. And it's like, no, that's not the case. These guys are getting outside and trying to force things back in. But when you have a 330-pound guard and a 330-pound tackle coming out and kicking you towards the sideline, it doesn't matter that you were trying to force everybody inside. So you need a more intricate force by the cornerbacks. You need the safeties coming up and actually making tackles and not just hitting. So, when you think about run defense, most people think about the interior defensive line, they think about the front seven, but this secondary has to step up and take a bigger role as well.
That is a really savvy point. How much do you feel like frequently secondary players take pride in ability to stop the run? Because we feel like a lot of those contracts get paid off of, pass breakups, interceptions, win percentage, and all of that. How much pride do they take in stopping the run?
Man, it depends on the individual. And I think that the cornerbacks who are more willing, because it's not about a capability. It's always about willingness. You think one of the first guys that come to my mind is Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey, he talks a lot. He does a great job in coverage, but what is one of the things that he does that changes the dynamic of that defense? He comes up and run support. He'll come up and hit you in a heartbeat. So when you have cornerbacks on both sides of the field that are more than willing, along with being capable to come up and have a physical force on the edge, now all of a sudden those are typically the guys that are left for the running backs. Right? Normally they're left out of the blocking scheme. The receivers are going down and blocking on safeties typically, and then you have these guys, running backs, say, hey, we'll leave the cornerback for you. Well, if you have cornerbacks who are coming up and actually having an impact in that running scheme and running that run defense, and they're actually keeping guys at bay at the line of scrimmage, now all of a sudden offenses lose their advantage in the running game. So along with the front seven being more effective with their roles, I think if this secondary can come up and start showing willingness to come up and make big plays, I think that you will see a step up in their run defense in its entirety.
I'm kind of looking across this a little bit. I've always felt that Jordan Lewis never made a business decision whenever it came to hitting somebody. It always seemed like he was a guy who was willing to do that. And I'm not saying that Bland is not, but are you kind of like looking at Diggs? Are you looking at Joseph? Is that kind of just an entire cornerback group together then?
I would say Joseph when he first came in, but since he came in, what has he been primarily doing in terms of his contribution to the team?
Special teams.
Special teams, right? So now you're seeing a totally different Kelvin Joseph. Kelvin Joseph now is coming in, flying in, throwing his body around. So I'm not looking at him when he probably was the weakest link at that. Now he might be one of the strongest. I'm looking more at Trayvon. I think Trayvon, I think he's an amazing cornerback in coverage. Obviously, we know he can take the ball away. He can guard a man to man. I wish they would allow him to shadow more. But when it comes to the running game, you do not see him throwing his body around and coming downhill. He's usually shying away from offensive linemen. And I know that there's a risk in throwing your body at offensive linemen's knees, but one of the things that you make them hesitate at is now coming at you with aggression. If you shoot them at their knees, they're going to be more concerned about getting injured than they are going to be about blocking you. And when you do that, you're able to keep containment because now those run.
Oh, no. Where was he?
That was in the midst of an amazing answer.
He's really good at this. All right, we're gonna have to go back to Isaiah in just a moment.
Do you think Trayvon Diggs ran interference right there? And he was like, hey.
Yeah, but not pass interference in Green Bay, obviously, because they don't call that late in the game. So we're gonna have him call back real quick and see if we can get that taken care of. But man, so that's interesting to see. Like that's where you're saying, hey, we need that extra help to take care of it, man. We need these other guys to fill these spots with us.
All right,
it's team effort.
And it looks like we've got Isaiah back, and you're in the midst of an outstanding answer. I think we got most of it, but if there's anything else you want to add there.
No, I'm not sure where I got cut off at. I apologize. But I was just saying, if you have cornerbacks who are willing to come up and be that run-stopping force and chop down these trees we call offensive linemen, now all of a sudden these running backs have to now cut back up into the inside of the defense, and that's where all your help is at.
Yeah, man, from the 3-2-5, Kevin, if y'all remember the Lions game, Okudah came up and made tackles all game long.
He did.
And that was something we even remembered on the next day. We were like, good God, Okudah. So that's one thing. We went back and watched that final play, Kevin.
Yeah.
And I was watching long routes, and the Cowboys needed 3 yards. Did you like the final play call that ended up happening there?
I didn't like the decision to even go for it personally. I like the fact. I wish they would have just took the points, but I mean, we can always debate play calls all day long. I mean, that's always going to be dictated upon what the offensive coordinator is seeing and what's being presented defensively. I just wish that it would have been a better decision just to seemingly play the safer route and take the points and give your defense an opportunity to now be aggressive and try to keep it to a three down run.
I've always been curious, how much do decisions like that get deconstructed in the locker room? Because most of the stuff we've heard is like, hey, we got to play better, we got to fill the gaps. And like, I understand all of that. But inside the locker room, when media is not around, how much discussion takes place about, hey, do you think we probably should have just kicked the field goal right there? Or does that happen?
Man, it's always going to happen. That happens all throughout the game. You're going to see guys arguing. I mean, shoot, you saw Aaron Rodgers cursing out his head coach about not being deciding to throw the ball instead of running it. So, I mean, those discussions happen all day, every day. But, obviously they get a lot more magnified when it's a game-deciding decision.
Now, we got the Minnesota Vikings coming up. I'm not a huge Kirk Cousins person, but, man, his connection with Justin Jefferson has been fantastic since the kid got into the league. Where do you put Jefferson right now in the NFL?
He's definitely one of the best route runners in the league and playmakers. I think he has to be. You got to put him in the top 5 for sure. He's just a dangerous dude, man. I mean, he's not somebody that you can ice, that you can just say, hey, we're just going to play man to man. And that's the danger with all the weapons that they have offensively is at some point in time, you're either going to play zone the entire day, and they'll just run the crap out the ball with Dalvin Cook. Or if you decide to go, okay, now let's go single safety, now you got to deal with putting him on man-to-man. And if you're not man-to-man, and then you're shading your safety over to him, and as soon as you shade your safety over to him, to his side, now you got some dude named Adam Thielen and freaking Hawkinson now that you have to worry about as well. So personnel presents a lot of problems. And when people start talking about, acquisitions to your team and adding assets in the form of more personnel, this is what it does. It's not that the fact that everybody's going to be so dominant. It's just that you have to respect everybody that lines up. When the Minnesota Vikings line up, they're not running a lot of stuff down the field except for with Jefferson. But you have to spread your defense out evenly because you can't lean one way or the other because the other guy will hurt you.
Are you surprised at all with that in mind, and especially with it being a home game for Minnesota, that the Cowboys were installed as a slight favorite to start this thing?
Man, I don't even get into all that stuff. I don't know what they be looking at whenever they make these betting lines and all that jazz. But I do know that Minnesota matches up very well against the Dallas Cowboys, and I'm looking forward to seeing our Dallas Cowboys defense bounce back. And I think that they honestly raise their level of play based upon their competition level. And I think that every athlete in the history of Everdom has done that. And I think that they underestimated Green Bay last week. They got punched in the mouth. And now you're really going to see the character of this year's team and how they bounce back against the Vikings.
Can we use that future term, every athlete in the history of Everdom? Because I really like that.
Yeah, man, that's true. It's true. Everybody who's been on as an athlete and competed has underestimated a competitor. And there's always that one game, that you realize, crap, I need to approach every game the same.
You and I have talked a little bit about how Diggs doesn't move in this defense and how they keep him on that one spot because, multiple different people have told me different things about, what the focus is for that. But then last week when Anthony Brown went out, they said, all right, Diggs, you're going to go cover Lazard. You're going to stick to this guy and try and eliminate him from the game. It seems like an exciting, oh my gosh, the matchup with Diggs and Jefferson would be an absolute blast to watch. Do you have a feeling that the Cowboys might try and do that again, or do you think they're going to stick to their defense like they typically do?
I think they're going to stick to their defense, and I would heavily lean towards them sticking with their defense in this particular week. Last week, when you have a receiver that you didn't expect to start going off on you, and now all of a sudden he's having a heck of a game, I would have been more apt to say, hey, go shut that dude down. Like, let's just eliminate him altogether because they don't have anywhere else to go. That would have been the game plan for me. But this week, you can't. You absolutely can't, because as soon as you start traveling Trayvon, who else is going to kick your butt? Well, especially if Anthony Brown's not playing, you got Adam Thielen who's going to go off. Right, and Thielen's not going off, and then you got Hawkinson that's going to go off. And if you're so concerned with those guys, then you got Cook. And, so I mean, it's like, this is not the week to travel because they can literally move Jefferson all over the place. It's not like he's just an outside receiver. He's in the slot a ton.
When you look at cornerbacks, and I know people love to debate, and it can be an endless thing. Do you think that cornerbacks who do travel have an inherent advantage in terms of they're the best versus somebody who just stays on the one side of the field?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because if you have a true, that's why when people start throwing around the term shutdown corner, you can't be a shutdown corner if you don't have the ability to travel. I'm not going to say that you're, like Dallas Cowboys, they don't typically travel with their guys. That's a decision by Dan Quinn. That's not an indictment on their personnel. I think Trayvon could travel, but he doesn't. So I can't put him in a category as a shutdown corner, because shutdown corners are Revises. Shutdown corners are Jalen Ramsey. There's these type of guys that wherever you go, I'm going to be in your hip pocket. I said it earlier in the Dallas Cowboys podcast. It's like the P-man that comes to do the drug test every week. Like, you want to be in your doggone hip pocket. That dude watches you pee. He follows you to the bathroom, to the stall. He going to be right there with you, right? You need a doggone P-man to be there on your defensive secondary, to sit up there and track this receiver wherever he goes, so he knows he has to deal with you the entire day. And Diggs has done a great job in the past against Jefferson. Now he's got to see if it shows up again.
That's why the best cornerbacks get hired by the NFL, Kevin, later to be the P-man, so that they can make sure those guys are stuck to the entire time.
I might lie about what my job is to other people. I'm like, oh, yes, I'm in the drug enforcement agency. And they're like, what?
I'm always curious about this, Isaiah, because, we got Derek Holland in studio with us. He's played with some great baseball players, and Mike's also played with some great baseball players, too. Who's the best athlete you've ever seen, on a field? You were like, that dude, he could do anything?
Oh, man, that's a heck of a question. Ooh, crap. Man, I don't know.
It's okay. We can just say Micah. We can just say Micah.
Yeah, I don't know. Dude, I've never been on the field with Micah, but let's roll with that for now, because I played with some really, really good dudes, man. So that's going to be hard for me to just pick one for sure.
Yeah, no, that's always a tough one. I think there's always that one person that you're just like, man, that guy, I put him in any sport, and I'll see what he can do. Hey, man, we really appreciate your time. Thank you very much for hopping on with us, and I'm going to get back at you again, man.
All right, man. Thank y'all for having me on.
There he goes, Isaiah Stanback.
He's
right
fantastic.
There. He's awesome. I think maybe I'll ask him if he can come on next Wednesday for a Peace-a-thon and see if we can roll a little bit of that out too. Derek, would you be okay with that?
Yeah, that was incredible. Great insight too, and his words. What was it? Everdome.
Yeah,
for Everdome, and then also the P-man.
Yeah, every athlete
I knew exactly
in the
what he was
history
talking
of
about.
Everdome.
My favorite. So I got my first, maybe my second opportunity to really talk with him out in Oxnard, and I was just talking football with him. I was like, man, I really enjoyed the way you look at football. But then he was doing the broadcast for CBS on TV during the preseason, and I think it was Ferguson got a catch and turned around and ran over a guy, and his line was, I lift weights for a living. You're not stopping me. And I was like, that's what I'm talking about. I like this. He's always got a line.
I like that.
He's always got a line.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we power rank the power rankings. Just how far did the Cowboys slide? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Friday morning.
for over 20 years.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike is out taking care of his kiddo, doing good work right there. So I will power rank the power rankings this week.
Can
Would
we
you guys
power rank the power rankings?
Well,
Like, I mean, this is not just
you guys will figure it out.
the Kevin Hagelin show.
Well, it needs to be me who runs this because I am the worst at guessing.
You are.
So,
So
I
bad.
need to be subbed out
You're
of this.
so bad at that.
In place for you guys. All right. Would you guys like to start with team rankings or quarterback rankings?
I've never seen you bad at anything as bad as you are at this. And
Man. I was able to figure out who Joey's girlfriend was.
That was amazing.
But I couldn't tell you
first try
who the number one quarterback was.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Derek, do you want to go team or quarterback rankings? You got to have your microphone.
Yeah, no,
on.
he turned me off. He's mad at me. Let's do quarterback rankings.
All right. Quarterback rankings. We go to CBS. Derek, as the visitor, you get the first selection. Who is the number one quarterback in all of the lands?
Patty Mahomes.
That is correct. Is he also easily the favorite for the MVP? That is a side question for y'all.
Yeah, because everything I've heard from the morning show and the G-Bag and everybody else, it seems like he's the number one guy.
Looks like Tua's moving up.
He's number two.
Yeah. All right. Corey, Patrick Mahomes, number one. Who is number two in all of the lands?
It's weird because Josh Allen's really good and lost. And then I think Jalen Hurts lost as well, and therefore they both should go
He
down
did.
to like 9 or 10.
Joey told me it would happen.
But I think a lot of people are high on Jalen still.
Are you going Jalen Hurts
I would say
second?
Jalen Hurts is number two.
You know what? You and CBS are equally dumb because that is correct.
I'm not dumb. I just know how people think.
Oh, okay.
I still think I would put Josh Allen
Okay,
too.
let me ask you this. Will Derek get the next one right?
Wait, who'd you just say was number two?
Don't worry about that.
That's a bad start. You know what? Yeah, you're going to pay the punishment for not listening. Number one is Patrick Mahomes. Number two, you clearly just heard. Who is the number three quarterback in all of the lands?
Well, I feel like moved him down a little bit, so I'm going to go with Tua.
Tua was not second. Second was Jalen Hurts, so you at least got that part. However, that is incorrect. Tua is number 6 in all of the lands.
Do you want me to guess?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, because I got it wrong. I don't get 2 tries.
No, he does not.
Jalen.
That is correct. Josh Allen, number 3 on the list. Thus far, Derek, you've gotten 0 of these right.
How does it feel?
It stings, and then you eventually get moved to moderator.
Wait, I got one right. I got the first one.
Yeah, he did get Patrick
Jeez,
Mahomes
you
right.
really do hate me.
I just wanted to see if you were paying attention.
I am.
Wow. Test number 2.
Now it's Tua.
Hold on. You have to wait your turn.
It is my turn. No, it's not.
No, you don't have to wait your turn, but I want to take you back, Derek, when we talked about you listening.
I wasn't listening.
When I told you
Looking right at him.
I wasn't paying
Tua was 6th. You know what? Maybe it's just the person who sits in that chair.
I need my
Sometimes
glasses.
they listen, sometimes they don't. That
I
is
listen to
incorrect.
myself.
Because as I already told you, Tua is number 6.
I am listening.
Now, who is 4? And I swear to God, if you say Tua, we might have more headphones up for auction.
All right. I'm going to go with, man, you've really broken his cool.
I need the glasses.
I'm going to go with Joe Cool.
Joe Burrow is correct. Patrick Mahomes 1, Jalen Hurts 2, Josh Allen 3, Joe Burrow 4. We've established multiple times that Tua is 6. Who is number 5 on the quarterback list?
the balls to say Tua.
Don't.
Geno Smith.
Ooh, good guess.
Geno Smith is number 7. So it was a good guess. It was just a wrong guess.
Oh, shoot. I know who I should have guessed.
Corey, for
I know.
the win. If you get this correct, you win. If you get it wrong, nobody wins because I cannot award the
I want
victory.
to play the game
Yeah.
still. We don't give out participation trophies?
No, we do.
Well, Rodgers, I don't think was great. Do you like this quarterback? Yes or no?
Yes.
No.
Unnecessarily like him.
I think that is
It's
debatable.
Lamar Jackson.
That is correct.
The way he answered that told me exactly what
that is debatable. Yes,
You took it so personal.
I do like Lamar Jackson very, very much. That is correct. Now, where is Dak on this list? He is not in the top 7. So the top 7 goes like this: Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. Very fair. At 5, Tua 6, Geno Smith 7. Where is Dak Prescott on this list?
11.
Do you say over or under? Better or worse than 11?
I think worse than 11. But I also think that if he's not in the top 15, that's ridiculous.
Number 11, to our discussion earlier, is Justin Fields per CBS. Number 12, Justin Herbert, Jimmy Garoppolo. Number 14, Daniel Effin Jones. And then at number 15, the anti-Dak website, as they say, Dak Prescott is 15th.
They
should. Go ahead.
I was going to say, there's no way in hell that Daniel Jones is better than Dak.
Agreed.
He won.
I don't care.
I agree.
You're not taking him. He's not good.
Here's the thing, and anybody out there that wants to argue about Dak, typically, it's fine. And I agree. I like Dak a lot. I really do. There is something to be said for finishing that drive. And I know the refs got in the way of part of it. You still got to finish that drive. You have to at some point, and he's done it in the past. He had some game-winning drives in his past. You have to show people, I deliver every time. And he did not. And he had multiple opportunities in that game. So I think that's one of the reasons this game specifically, he got bummed down a little bit.
You're not going to take him over Dak on this team. You wouldn't go out there and be like, all right,
Daniel
I'll
Jones?
trade. Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Okay, then that's all I need.
I also agree with that.
And somebody said that we missed Derek's line of, I do listen to me.
That was
because
that was
Mike's
my
line.
favorite part of
I was
that.
going to scream, shut up, too.
Of that entire conversation.
I held off.
Who is the worst quarterback?
Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz, I do not believe is qualified on this list. As
So
they
it has
have
to be somebody that's
Taylor Heineke at 22.
Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett is 30. That's
Davis
a good-
Mills.
Yes. Davis Mills is 29.
Please don't say Jacoby.
It's not Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, he's a middle.
They got him up
just
to
making
24.
sure.
He's moved up.
That's good.
Zach Wilson is 31, and John Wolford, who has stepped in for Matthew Stafford, is the worst quarterback on the list. All right. Team rankings. Do you want to stick with CBS because you enjoyed that, or go to ESPN?
I want to read this real quick, Kevin. We'll go to ESPN in just a minute. From the 214, when I listen to other podcasts and they try to talk Cowboys and Jerry Jones, all I can think is how they don't listen to the fan and don't know what's going on at all. Like, seriously, I feel far superior to other people who don't listen to y'all because they don't know their S. And listening to y'all for real helps.
Facts.
I like that. And then somebody said, y'all's is stupid.
Oh. I mean, I didn't make that list. I was just reading it to you. All right. Do you want to go to ESPN for the power rankings or CBS?
I said ESPN, Kevin. Were you listening when I...
Oh, yeah. Are you listening?
I was going to give you both a vote, but your vote has now been taken away. So, Corey,
Sorry,
it
Derek, I really
is.
set you up to fail.
We go to ESPN. Who is... I could say list all the teams that are better than the Browns. That'd take too long. Who is the number one team in the NFL? That was a cheap shot.
Do you want to take this one, Derek?
The number one team
in the NFL.
In the NFL will be the Philadelphia Eagles.
They are number 2.
So
yeah, they always are, right? They're a number 2.
That is a good point.
Gotta be.
Who was your number one quarterback?
Oh, Patty.
I'm
Ice.
going to go with the Chiefs, especially now that Kadarius Toney is eating people alive.
God, he was so wide open. That is correct. The Kansas City Chiefs, number 1 on the ESPN Power Rankings. Philadelphia Eagles, number 2. Derek, you can get right back into this game. Who is the number 3 team in all of the lands?
The Vikings.
That is correct.
Nice. Look at you, buddy.
Back in the game. Corey, if you want to keep your momentum going, we've listed the top 3. I have the top 32 answers on the board. Name the number 4 team in the NFL.
This is my new favorite team, and I think they're a blast to watch.
We already listed the Eagles.
No, I'm not. I would never root for the Eagles. My new favorite team right now, and it's mostly because their head coach is the Miami Dolphins.
That is correct.
Their head coach is hilarious. Have you seen the audio of him on the sideline talking to Tua? And he's like, hey, look, man, like this is a good thing. You're not turning the ball over. You've had a good day. He tells him his stats. The leadership that McDaniel has right now is good. And then Tua is like talking to boss, and he's like, look, I don't care about all the yards. Those 3 touchdowns. He called them tutties, but even still.
That is gross. The rest I like. And I also liked his response when he was like, I asked Justin Fields to stop, and he didn't. I thought that was a hilarious response.
And he's uncoachable, clearly. I love
that's
that
a good
line.
point. All right, Derek. You can still stay in this game. Top 4 on the board so far. Kansas City, Philadelphia, Minnesota, Miami. Who is number 5 in all of the lands?
Man. Tennessee Titans.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
Are you even taking this one seriously, Derek?
The Tennessee Titans.
But they're winning.
Are number 11.
Nope, that didn't work.
So, I'm sorry.
It can't be the Giants.
That is incorrect. Your second guess of the Giants is also incorrect. They are 7. You want to take one more shot? I hope this is okay. I'm going to give you one more shot. Man, this is a good music for this. It does feel Mission Impossible.
Is it the Jets?
The New York Jets are number 10 on the list.
I'm doing really good.
This is actually really fascinating for me. All right, 11, 10,
Well, it can't be
7.
Buffalo because they've lost 2 straight. They're not going to, they look like Dookie.
It cannot be Buffalo. Number 5 on the ESPN list is, in fact, the Buffalo Bills. I want to point out, Derek, I didn't make this list. I'm just letting you know what it says since you forfeited your vote, and that's why we're on the ESPN list right now.
Derek's
well,
always
that's what I was voting for anyway.
Yeah.
Corey, if you get number 6 correct, this game is over and you will be victorious.
If I don't,
I get a chance.
Then it keeps going.
Yes, I get a chance.
If you don't, I will reveal the name of Joey's girlfriend on air.
Oh!
I won't do that. Why would I do
Texans.
that? That is incorrect. You lose the game.
Baltimore Ravens.
That is correct! Oh my God!
They've won 3
Now
in a row.
We'll never know Joey's girlfriend.
Baltimore Ravens is correct. Where would you put the Cowboys in the power rankings? Last week, they were 5th. Where would you put them now?
10.
9.
That is also correct.
Let's go! Good job, Derek. You did. He freaked out. That's awesome.
That
Excitement on
is
his
correct.
face.
Where would you put
Back in this game.
the Cleveland Browns? Or you can tell me who's the worst team in all of football.
I'm going to say 26.
Okay.
22.
The correct answer is 23 for the Cleveland Browns. And who is the worst team in all of football?
Is it the Raiders?
The Raiders are the second worst team in all of football at 31. Corey, to steal the game back, who is the worst, because of the rules I made up, who is the worst team in all of football?
You know, I'm trying to think of all the bad teams right now. Can I just look at the standings real quick?
No, you may
Kevin?
not. Derek, you have 5 seconds.
Texans.
That is correct!
I was going to go with the Texans. That's awesome. Good job.
The Houston Texans are the worst team in all of the lands. Gentlemen, thank you for playing the game, so I did not have to, because I would definitely lose.
I'm better.
In this case, congratulations, Derek. You are better than me. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is racing to finish the year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads, Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Should I wax my taint?
Outstanding, Hagee. Dealing with that pretty much. It's a big bet payoff coming on Friday.
I think you should. I'm going on record.
That's our conversation. What part of the body
That's pre-show meeting right
should
there.
get waxed? Because right now I think it's going to be the back.
Right.
But Corey has put me in contact with the lady that did indeed wax his area.
Melissa?
Yes, Melissa. And she knew exactly who Corey was because she got up
Sure.
close and personal with the taintage.
Now, I think
You were there for that.
I was.
Did you see it too?
No, I specifically stopped before the modesty curtain.
Gotcha,
Because
yeah,
I
that's
was
right.
not here for all of that. But as you're out in the dating world, I think the more that you get waxed, the better your experience.
I mean, you
will be.
guys know I'll do anything for the show. Mm-hmm. And it sounds painful. And she said that would be the most painful area.
It is painful.
Yeah.
It is absolutely painful. It was not.
Shouldn't have picked the Lions.
I picked the damn Bears.
Oh, the
I
Bears.
should have picked the Lions, is what I should have done. And I was feeling so good as Justin Fields was running his ass all over them, and then he decides to throw an interception to Jeffrey Okudah.
Yeah.
The Lions had a 5% chance to win that game at the start of the fourth quarter.
Don't remind me! And now I have to wax myself.
Melissa's waxed.
Kevin
Melissa
Kevin
will
is-
wax me.
He has had his chest waxed.
Yeah, that was not my favorite. And I remember at the time DJ was our producer, and the first two I was like, okay, this hurts, but it'll be okay. And then the third one, DJ described as it sounded like an old pair of jeans being ripped. And I yelled out, "Oh, bitch!" And I was like, "Not you! The pain, the pain." So I still had the wherewithal to know I'm not calling you that. Just this really, really hurts. And so I got lulled into a false sense of waxing security, and I was like, "I'm gonna be okay." And then that third one just about knocked me to the ground.
Was your experience similar to mine where it was like the 7 to 10 days post wax was borderline just as miserable because it was stinging and like
felt
red and burning?
She got the back too. She was like, "We'll just start off with the back." I was like, "All right then," and it was all right. And then, then that other area, I did start to feel like phantom hair. You know, like I felt like hair should have been there in those spots, and I was like, it feels like it should be here.
Did you go jump in a swimming pool right after and just feel all weird?
Yeah,
like
I did
you
feel
didn't have
weird.
that
No,
hair
I didn't
floating?
have, but we did go on vacation and we got in the water, and that's whenever I was like, "Oh, this is very, very weird." So yeah, no, it was. It did feel the phantom thing was a reality, and then whenever it got to the point where it started to protrude, is that the word?
Yeah,
protrude. The hair started coming out.
Yeah,
the protuberance.
It started itching. Like that's whenever, and
and I don't want the itch.
Yeah, she was like, "You might want to come back and get another one done," and I was like,
I'm not doing
You
that.
have another chance next week. Pick somebody else back.
Yay. Can't wait. She said, wear your best crop top.
Yeah, should we chart this thing out? And so should we make a schedule? Like almost like a kind of a hangman sort of deal is the next spot that you'll get waxed is this the next time you lose in your survivor pool and everything like that.
I like it. One and bleeping done, Kevin.
We'll have her on retainer. And
Yeah,
just bring her back depending on how you do every couple of weeks. Hopefully not that often.
I can't tell you how excited I was. Spittle texted me and was like, "Hey, didn't y'all get a wax done?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was so excited to get to reach out and be like, "Hey," because she's fun to talk to for one. And then on top of that, she has quality work. And now that I know that it's you that's getting it, it's even more exciting.
Yes.
I just thought of a whole new thing. I don't know her relationship status, but what if you fell in love with the waxer or she fell in love with you because of how vulnerable you're being?
You are very vulnerable when someone.
Because Corey was married, so that was a no-go.
Yeah.
But you are not.
I caught that.
Put an R in there. That's why women fall in love with you because you're vulnerable.
I don't know. I found the one.
I just had a follow-up question.
I found the one that could accept me. Yeah.
Well, she did text me when I said we're probably going to do the bag. She said, even though it is sweater weather, I got your back.
Oh my God.
She's got jokes.
Oh, man. I'm seeing the sparks already. I'm
connection here.
Yeah.
Let's focus on the fact that this is a professional relationship first. All right?
On our professional radio show, Derek
this. What?
Collins and Corey were debating the merits of would you take Justin Fields over Dak Prescott? And I
Had a chance.
I did not know that would be a conversation we were going to have.
Yeah, I would take Fields. And I think I made it pretty clear the year that Dak got injured. I was like, all right, let's go ahead and tank the rest of this season and let's get one of these quarterbacks. I thought you were out on the Trevor Lawrence thing, and I decided through multiple researches of, hey, I think Fields is the better option. That's the guy that I would want.
That was a Parsons draft, right?
Yep. And
wow.
Is that the Parsons draft?
It is.
Oh, well.
Yeah, because you traded with the Bears. They came and got your spot at 10. You went to their spot at 12.
I'm going to leave that out of the picture. Then at that point, like I was at that moment focusing on, I don't want a quarterback. I don't want to have to sign Dak for $40 million.
Yeah, that's the thing about it.
I want a quarterback.
Yeah, that's the thing you kind of look at. You could have said, this might have been the one organization that says we're not going to pay a quarterback $40 million. We're just going to move on. Most of these teams have general managers that are trying to pay their lake houses off. They have to try and draft and find quarterbacks and stuff like that. And so they have to move up in the draft and do things. But, yeah, that was the draft. He's throwing the ball so much better now than he has. I mean, it really is. It's remarkable how much better he's. And the fact that his ability just to move is just – it's devastating to watch, teams have to deal with that. They're not winning the games now, but they're scoring a lot of points. They got to figure that defense out there.
So you see some reason for optimism for the Bears as the season was going along.
The Bears are bad. I thought the Eagles' first loss was going to be to the Bears before the Dallas game. That's what I was thinking. I'm thinking if Philadelphia gets beat, it's going to get beat because this guy's going to run around and make a ton of plays, and they're not going to be able to handle it. But maybe they'll lose. Maybe the Eagles will lose to the Bears this week. But I just feel like the Bears watching them play, just getting better and better each week. Again, that Matt Eberflus needs to figure that defense out, and he will.
I think you need to be able to do both, and maybe Justin Fields will have like a Jalen Hurts type ascension, but I'm not going to bet on it. I think you need a quarterback that can run and pass, and I'm just not impressed enough in Fields' passing ability to think that he's going to be a long-term type of franchise quarterback. I think Dak's still, well above that threshold.
One of the things I'm kind of concerned with is, and I think it may be still the fact that I think the Bears' offensive line stinks, but I don't want a guy to at some point just be like, I don't know any other option than to take off running. And that's where I feel like he is right now. And if he can settle in the pocket a little more, I think you'll start to see, you're seeing more comfort for one.
Yeah, maybe that comes when he gets weapons.
Yeah, I think whenever that happens, it'll change.
I think he's like Aaron Rodgers back there a lot of times, of course not against the Cowboys, but against all the other teams where he's like, crap, there's nobody to throw to. It'd be interesting, once you get a player, but typically if in your second year you're going back and there's just like nothing, and you don't have trust in your ability to find something. Yeah. I don't know. That would be now I am up for the discussion on Dak for other players. Don't get me wrong. I don't think Dak hung the moon at quarterback or anything like that. I just think Fields would be a non-starter for me.
Did you enjoy the roller coaster that was the Mavs game, or did you just prefer that Luka 3 and then the first half?
I kind of started watching the Stars, slipping back and forth, watching the Stars
that was a heck
in
of a
Tampa,
game.
and it was, and they got the shorty there, to tie the game, and I'm thinking, wow, Dallas is just one shot away from stealing one tonight. But I flipped. It was like a 25-point lead, and then I flipped back,
and then at halftime
it was 67-65, and I go, what just happened? Yeah, one of those things. So these games are not fun to watch at the end.
It's getting too old. It's getting too old to be fun. Against Portland the other night, it was like sweet. Dinwiddie made a bunch of threes, but threes bailed you out. Last night it's Bullock with 2, and then Luka with 1, and threes really bailed you out from kicking the game away, and it's very frustrating. It feels like year 2 for Luka all over again, where they just can't hold a lead for nothing. It might be worse than that actually.
Did you guys feel like Batum? You're like, please, somebody, all 5 guys run to him on that final. You know what? And when they missed that free throw, did you see what happened? They were talking about the play.
Covington.
Yeah, Covington.
Yes.
They said he's really good coming behind. Luka wasn't even paying attention. Luka was like looking around.
Thank goodness he gets the ball out of bounds.
Covington went diving for the ball. And I'm thinking, oh my God, they just talked about this. And he misplayed the ball. But it was kind of Luka was looking to his left like, what just happened?
It's all about the Bang Bros last night.
What?
Bang Bros.
Reggie and
what?
Dodo.
What? Oh.
They're the Bang Bros.
I like it.
Yeah,
I'm
the
sorry.
Splash
Sorry, there's been a
Bros.
very significant.
What were you thinking about,
storyline
Fred?
about a stadium being stadium rights, and so that's where I.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And then
Miami Heat.
Sensitive time.
Luka, Maxey, and McGee are all out for tonight's game against Houston. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We will have Bobby Carella, Mavs Insider, coming up at 4 o'clock. But, of course, everything that's been breaking and Cowboys back to practice here out of the gates at 2.
All right, looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Derek. Don't forget, people, 60feet6.org.
Get
if
on
you
it.
want to check out more information about his charity, and he will be here next week for Peace-a-thon. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, that's fancy.
That is fancy.
Say goodbye, Kevin.
All day, every day. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Let's do this. Let's talk sports for about 5 hours or so. What do you say? G-Bag of the day coming up here at 2:30 with Lucius Alexander, who is in the Pimp Cup and Master Control. Here's Brian Broaddus, Wolchuk, and Chiafalo. You got Carter Freeman over there coordinating your video. I'm Gavin Dawson, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys are back to practice, and there's news. They added 2 players. Pick up Tack McKinley, the pass rusher out of UCLA. Remember a couple of years back he was drafted and had a cutout of his grandma there at the stage.
We'll bring that back. We'll bring that back today, and we'll also bring back the Mike Vrabel goodbye to my most important body part.
2 of the best sounds in the history of NFL audio.
Throwback sounds on a hump day.
And when's that happening?
That'll happen at some point over the course of the next 5 hours.
Sweet.
That's the only problem.
Man, I cannot
Maybe
wait.
right bleeping now.
He did have a 6-sack season and a 7-sack season early in his career with Atlanta, playing for Dan Quinn. Then he had a 3.5-sack season, and his rookie contract was over. He's been bouncing around a little bit, but a guy that's really got a great frame, the right type of build to be an effective pass rusher. And what do you think the Cowboys are doing here? Just add a little depth? Dan Quinn giving his guy a chance?
Yeah, hockey built, or not so much?
No, he's fine. The thing about him is, again, it's familiarity with Dan Quinn. They got to figure out something about this run game stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying that Tack McKinley is the answer to your run game defense, but, they've got to look at some other options potentially. They've got some issues there at that right defensive end playing the run.
I like that.
So if that's the whole idea. Go in there, protect yourself. Maybe he's one of those guys that you get a little magic from late in the year. We'll see.
You think Tack can play the run?
I think that when he was at UCLA, he could play the run. When you watched him play, I thought he was a guy that was capable of doing that. And, then he was so active. That's the thing I always remember about him. And, they've got guys that can rush the passer. They just don't have anybody standing there and take on blocks.
See, I like that's a good motivational technique right there. If that's DQ doing work, like, hey, I was asking you guys to stop the run. Yeah. I said, if you want to rush the passer, we got to stop the run. We got to get him in 3rd and long. And you were like, hey, how about 2nd and 2? Again and again and again. So now I'm bringing in this guy. I guess we'll see if you guys can hold up from a challenge from a guy who is not even in the league. All we're asking you to do is stop the run a little bit better.
Yeah, that's the big issue right now. I'm interested to see if they go back with Golston too. Golston's a little bit more of what you had body size and look when you start talking about Tank, Lawrence and how he plays the run. I'd be interested because Basham, Armstrong, Fowler, if they don't play technique over there, they're no good anyway.
Okay, they also pick up Antonio Callaway to the practice squad out of Florida 4 or 5 years ago. 25 career games, including 14 starts. He's got 53 balls for 695 and 5 touchdowns. He's a fast guy, isn't he? Fast guy?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I remember him coming out of Florida. I think there were some issues there that people were dealing with. But, his game, I don't really have a real clear recollection what that was. This time of year, too, you might be adding bodies as well just to kind of because, they're in a situation with Tolbert. Where are you going with that right now? Are you going to continue to give him more opportunities?
No.
They're in a situation too where they're like, maybe you're getting into practice a little bit and having to have some guys run for you a little bit.
So with Tolbert, it's interesting. Is that one of those where you just saw Amari Rodgers get cut with the Packers?
Yeah.
Is that a possible statement opportunity lost? I know a lot of fans might feel that way.
No, they were not going to give up on the kid for lining up off sides, but they're also going to say, listen, you need to be better.
Yeah.
If we're going to put you in situations at key points in the game, you can't let us down. That's a learning moment. That's not a cut moment.
Mm-hmm.
Rodgers has fumbled 5 balls. I think he leads the league in that.
But everything that started since training camp has
been good.
Not encouraged.
Been
but
good.
They did like him a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, they almost took him in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
So they think very highly of him.
They gave up. Remember a guy named Jimmy Smith that played for the Jacksonville for a long time.
Great,
was like a
great receiver for Jacksonville.
That was a 2nd round pick that they just kind of gave up on. But it's a different regime. It's a way back in the day. But those are the kinds of things that pop up in your mind when you just say, let's teach this guy a lesson. kind of a thing. If a guy's being a bum and is not, paying attention in meetings and stuff and not doing what, you ask him to do, he's getting in trouble off the field and that stuff, then probably try and send a message a little bit. But with this guy, I don't think they're going to do that. I think it's like, listen, we can't trust you right now. So you're going to be inactive every damn week, and we're going to bring people in here that can maybe take your job on being on that active list.
That's Antonio Callaway, a guy who's made some plays, scored 5 touchdowns in the NFL, and I don't think it's hard to pick up and be like the 5th best wide receiver on this team right now.
Not right now,
okay. Not only did the Eagles lose Monday Night Football, they might have also lost one of their better players for a month or more. Tight end Dallas Goedert out. He injured his shoulder in that missed face mask penalty. So Philadelphia fans, you think Cowboys fans or Mike McCarthy are upset with the referee sometimes. Eagles fans, no doubt, quite a bit, Matt. He's expected to miss multiple weeks, could be put on the IR. He currently leads all tight ends at 12.7 yards per catch and is second behind Travis Kelce in total yards with 544. So that is a pretty big shot there to the NFC East leading Eagles.
Oh, it's a nightmare for them, dude. What a terrible play, and it's not just an in-the-moment terrible play. It's one that you're going to be paying the price for.
Very costly.
For weeks now. Yeah, Eagles fans must be irate.
Cost you the game?
Yeah, cost you the game. It was all just a total nightmare, obvious flag. It really is one of the single worst plays, probably, if you dialed it down all season for a single team.
Absolutely.
That is one of the worst ones. And the fact that it's the Eagles makes it kind of funny. And I would imagine whatever phone calls they're getting with Cataldi and company were pretty dang hysterical about that play.
Oh, I'm sure.
They're doing 5 hours of just mother bleeping the refs on that one play.
Are you kidding me?
It's Wednesday, and all they've talked about is that play, I would imagine, for the last 72 hours.
It's just been 72 hours of the 6 o'clock sound off, pretty much.
Yes.
Without any drop off.
But they are trained professionals during that sound off.
Hell yeah, they are.
They get in and out, and they mother bleep everyone in their way.
They're always sounding off. I'm interested to see what their offense looks like without him, though.
No, it will be interesting to see. They don't have anybody that can replace that, and they're also struggling at defensive tackle. They signed Linville Joseph, too.
Yes.
They're really banged up at tackle. And they've been, you talk about a team that's had some problems also with the run, but defending the run inside. That's where, this tackle situation for them has not been a defensive tackle, with losing
Jordan
Davis.
Big
Yeah,
Georgia.
That's hurt them a little bit.
Okay, 405 says Dawson Goddard has officially been moved to the IR now. Okay, so appreciate that heads up on that. Appreciate the Mavs closing out the dub last night. They get a second consecutive win. Really, it's fun. The shots are dropping. I think overall their record is good, but these are heart attack type of situations as fans. The look on Mark Cuban's face, he's riding a roller coaster there at courtside, and I think Mavs fans are feeling the same way whether you're at the game or at home. This isn't sustainable. Like whatever their winning percentage is right now, it could be significantly worse. And you don't have a Western Conference that's down with bad teams that are giving up. The tanking era is over. Everyone is going to be giving you 48 minutes of their best effort, and the Mavs are just way too compromised in the second half. I think it's the Luka energy level. I'm buying into that narrative. Like they literally don't have enough ball handlers to make it to the end of the game without their superstar being freaking exhausted. And my only wonder is, do the Mavs think this is sustainable? Because it's clearly not, is it?
No, it's not, but you finally got some support. Reggie Bullock, huge in that fourth quarter. Dorian Finney-Smith contributed a season-high 21 points. He hit a career-best 7 threes in that one.
That's what you need to win when you're choking. Like, it was Dinwiddie shooting the lights out Saturday. You can't count on that. Like, their three-point percentage in the last 2 minutes of their last two games has to be like 90%.
But I do think in a positive way to look at it, they're finding a way to win tight games.
Yeah.
That was an issue at times last year, and they've been damn good at home. They're 7-1 at the AAC. So if you want to find positives, because you're right, Gavin, I think big picture, there are areas that we need to be concerned about.
Free throws.
Is that stuff sustainable?
Dude.
Oh, yeah. The free throws, you're basically 50% in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
That's a way to lose basketball games.
Yeah.
But getting tight wins like that and your contributors coming up with some massive buckets in the fourth, that's room for positive vibes there for your Mavs.
I hear you. Thanks for those positive vibes, Wolchuk. And you're full of them, no doubt, heading off to Baby Dolls tonight, aren't you?
I was going to say,
baby.
This guy's on cloud 9 right now. He looks good. He smells good. He clearly showered before coming in. You can see he cleaned up the beard as well. I would say it's a coin flip.
I did put on cologne.
Yeah, he's got the gel in the hair. He became swaggering in. And it's because he knows he's got to work half a day, and then he's going to go to Baby Dolls
and spend his check there,
and,
right?
Yeah, he'll walk out in the red.
Spending a check. I'm working for 2 hours there, gentlemen.
And
what
spending
are you
that 2 hours of work.
I'm mingling with Tolos. I'm fellowshipping. I'm giving away Tolo swag, and I'm telling them, hey, have some drinks,
barbecue,
have some free barbecue, tip your waitresses, and let's fellowship, baby. 5 to 7, 10-250 Shady Trail.
And then at 7:01, the beast comes out. The shirt becomes a little bit more unbuttoned, and then we don't see Wolchuk or hear from Wolchuk until the sun comes up tomorrow morning.
Howl at the moon tonight, buddy.
Hello.
Yes.
Woo! Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow at Mexican Bar Company.
Okay, and
Gosh, I'm fired up for that, bro.
Yes, Mexican Bar Company tomorrow. That you got to come see us. Is that Plano or Frisco? I'm not sure. Willow
Plano.
Bend.
Oh,
Willow
that's
Bend.
Plano.
Okay.
That's my hometown.
Yeah.
Okay, so and speaking of Wolchuk's chest, he's getting waxed on Friday, right here in studio. It'll start in the 220. Okay, this is his bet payoff from not picking a game right last week, and a lovely lady's going to come in here and just wax the hell out of him. Right?
That's right. That's right. I am going to ask her if I could get at least one wax on my guy here. And we've committed to the chest and the back, right? And then it's kind of a coin flip on the taint still.
I mean, I'll do whatever.
He's willing to do his
He's
taint
in.
on Friday. That's crazy.
We're definitely doing back and chest, and then we'll figure out a way to get the rest of that thing.
We'll have a tight shot on your face, right, as you're in agony.
Yeah.
This can be a traumatic experience for somebody as hairy as you, Wolchuk. I hope you know what you're in for.
I don't know what I'm in for, and I'm terrified.
You have no idea what you're in for.
That's why you agreed to it.
I know. And it's
Should
probably
have drank the sports mix.
I wanted to, and then the peer pressure got me.
Yeah.
I do imagine that it's going to take from 220 till about 620 to get all the hair off of that body.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
You might be broadcasting like that for a while.
She did say I'm going to need to come in early to heat the wax, and I said, well, maybe bring some extra.
Yeah, you might need a little.
We're going to need more wax.
Why are you laughing? I hate you. I hate you.
McGee and Kleba out tonight, as well as Luka is resting, by the way, against Houston. So hopefully they won't take him for granted and beat a bad team because their best player's not there. I'm not sure exactly how that works. Top 4 holds after a big win for TCU against UT. They are still 4th. Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, and TCU. We have the college football super segment coming up at about 3:20. Stars had an overtime loss to Tampa. What the heck happened there?
I'll tell you what, though. Tampa was just all over him. And Dallas, again, they scored the shorty late. And that's what Tampa does. Tampa gives up shorties all the time, those shorthanded goals.
Defensively, they are not as good as they have been.
Yeah, it was a struggle last night. And in overtime, though, it just, when you get Tampa 3-on-3, that's a tough ask right there.
But, hey, they got the point.
They did.
And that's what
they
counts.
got a point. Yep.
Okay, Warzone 2 is out today. I know that's big esports news. Epic video game today. This game took over video games 2.5 years ago. Is your son taking off school to play this?
Bro, I got a text early this morning. Love you, Dad. I was like, what's going on? It's kind of weird. Yeah. Then I started seeing the timeline. I was like, oh, you want me to go ahead and swipe that card? That's what you want.
That is right.
Love
Yes.
you, Dad.
Man, a lot of people.
Horns with it. Love you, Dad.
A lot.
Emoji.
Is this the Kyler Murray game? What we're doing?
Yes, this is
the Kyler Murray
this is
game?
this is a Kyler Murray situation.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
It's a big situation for a lot of Tolos, and I know the Kyler joke is out there, but seriously, there's probably 24 players on every team in the NFL that are going to be obsessed with this game from after practice until their game on Sunday, and then immediately after their game.
I imagine just quality of production across the United States goes down tremendously in any and all industries.
This is a March Madness type of situation.
This
that
thing's
the
coming
workforce
after
has on their hands.
Yeah, it's coming after all of us, boys.
But yeah, I'll be on there playing. I guess it launched at noon today. And, I'm driving in at noon, so I bet a lot of people are playing already. Truckwreck.com fan text is open if you want to give a bit of feedback on that or whatever. But I'll be playing tonight, and if you get killed by Mr. Untouchable, don't be a bit surprised, okay? And I'm not hacking. I'm just that damn good.
Mr. Untouchable.
How close were you to a little tummy ache around 11 o'clock this morning?
Man, you know what? I didn't even consider it. I should have.
Look at you.
I should have considered it. You're right. This would be a perfect day.
It would be.
You dang adult.
Yeah.
Maybe Friday after
I should have taken
Company.
a scheduled day off. Yeah, Mexican Bar Company. These guys, I've been doing broadcasting for a long time. Brian's been out and about with the Cowboys and been in NFL stadiums and got, I've never been taken care of in the culinary world like this.
No, it's next level.
It's not only the service, but it's the quality of all the cuisine.
All fresh.
I wouldn't miss it for the world on that show tomorrow. There's not a stomach bug or a video game that would keep me out of Mexican Bar Company tomorrow, boys and girls.
We got NFL news you need with Wolchuk coming up. What's the subject matter looking like, Zach?
Man, a wonderful moment between Arthur Blank and JC Horn. I've got the audio for you. Plus, we have a sports refund going on. We had a bad beat, Brian. You were right after the Washington Commanders touchdown. I'll tell you about that next on The Fan.
Okay, I'd love to chat with you right now. the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk to give you some NFL news you need. And here he is, Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. So, Broadus, you were on top of this. We played the audio yesterday during TD Tuesday. Boom, shakalak. Boom, shakalak. Boom, shakalak. TD Tuesday, shakalak. So, we had the Commanders score that touchdown after the Eagles, tried to do the whole let's lateral, get a late second touchdown. And Commanders end up scoring. So, it's 32-21. Well, what ends up happening during that play is Devontae Smith fumbles, and he ends up getting 14 receiving yards taken away from his total. And the over-under prop bet for him was at 43.5. So prior to that play, he had 53 receiving yards. He ended up with 39 receiving yards.
Oops.
So fantasy footballers were upset, and those that gambled were like, oh, what the hell? Now I've lost the bet. I thought we had won. So what did FanDuel end up doing? They refunded players that placed wagers on the receiving total, and they posted the following message online after the costly Devontae Smith fumble. They said, Devontae Smith lost 14 receiving yards on the final play of Monday Night Football. So we'll be refunding straight bets and parlays where one of the following props was the only loser. Over 52.5 receiving yards, 40 or more receiving yards, and 50 or more receiving yards. So I think that's pretty classy there from FanDuel to do. They didn't have to do it, but they did it.
Yeah, that's a big picture play right there.
It's good marketing money.
Yeah, that's you're gonna make that back in no time. So that's probably a heady play. You bite the bullet for the long-term gains of the loyalty of America's degenerates.
Did you feel like that maybe they probably did a little research and saw how many they had of that?
Oh, yeah.
Probably not a lot.
If that's one of those things, it's not like, listen, this is
you're going to lose a lot of money.
Yeah, this is not going to break us, guys.
But it's going to be headline news.
Yeah, exactly.
So we remember J.C. Horn. We were all very interested in him.
The Cowboys would have drafted him.
We would have loved that. We had him on the nosebleed seats leading up to the draft. He was a great guest, former South Carolina Gamecock corner and now current Carolina Panther cornerback. Well, Atlanta Falcons owner Arthur Blank, I guess, had no idea he was related to wide receiver Joe Horn.
Yeah.
So they end up playing, of course, on Thursday Night Football, and Arthur Blank goes up to J.C. Horn, and here is the exchange between the two.
Are you related to Joe Horn?
That's my dad.
Your father?
Yes, sir.
Oh, God.
Yes, sir.
Tell him I said hi.
Yes, sir, I will.
love getting to know him. He was an unbelievable player.
Yes, sir.
And he was responsible for the development of Roddy White.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You always talk about that.
Well, it's true. I mean, he was a great player, but he was a great teacher, too. So
Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. Yes, sir. I
Tell him
appreciate
I
it.
said hi.
Yes, sir, I will. Nice to meet you.
I mean, if you're a Falcons fan, are you a little bit concerned? Everybody knew that Joe Horn was the dad of J.C. Horn leading up to that draft.
But your owner, I actually love that.
Or maybe it's a good thing because your owner is so hands off that he's just not involved in anything with the football relationship.
I think that's more
the route.
That's the route.
It might just be an icebreaker line, too. Like, oh, hey, aren't you...
Like he already knows it, but that's
like
very true.
Sometimes somebody at the soccer fields or the grocery store will hear my voice and be like, I recognize your voice from somewhere. And it's like, okay, hey, they don't want to just be like, hey, Gavin, right? So they ask a question. It's kind of like a little bit of a lead in to see what my reaction is.
Yeah, today a police officer came up to me at lunch. I was sitting at a table, and he goes, Brian, I really enjoy, it's nice to be recognized by people and stuff but you're right, they hear your voice.
Yeah.
Like I was checking out buying a bagel one time, and the guy goes, I know your voice.
Yeah.
He goes, keep talking. And so I'm like, what would you like me to say? He goes, I know you're on the radio. And so then I finally introduced myself, but you're absolutely right.
He thought you were Babe Laufenberg for a second.
No, he thought I was Gavin Dawson is what he thought. No, the thing about it was and if you listen to Arthur Blank, he introduces himself first.
Yeah.
He says, I'm Arthur Blank, and I don't think that JC heard him. And I was wondering if JC knew who he was. That maybe who's this older gentleman,
right.
Did he know
Just
who Arthur Blank was?
He looks like money with that top coat and everything.
Oh, no, the red vest and the tie and all that stuff
that
like
mustache
that.
is legendary.
There's a vampire vibe because it's like you wonder to yourself, like, does Arthur Blank look more like a waiter at a restaurant that exclusively serves ghosts? Or does he look like the villain in the movie who just had his plot for world domination foiled by Tom Brady?
Good
and you just
question.
kind of go back and forth with that, and you wonder.
Yeah.
I don't know if
looks like
JC
Bruce Wayne's butler.
I don't know if JC knew who he was.
He might not.
I don't think because Arthur Blank, the story goes, I'm Arthur Blank, and I don't know if JC heard him.
And that's why I'd be happy if I'm a Falcon fan because we're recruiting.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
He certainly was.
Yeah.
And the Roddy White story was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was
because
very
Roddy
cool.
White had a great career.
Oh, he was awesome.
Joe Horn was a good receiver in his.
Hell yeah, he was.
Mike
He was a
McCarthy
beast.
was his
No
OC there.
question.
Joe Horn won me multiple fantasy football
Did he?
championships.
Man,
And he's got one of the most iconic
that phone
end
flip
zone.
celebration.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
amazing.
Oh, and Arthur Blank does also, yes, Texter in the 903 looks like Big Boy from Dick Tracy.
Oh, I love that.
He
That is a good callback.
really looks like him.
Absolutely. Jamar Chase is targeting a return from his hip injury, not this week, but the following week for the Bungholes, as they will take on the Titans. Now, this week, Steelers and Bungholes will wear their Color Rush uniforms. So you can expect that and look forward to that.
So Steelers, their color rush is the Steelers. Is it the Bumblebee suits?
That's
No,
their,
it's the
that's their
all black.
throwbacks. It's the all, yeah.
They're going to go in all blacks.
Yeah,
Okay, All right.
absolutely.
All
So
right.
that'll be fun. You also have David Johnson, former All-Pro running back. He is going to be signing onto the practice squad for the Saints. And the Bears have placed running back Khalil Herbert on IR with a hip injury.
Is that the same David Johnson that Bill O'Brien and his not safe for work butt chin decided to trade for when he gave up DeAndre Hopkins? Is that the same David Johnson?
Confirm.
Yep.
Same bleeping guy.
And now he's on a practice squad somewhere.
Yeah.
And DeAndre Hopkins is extendo
With the
arming into the end
Saints.
zone
Yep.
with his 10 fingers on one hand.
That's the same dude.
Wow.
Same freaking guy.
Just one of the many reasons Deshaun Watson had to go. And by the way, he is practicing,
He is
but Jacoby
practicing. He's
Brissett's
practicing.
still
Yeah.
going to be the starter for a couple of weeks until he can get totally eligible to return.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Wolchuk. There's some NFL news that you need. He will have your top 10 at 420 coming up in about 2 hours. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, my man said Dick Tracy.
He did.
Yeah, Big Boy Caprice. That was played by Al Pacino, right?
Bro.
Yeah.
That's Arthur Blank.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars.
Yeah, I love
Arthur
that.
Blank.
And then he, Big Boy Caprice scooped up Breathless Mahoney. That was Madonna and had her working in the club.
Oh,
Yeah, bro, I love that movie, man.
it's amazing.
Flat Top and Itchy was my guys. Those are my guys. All right, let's see what we got for you boys. When we last left off, Grandma posing for the camera. She let a little fart slip when she turned around like a little thotty and put her hand on her hip. It said, "Brip." Listen, be quiet here because the second one comes up, but it's a sneaky one too. Listen.
Say cheese. Cheese! This is disgusting.
Wow.
I'm telling you, it's a continuation, bro.
I can smell it.
Yeah.
That is too
They got a
dang
Casey
funny.
Anthony interview documentary situation coming out.
Yeah, I was actually meaning to ask you if you were going to watch that because I know you're a
I
big
just
doc
looked up
guy.
and seen it because I watch a lot of trash TV,
Yeah.
Inside Edition, TMZ, or ridiculousness. I watch a lot of trash television.
Ridiculousness is
I hear,
fantastic.
I hear people are going as her for Halloween next year.
Okay.
What?
Oh, yeah.
I hear what you. I see what you're doing there.
Yeah. Same way they did Dahmer.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be the hot thing.
By the way, the trash TV, and my wife got Bachelor in Paradise.
Yeah, I watch a lot of trash TV.
Get me in there. I'm in now.
I got sucked into the Love Island UK. I told you guys that.
Yeah, that's true. You were open about it.
Tabloid television, if you will, for some of us. You guys ever rode an Amtrak train?
Have.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
It's a nice way to travel.
Yeah,
It is a very good noise.
It is. You get the suite. I went from Virginia down here to Texas.
Cool.
On that joint, and you stop at like Chicago. You know, you make all these stops. You can get out and enjoy yourself.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, and the suite has like a shower in it and everything. You can wash up.
Yeah.
It's
Cool.
a great bed. Yeah, it's great, bro.
Yeah, I've never done that, just like 5 or 3 hour trips, but we always loved it. You're cracking coldies. You're,
Yes.
you know.
Yeah, I want to do it again.
That sounds fun.
I want to do
It
it across
is.
the
Yeah,
country.
it's nice.
The way you guys have sold this, I'm like, dang, I have big
It's
time
fun.
FOMO.
Where
right
could
now.
we go?
Yeah.
Amtrak FOMO is not a FOMO I was
Let's
anticipating
do
having
this.
today.
It's a vibe, man. It's a vibe.
I
It
hear
is.
you. Yeah.
Here's a guy at the Amtrak station. He's beatboxing on the microphone while everybody waits for the train.
I'm hungry. Calabria.
Hey. Nice. Get the horns out. Hey.
Tell you what.
My boy had stamina.
Yeah.
It sounds like some of them are so good. There's like layered sounds coming in, like it's almost like 3 or 4 beatboxers, but it's just one guy.
Yeah.
It's like how could you even think of trying to do that?
It's like they have 7. It's the same way DeAndre Hopkins catches balls sometime where you think he has 10 fingers. It's like these dudes have like 10 tongues in their mouth.
The little person inside.
Yeah. Damn, Tovash, bro, you wildin', bro. Y'all see the fan tags?
Oh, you looking for the
I
grandma?
mean, you're not lying, but I mean, you don't have to just. We all know this. We all kind of know this, though.
I just love
He just want to let us know.
Open and honest, man.
He's like, yeah, she's straight for the stroke.
That's our guy.
I respect the vulnerability there, Tovash.
Let's see. Shaquille O'Neal, he has his thoughts and beliefs.
I have a new theory. I have a new theory. There's more than one moon.
Oh, no.
But just let me tell you my theory. The other day I was riding past Auburn, as a matter of fact, and the moon was on the left. And I'm going straight and making returns, and about 20 minutes later, the moon was behind me.
That's because it was moving, fool.
No, there's more than one moon. And then another
Check,
45
please.
seconds, the moon was on my right. There's more than one moon.
You got a check, please, in there.
Well, he's not wrong. I mean, there are
hanging
like
out with CA too much.
hundreds of moons in the solar system.
Good point. Every planet's got one.
But for the Earth, right?
Yeah, the Earth, there's only one.
We honestly need to get CA involved in this because
Well, foremost expert
not a
on these
moon.
that
matters.
could actually bring it.
Maybe he can
will
clarify
allege-
it tonight in crosstalk if he's doing the get right.
It is cheese.
We all say there's one moon. Shaq says there's 2. I believe CA is going to allege that there is in fact 0 moons.
Yeah, he said it's hollow or something. He's right now on a psychedelic trip. Whenever he comes back down and gets to the station, I'm pretty sure they explain it to us. I'm pretty sure. Well, I heard you guys talking about the moon. I took notes.
Microdosing.
When he
some
says
LSD.
moon, when he says moon, he's got the air quotes.
Yeah,
The moon.
Let's see what else I got for you boys. I'm gonna get these out the way real quick. Remember when Brooklyn played LA not too long ago?
Yeah.
They said Kevin Durant was being real friendly.
Trying to close out the quarter strongly. Westbrook trying to work Durant. Durant swallowed up his former teammate.
Wow, that's a good friend right there.
Yeah.
I mean, the relationship would have lasted longer if you would have did that in the beginning. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's
Probably
true.
would have won some championships out there if you would have did that in the beginning.
Man, they
That's
were
all I'm
close.
saying, fam.
They were close.
How much you gonna sacrifice for the squad? Let's see what else we got on deck for here. I want to get this out the way too. You seen that Nebraska player that jumped over the Michigan joint, Mr. Michigan player? He tried to do the Ezekiel Elliott.
Oh yeah.
He got nailed right in the gonads.
Right in the gonads, right?
Uppercut style.
My man RG3 is going to be doing this stuff for a long time.
And underneath, it's complete to Brown. Tried to leap the defender. The elevator went a little bit too high that time.
Mike Stainer still put a helmet right between his. I'm gonna leave that one alone. But holy cow!
Yeah, RG3 is getting a lot of attention, man. He has some incredible lines.
He is in his bag, though.
Okay, is it the grandma trying to look cute? Is it the guy at the Amtrak station beatboxing? Is it Shaquille O'Neal? There's more than one moon. Kevin Durant was extra friendly with his former teammate. Nebraska jumped over a Michigan guy, and RG3 had a great line.
Isn't
Tried
there a
to jump
trash
over.
television show that's out of Dallas right now that's on Netflix? Like,
Love is Blind.
Love is Blind, yeah.
Yes.
I need to
Big
get
fan?
into that one. I
Yeah.
need to get into, well, the previews. There's a
heard
girl
good
on there
things.
that's just hefty. I just want to.
Yeah, I heard
I
good
want to see
things.
if the preview was really previewing. That's all I'm saying.
You know, I'm a big fan of beatboxers. I like that grandma cut. I like Shaq having fun. Let me go with the guy at the Amtrak station. Well, that's you, follow. How about you?
Anytime we get a chance to throw another nominee into the sexual sports analysis of the year, I think we got to respect that. So the Kevin Durant sound is for me.
KD and Westbrook playing ball. How about you,
Right.
Lucius?
I like being a scat man sometimes. Scat. Let's see here. Beatboxing, bro.
2-1, Wolchuk. What do you say?
I'll throw RG3 a vote.
2-1.
Yeah, man. Guy's talent on that beatbox.
My score of 3-1 and your new G-Bag of the Day champion's the guy at Amtrak Station beatboxing. You get a crowd around you like that. Man, I think I'd put a couple of bucks in that guy's hat or whatever he's got out there. All right, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we headed with that, Broadus?
Yeah, let's talk about these Minnesota Vikings. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on
Oh man,
what's going on?
God, even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas Classic Finding Roads.
All right. It is the G-Bag Nation
man.
here. No, you're good.
Man. You know, it's
Somebody say something funny.
It's the off-mic conversations on radio that can mess you up for the live radio performance. I'm sorry.
Having a good time back there in the Pimp Cup, it looks like.
Yeah, it was another Zaddy Lucius conversation. All right, I got to go.
It is time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here he is, king of the Krusties, former Cowboys scout. Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Can tell you from today what I know injury-wise. Anthony Brown should be good to go from his concussion.
Sweet.
Situation.
Is it sweet?
Just reporting the news.
No, I
just reporting the news.
What does mine say?
He's been so bad,
dude. It's nothing good.
Better than Joseph.
It is better than Joseph.
Joseph's actually will tackle.
He will
tackle.
He will tackle. That's fair.
I think special teams will do that for him. I mean, that's what Joseph's done, but the coverage stuff I think has been a little bit. I can't believe I really, really thought that Anthony Brown was going to have a great year. Remember, I was talking about him and Armstrong. Were my
Nobody's perfect, Brian.
You're
calling stuff right and left.
I was trying to.
You nailed Dorrance. You nailed 4 things from the game last week.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just getting started. We'd be here all day.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Nailed.
Hey, real quick, can I do this too? I saw this. I thought it was amazing. This is a Major League Baseball thing. Real quick. In the 2010 Major League Baseball draft, players drafted after Russell Wilson. Did you ever see this?
No.
Russell Wilson was picked 140th. I think I've got this right. Yeah, he was picked 140th overall, 2010 by the Rockies. Jacob deGrom went at 272 to the Mets. Jock Peterson went 352 to the Dodgers. Chris Bryant went 548 to the Blue Jays, and Aaron Judge went 935 to the Athletics.
Jeez.
That baseball draft is tough, isn't it?
It is.
Like there's 3 guys at the
I
very
got
top.
all that right. Yeah, I saw that. I was
That's
like,
wild.
That's crazy. Like Russ Wilson, quarterback, and then all these guys get picked after, that kind of thing. But anyway, all right, just shows the draft, man.
Never know.
You never know about the draft. Okay, Minnesota Vikings. Let's see if I can kind of help you guys out here.
You gonna help us or terrify us?
I'm going to try and help you. I'm going to try and help you attack. I think we'll see what happens with Christian Darrisaw, their left tackle. There's questions of whether he might not play in this football game.
A little concussion situation. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if he doesn't play. I think he's been a beast this year.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this before you get into the detail, Brian.
Yeah.
The nitty gritty. After watching them, do you feel better or worse about the Cowboys' chances?
I think I'm going to end up picking the Vikings to win this game.
Well, gosh dang it.
Well, gosh darn it. Can I raise my hand?
Well, sure. You just did.
I did raise my hand. Will you call upon me, Professor?
The thing that I just feel like that there's things offensively that are going to give the Cowboys a lot of problems defensively, and it's not just running the football. If they find a way, the way that the Vikings throw the football, I think Kirk Cousins he's prone to turn the ball over for you, but the routes and stuff that they run, the combinations, the way they get their guys open, Thielen, Jefferson. They do a really, really good job. Osborne, they do a really good job with the route combinations and then also finding space. And so there's so much crossing routes in that if you're playing man against them and you're chasing all day, or you're playing zone and they're running and they're settling down in the zones. And now they got, with Hawkinson playing for them at tight end, he's a factor. I mean, we saw him firsthand against with the Lions.
Had a good game.
Had a really good game.
Seems like he opened stuff up for them as well. Like Jefferson and these dudes are, because now they can stress you in another way with the tight end that they were not able to do for the first part of the season. Like Irv Smith was giving them virtually nothing before he got
their
hurt.
biggest weakness, you could say. Yeah.
Now they have a legit
somebody to eat the middle.
Yeah, a legit tight end to allow for Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen to be even more open. So
yeah, Jefferson didn't play great against you last year. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing now. I watched them against the Dolphins, against the Commanders, and then this last game against Buffalo. It appears the way that this coach, when you look at with the way that O'Connell is calling this games, we talk about how do you get receivers open? How do you run them open? How do you stress out defenses? It's routes. It's route combination. They've got a talented group.
This was the Rams coordinator last year?
Yeah, he's off the McVay tree.
Yeah.
So he learned.
I mean, he's a guy that knows how to get Cooper Kupp on linebackers all the time, Justin Fields or Justin Jefferson in advantageous matchups versus guys that can't stay with him.
I think I figured out, though, when they go under center and you're going to get motion, they're running the football. That might be a little trigger to keep an eye on, because what they want to do, it's that McVay thing that we talk about. Get underneath center, run motion, kind of get your eyes going one way.
Like the jet motion, right?
Yeah,
where they're full speed at the snap.
Full speed at the snap.
Kind of trying to get your eyes distracted.
That's what I'm saying. They're very distracting when it comes to the running game. And that's something that I feel like, but I was expecting like Adam Thielen to be like it's always, no, he's part of what they do, but Thielen, Jefferson, Osborne, I mentioned it. I mean, those guys, all those guys get involved with the tight end being involved as well.
How much did you notice the play action?
It's
and
big.
Then
it's big.
Boots with them out of
getting
Kirk
the
Cousins
waggles,
out of the pocket.
Yeah, the boot run. It's the same. It's similar to what you see with the Cowboys. Trying full flow going one way and then bring everything going back the other way. So yeah, that's something you have to keep. You guys were right about, because I was thinking about Dalvin Cook and then Alexander Madison. When one wears number 4, the other wears number 2, and there's those single digits, and you're kind of like, there's no difference.
No, they look very similar.
I mean, but I'll tell you the thing about that I worry about with Dalvin Cook is the run starts inside and he bounces it. He's really, really good at getting to the corner of the defense.
He's kind of undersized, so you lose him in the middle of the line, and then boom, he can bust it out on you.
The explosiveness that he plays with on the outside, I think, is good.
And they throw him the ball.
Yeah.
Out of the backfield, for sure. And Madison he was number 26 or something for many years, and now he's number 2, and it just makes him look so much more physically intimidating. He looks huge.
But he's a good downhill runner.
He is. It's a heck of a backfield they have.
That's what their team does. But you're absolutely right, though. The way that these two backs come at you, I think it's a little bit different. I think there's more explosiveness from these guys. It looks like things are closed down, and then all of a sudden they're to the outside. They're like, they see and they're like, okay, I'm out of here. I'm about to be tackled and all that. So I think it's going to be a challenge. Now, defensively, though, I look at this defense and I'm going to say this. I think you could attack Patrick Peterson in this game and get away with it. I really do. I think that there's ways now and there used to be where he was one of the better, travel with, shut down kind of corners in the league. I think he's lost a little bit there. And I mean, lost a little bit with the fact that when you watch people run routes on him, you can spin him. You can get him out of position. So if I'm the Cowboys, I'm kind of looking at their, I know they got a rookie Evans starting on the other side, but Patrick Peterson is a guy. Don't be afraid of that. To me, that's the name. It's just the name right now. He had a couple interceptions a game, but he's one of those guys that drops off in coverage. We talked about Alexander last week, that kind of guy that drops off. But man, he's a guy that I saw people go at, and I don't think that's going to be a problem.
He made a big play last week, but those are more and more rare.
The games I watched, especially the Dolphins game, they did a great job, and the Dolphins have got really good receivers. It's not Waddle and Hill and those guys. But they were able to spin him around and get him off balance and things like that. I kind of like the opportunity to maybe go at him. They've got 2 legitimate pass rushers, by the way. Danielle Hunter is a legitimate pass rusher, and then Zadarius Smith is actually. And what they do is they stand them up. So you're going to get 2 down linemen. And then these 2 rushers just stand up. And what happens is they both have a really good feel for how to rush up the field, dip the shoulder, and then get flat real quick. So that's going to be a problem right there. I think their best linebacker is Eric Kendricks. You see him around the ball quite a bit. Harrison Smith as a tight end, I think there's a little bit of slipping going on right there with him as a player. So
you think the tight ends could play well against him?
I think the tight ends might be able to get something going against Harrison Smith again. I just don't see him and Patrick Peterson, veteran type guys, kind of feel like that might be the best path to victory if you're interested in throwing the football. But they're a little bit banged up. Dalvin Tomlinson's banged up a little bit right now. But these rushers, when I talk about like Hunter and Smith, I think those are the things you kind of have to have some concern on up front.
Smith leads the league in pressures, and the guy who is second has 10 less pressures than Smith does.
Jeez.
Wow. He's been the real deal.
Tear him
Brian,
up.
good eye, bad eye. I'm putting in the call. This is the week we get the turpentine score. Fast track, and I think that they're a little susceptible on the returns.
Yeah, the kickoff return stuff was not very good for them the other day. But I was worried about that, thinking because the cold weather game, the ball didn't get all the way to the end zone. But we'll see about that. It's a good call, though.
Thank you, Broadus. Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. When we come back, I believe we have a Mike McCarthy press conference. We also want to break into an afternoon rim session as well, get you some news out of basketball as the Mavs are sitting here in the second of a back-to-back tonight. That's next to the Fan.
But it is Miller.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are standing by for the Mike McCarthy press conference. I'm just stunned here. I was looking at Twitter, trying to get onto Cowboys Twitter before this press conference started. And Tansu Yejin is a Twitter account. It's verified. And they claim to have out of Japan a robotic girl who looks and moves totally real. Ryan, they're saying that's a robot. They're saying, are you buying that?
Dime?
No way.
Dime robot?
Total dime. Total dime. Running around.
Some baddie
Here she is.
They made a Vicky
Oh,
from Small Wonder to. Oh,
That's not real.
Yeah.
There's no way this is a robot. There's no way this is a robot.
What you're showing me right now is a real life woman. Okay.
The advancements in robot technology may have been happening behind the scenes. I don't know. They must have really got to work during the pandemic. I mean, I've seen the robot dogs that are going to be part of the military. Those are terrifying, right? Mm-hmm. They're mounting them with machine guns and stuff, but nothing that actually looked and moved and possibly felt like a real human. Anyway, here's Eric Chiafalo to get us some association conversation.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. Put the kids down for an afternoon nap because, ladies and gentlemen, the adults are going all the way around the rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when we get to enjoy a little rim sesh on a hump day, no less. With the G-Bag Nation, a day where Wolchuk is just an hour and 30 minutes away from clocking out of work. Go to the strip club
and clock back into work.
That's what you want to call it.
It's a great job. It's a great perk of the job, but I just want to see all my best friends, which is the Tolos, out there with me.
Did you text back the Tolo that said, I can't wait to party and rage with you all night? Or were you too scared? Okay, you did text him back.
Yeah.
Walchuk's going full ham tonight. There is one particular legendary Tolo that just makes Walchuk do insane things that he can't remember.
It's Cody.
Shout out to Cody.
And anytime Cody comes out to Baby Dolls, it ends up being a late one for me.
The beast gets unleashed.
And I told him, I said, look, I don't know how late I'm going to stay there tonight because I had an early morning.
Yeah.
He texted back with the Dr. Evil... Sure.
Man, Cody sounds like a lot of fun.
Bro,
Cody's a great guy.
Cody's a wild animal.
He's a legendary Tolo.
And you're going to get to see your Novia tonight. So Walchuk's got good vibes all the way around. And, well, why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? I do want to point out that the Celtics are apparently having zero interest in trading for Kevin Durant right now if it involves Jaylen Brown really in any way. So just let that be known for the people that are a bit curious. And the Nets, there is a story in The Athletic today in regards to, and it's from Shams Charania, Sam Amick. They do a great job, and there's some frustration that we've all known about, and I'm almost like kind of laughing at the Nets a little bit for being perturbed about Ben Simmons and his lack of a willingness and desire really to play. And kudos to him. He did have 11 points last night, which is 11 more than really anybody anticipated. Now, did they lose in historical fashion and give up like 150-plus points to the Kings? Of course they did. But hey, at least you saw Ben Simmons put the ball in the basket. But you have...
So actually doing his job then, huh?
It's a rarity.
He did.
Yeah.
It is a rarity.
Make an NFT of that.
Yeah, dude, that thing would sell for big dollars. That's like seeing Bigfoot. It's just not something you get to see. Like, if you got to see that in person last night and you're Nets, like, keep that ticket. Hang on to it. Frame it. That's going to go down in the history books as one of the more legendary basketball nights of all time, thanks to the 11 points that Ben Simmons was able to accumulate. Now, according to multiple sources with direct knowledge of the situation, frustration surrounding Simmons has been building in recent weeks within the organization, coaching staff, players, all been concerned about his availability and level of play, with some questioning his passion for the game. And so it's just, I'm like, obviously. You knew this. What do you mean?
At the end of the day,
this is exactly what you traded for. This was not false advertisement, okay? Like, you weren't getting Mr. Try Hard for the love of the game guy. You were getting, like, I don't know if I ever want to play again guy.
I can't play again.
You were getting I'm scared to go, like, for a layup guy.
Yeah. You know, there's levels of information. And there's inside circles, even inside the leagues. And I just don't think the Nets have the right network. Everybody's like not telling them the secrets. They're not cool enough to the other guys at the front office parties or something like that. But everybody's keeping secrets from the Nets, and they're paying for it.
Well, it was wild. I mean, as soon as KD and Kyrie teamed up there, we're thinking, all right, championship for the Nets.
Yeah.
And that thing just combusted right in their face.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it did. Walchuk, yes, it did. Charles Barkley does think that John Morant needs to make players around him better, by the way. So you can let that sit with you a little bit. John Morant had an outstanding game last night. I believe it was like a full court buzzer beater, kind of like at the end of the half kind of shot.
Oh, wow.
That was pretty legit there from old Ja. So he's getting it done in some really special ways. But
somebody called him out. Was it Barkley that recently called him out? I'm just kidding.
I thought you were being serious.
I really thought you were being serious too.
I should have let that.
I should reach over and slap you. Is what I was about to do.
That was good, Walchuk. Honestly, you got me. Nice.
No, I saw your face, and I was like, I got to say
I was
something.
ready to absolutely. I wanted to wait for you to finish your thought, though, because I thought it was going to be a good one. But that was strong. Nice work. The Ringer does have a fun article in regards to Luka and Christian Wood. And the headline reads, "Has Luka found his dance partner?" Now,
and what do they rule?
They ruled that offensively, it does feel like one hell of a dance
Which
partner.
is all that matters right now, right?
Turn them loose, man.
Yeah.
Let's see the show. It's not like you guys are tearing it up anyway.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got to make a lot of trades if you want this team to be the defensive squad that Jason Kidd believes it can be. In the meantime, let's watch Christian Wood or Luka go for 40.
Yeah, a lot of it was just the pick and roll game and how special it is with the two of them. Their points per 100 possessions with the two of them on the floor together is super, super nasty style. So it's just one of those things where offensively everybody can see this is something that is really, really fun. And I will say, being there the other night versus Portland and watching Luka and his no-look passes, and so many of them going to Christian Wood, and Wood's got soft hands. He's not like he's ready for these things, and everybody in the arena is blown away that the pass just got made because Luka's looking in a completely different direction, and then he finds Wood for the bucket. Wood's got the soft hands, like he's ready to go for this stuff. Yeah. And watching Luka throw no-look passes like on back-to-back possessions, it's just that dude. That dude is just crazy.
This is a fantastic article, though, in The Ringer. If you haven't read it, I'd highly recommend it.
I want to dig into that, and I can't wait to hear what else Chiafalo has to say in this Rim session, but we got an important text to address on the 903. I don't understand the attraction of watching silicone women dance around a piece of metal. Help me out here. And no, I'm not gay, says the 903.
There's no metal
anymore
at Baby Dolls, actually.
There's no polls?
No polls at Baby Dolls.
Wow, okay.
Wait,
it's a poll-free environment?
Well,
it must be an insurance risk.
Also,
probably
not all of the 175 of the most beautiful women in DFW have silicone, sir. I think that is an unfair assumption.
Yeah.
And we do not judge women on this program like that.
Yeah, some of them have saline, sir.
We just subjectify them.
Well,
Right?
they just have a Brazilian butt lift.
Some of them are
There's
natural.
nothing wrong with that
there's
either.
A lot of good natural.
Someone just like to work out.
Work out.
Wait, really? No polls? Is that a thing? Is
No,
that like
it's got to be insurance.
It is there. It is there. No, well, the owner, who is now a dear friend of mine, he does not like that.
Okay.
It's not a thing for him.
Yeah.
So you've got to
The non-athlete. He likes the kind of the non-athlete.
Damn
girls.
right. So you really no, that's not true, Brian.
Okay.
We have very, very tight, very fit
ladies
ladies there.
athletic. Yeah.
The pole dance is not for everybody.
No.
You know, there's a lot of spinning and clapping the shoes
And in
the
fact,
cheeks.
some of the routines and the dances that I've seen there without the pole really, really wows you.
Yeah. Makes maybe the entertainment get a little bit more creative.
Interesting. No, that was not something I was aware of. I thought
I wasn't either the first time I frequented, but now that I go every third Wednesday of the month for the VIP party with 105 through the fan.
Kind of feel like Eric wasn't listening there, and that was his response to not listening.
No, I was listening. This has my attention.
I think you kind of like, whoa, what we were just talking about. Yeah.
Got a fight?
It's just right. Brought
Chiafalo, I think you were listening, bro. That would offend me.
His reaction was kind of like, oh, what did you just say? Oh, I'm back. Okay, yeah.
No, I'm
were you
perturbed by it.
Were you looking for a story there?
No, I'm not. I was not looking for a story. I'm trying to think of another place. Like I'm more
that's
surprised.
the only one.
I am more surprised
that I know of
that they don't have. I mean, more like going into a fire station, I'd be less surprised not seeing a pole than I would be going into. I'd be like, "What are we renovating? Is this
but the amount of stages that Baby Dolls is pumping out, pretty incredible,
pretty special?" Okay, well, feel free to continue the rim sesh.
So the Knicks held a players-only dinner to quote hold each other accountable after they gave up 145 points in a loss to the Thunder.
Ben, you got to pay for this one.
Yeah, the question is, guys, where do you think the Knicks went for this dinner?
Where were they? Where did they have it? What city?
In New York, I believe.
Okay.
I think they just did it when they went back home. I mean, obviously, Thibodeau is a big defensive guy, and
this is a Knicks.
Yeah, not the Nets.
Not the Nets. This is Knicks.
The Knicks. So Jalen Brunson, I'm sure, was heading this. He's like, guys, this is unacceptable. Julius Randle, RJ Barrett, they're speaking up. They're saying, guys, this is disgusting. We gave up 145 points, 63% shooting to the Thunder, who are terrible. We got to figure this out. But I just think it's. I've heard of the meetings, but not the dinner as a team.
And you have the place where the dinner took place.
I don't actually. That's why I'm saying let's just
spitball.
Let's be a little reckless.
So they like most the time you see the players only meeting like in the film room, right? Or maybe like in the locker room, but they needed to do a players only fine dining situation.
Like there's no way they went to McDonald's, even though it is National Fast Food Day.
Ooh, that's exciting for the list then.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very excited
I knew
for
that you'd love this day.
Do we know what the bill was? Do we know who took the bill?
I am waiting for this to be released.
Okay.
This is all I have on the story, but I'm hoping more comes out about this.
The players only dinner as a way to galvanize each other.
Like they had to have gone to one of the nicest restaurants in New York, maybe Carbone's.
Yeah.
You think they went to a steak place?
Maybe a steak place.
Okay, so you're thinking about like Sparks is one I would think of. I was just looking at all my New York steakhouses that I've ever been at. They're pretty good.
Do you keep a list?
Peter Luger's, I think, is really, really good. But that's more, I think that's in
Chicago?
Brooklyn.
Oh, is it Brooklyn?
I think it's in Brooklyn or Queens. It's one of the two.
Keep spitballing those, Brian. The Warriors have sent James Wiseman to the G League, where he's going to remain for an extended period. You think maybe James Wiseman's on the bleep list there? Golden State? Is he maybe available via trade, you think?
Got sent to the G League.
I would think so, but I mean, do you want him? I know he's got tremendous talent, but there's plenty of examples, and I think this guy is just the latest of high picks that just weren't able to put it together. Yeah.
What about Grayson Allen? And I know he's got maybe the most punchable face in the NBA, but he's now also up on the trade block. The Milwaukee is looking like they want to deal him as well.
Is there a reason? Like, is he being jerks to his teammates?
I think the Bucks are trying to swap him for Jay Crowder. I think that's what they want to do. But I don't know if Phoenix is interested in Grayson Allen.
Well, yeah, okay, so I'd rather get Jay Crowder, but I think Grayson Allen might be the kind of guy. I mean, he's a decent enough dribbler, passer. I think this is an all-around tough basketball player that the Mavs would like. There would be some interest for me.
And he can shoot.
Like,
I think he would actually be a really good fit with Luka.
Guy's tough, too, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, when he's not kicking people
he's dirty.
Sure, but
in the downstairs mix-up.
Yeah.
I would love to punch him in the face.
Yeah, I know that.
He's been one of those guys that you don't. I just don't know if he is like a jerk to people around him as well, or if it's just the opposition. I haven't looked into the Grayson Allen story enough, but so I'd really want to do my homework on that. If a team wants to get rid of a good basketball player like that, like what is their other reason? I wouldn't think Jay Crowder is that significant of an upgrade to require changing over the team.
Speaking of the Ringer, when we brought up their article on the Mavs, they had another one that was pretty fantastic last week. And, Bobby Belt also sent this around, and I saw it as well. But they're talking about, is the NBA super team era already over?
Yeah, I don't think it is over, but it definitely failed to launch into its total glory. As I think the Miami thing proved to be a little bit more difficult, right? To only get 2 of the 4 and to stumble against the Spurs, to stumble against the Mavs. And then the Warriors thing had the big chemistry issue with KD in there. And now the Lakers get 1, the Nets have nothing, the 76ers have nothing. I do think that, yes, it's lost a lot of its luster and its ability to convince the fan base that it's now over when these players combine together. It takes a lot to build a team good enough to get the job done.
Well, and it was also watching the Redeem team, it kind of seemed like a lot of those friendships were cultivated on that U.S. men's national team.
Oh, wow, that's a good angle.
Right?
Yeah.
And I don't know how many of those guys are still going to be taking part on the Olympic team, but a lot of those veterans have kind of phased out. So it's going to need to take a new crop of the young guys, the Ja Morants, and maybe we'll see. But you have so many European stars now, like Giannis, like Luka, Nikola Jokic. They're not all going to be playing together on that national stage anymore. So maybe that is another reason why we might not see that kind of. You have three guys banding together like we did see with Bosh, Wade, and LeBron in Miami.
And they did a heck of a job, but it takes so much to build a winning team around them, right? So I think the idea that for the players, it's not a slam dunk. There's been so many examples. We're going to break here and then come back with Mike McCarthy. Okay, we're going to step aside, then the Mike McCarthy press conference on the other side here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Listen. Stream the Fan 24/7 all day. seatbelt. Presented by Boomer Jacks on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider. Taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, Nation, here we go. It's time for a college football super segment. In Under the Wire, here's Chiafalo and Wolchuk with your college pigskin.
Wolchuk's got the college football playoff things you need to know coming up momentarily. I have some Oklahoma Sooner player sound I need to bring to you as well. And on that note, I do want to remind the folks that Bedlam, for potentially the final time in Norman, is going down right here on 105.3 The Fan, 6 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. So make sure you tune in. Oklahoma State at Oklahoma. That is certainly going to be fun. What was not fun was the responses that the defensive tackle for OU got on his Twitter when he decided to at 5-5 and not in a very good place right now with the football team. Reed Lindsay, who is a junior defensive tackle for them, decided to, in his spare time, post a video of him, I guess in his apartment or his dorm room, and he's sitting on the bed and he's
guitaring.
He's doing a little acoustic guitar.
A little strumming?
Yeah, just a little strumming, 20 seconds, and he says, wrote a little tune, and this is actually the tune itself, but the responses to it were just hilarious. But here is the tune here from Reed Lindsay of the Oklahoma Sooners football team. Very light, very simple.
Not bad.
I imagine for the average guitar player, probably thinking like, yeah, this is
Country
nothing
road.
crazy. You know, just he's not singing, he's just strumming. But OU fans sitting at 5-5 are not very happy. So
Especially if they had to sing that song because they just lost to West Virginia.
Oh.
And there were so many great comments. And by great, I just mean like terrible people that are going off on this Oklahoma Sooners player. One of which being, maybe if you spent more time practicing football and studying film and less time writing bleepy music, we wouldn't be 5-5 right now.
Yeah.
You dummies.
That's just one of many comments from Sooners Nation when one of their players decided to put just a little off day guitar.
Guitar guy is already annoying. You put him on a losing football team?
Yeah, it's a bad look. It is.
Poor dude,
but I did find that to be pretty dang hysterical. Almost as funny as the first two plays of Virginia and Pitt over the weekend. Pitt ends up winning the game 37-7.
Pick six, this guy, huh?
Back-to-back pick sixes to start the game for Pitt, the Pitt defense. Okay, so with 14 minutes and 44 seconds remaining in quarter number one, Pitt already had a 14-point lead because the very first two plays of the game for Virginia resulted in interceptions for touchdowns. And I believe that is the first time in the history of the sport that that's ever happened. I can't think of a single time where that happened. So salute to you, Virginia, for, I guess, making history. We have Will Compton, former NFL player, former Nebraska Cornhusker, and he's a kind of a media guy now with Barstool. And he says that he's hearing that Matt Rule is currently in Nebraska and the connection is strong with the Huskers. So be on the lookout. Maybe Matt Rule going from Baylor to the Panthers since being fired. Maybe he goes back to the college ranks and ends up at Nebraska. It'd be
Makes
a
a lot of
no-brainer.
sense.
If there any one of these college football schools, I think it'd be a no-brainer to get him.
Yeah, absolutely. I've also seen some whispers about Gary Patterson maybe getting an interview there once the season's over. Gary Patterson's done a good job with Texas, helping out that defense this year. So if things don't go well with Matt Rule, maybe Gary Patterson could be option number 2. And Scott Frost, who got fired by Nebraska back in week 3, he's being linked to the offensive coordinator job with the Cal Golden Bears.
I just don't know why anybody would want to give Gary Patterson a job knowing how big of a jerk he is to everybody involved. You know, just ask somebody, right? I mean, sure, you want to win, but there's nice guys that can help you win too.
Yeah.
You don't have to make your players and his staff feel that way in order to get a result. That's just.
I think the Huskers are pretty desperate.
It's not like it's Nick Saban level either. He's not taking you to the top. You might go to a bowl game. You might go to a good bowl game, but there's no track record if he's taking you all the way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, have a little bit of respect for your working environment, Nebraska.
There you go.
I just reached out to somebody that might know the that Rule situation. I said, Rule, Nebraska, question mark, and he said no.
No. Okay. Well, then cue up Gary.
Fantastic.
So we'll see what they end up doing there. College football playoff rankings
Really
came
good friend
out
of his, by the way.
yesterday. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
So, well, that's pretty good plugged in information there, Brian brought us. Georgia, the Bulldogs came in at 1. Ohio State at 2. Michigan at 3. TCU 4. So your top 4 is the same. In fact, your top 5 was the same. Tennessee, the Vols are your 5th team just on the outside looking in. LSU moved up. They're at number 6, followed by SC, Bama, Clemson, and Utah. Now, the path to get in. Georgia, their path's pretty crystal clear. They've got a road game against Kentucky. Kentucky just lost to Vandy. That looks like an easy win. Then they've got their SEC championship date with LSU. Ohio State, they've got Maryland. That should be a walk-through victory. Then we've got the arch rival.
Has Ohio State played Maryland like 6 times already this year?
Well, it feels like everybody's Maryland within the Big Ten, besides Ohio State.
I just feel
Michigan.
like that game's gone on. Them and Rutgers, I think, have played Ohio State a lot this year.
People thought Illinois might be okay, then they just lost to Purdue, right? Like
Purdue.
Penn State's solid. We can give Penn State some love. But those 3 teams are really the only
So
good
the
ones.
winner of the Ohio State-Michigan game is going into the playoff, right? Is that what we
Yes, that team will go into the playoff. That team will also go to the Big Ten title. Well, they're currently play
the walkover is who
either
they play.
Illinois,
Yeah.
Iowa, or
Yeah.
Purdue. Whoever ends up winning that cluster bleep. USC has a chance to still make it. They're going to end up playing Utah, most likely, in the Pac-12 championship. And TCU, who has clinched the Big 12 title spot after beating Texas, will now play Baylor. And if it defeats Baylor, Iowa State, and whoever finishes second in the conference to determine the Big 12 title game, they're going to be in the college football playoff. So we'll see how that all shakes out. Now, your Heisman watch right now, you still have C.J. Stroud, the Ohio State quarterback, at number 1. Brian Broaddus, who's the last Ohio State player to win the Heisman Trophy?
It's one of those quarterbacks, right?
It is.
Who was it? I mean,
Troy Smith in 2006.
That's a Ravens pick.
It was.
3rd round.
Yeah.
Great year.
Yep. So C.J. Stroud's the leader. Hendon Hooker would be number 2. And Virginia, after the tragedy that happened there with the Cavaliers and the shooting and that killed 3 Virginia Cavalier football players, their game against Coastal Carolina has been canceled. They will not be playing this weekend.
That's tough. That is tough. 817 says, don't disrespect Gary, you clown. And 214 says, Gavin is such a weakling. Hey, man, you guys are enabling some pretty bad behavior. I mean, that's Bob Knight level disrespect for people.
I'll tell you, I work for the man, and I've worked for Parcells, Patterson, and who was my other guy? Parcells, Patterson, Coughlin. I've all worked for. Gary is the worst by far.
Yeah, you don't need to do that to win. There's decent people that can help you win.
But again, I worked for him in 2007, and I'm sorry, there's a way you treat people. I understand getting yelled at and disrespected and stuff like that. I mean, I try and have a lot of pride in my job and stuff like that, and try and get along with people. Try and be a great teammate if I can. But there's ways that you treat people in life that you don't have to. You're successful. You don't have to bully people along the way. And in 2007, he was a big bully. He really, really was. And I learned something I learned something working for him. I'm saying you don't have to treat people this way to get ahead. You just don't have to. And, hey, he did a lot of great things at TCU, brought a program that was, dead in the water. And, he's got a statue in front of that stadium. There's a lot of people at TCU that along the way just kind of turned a blind eye to things because you're winning.
Yeah.
And that's the unfortunate thing about that. But
Sonny Dykes is going to outdo him in 1 year.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, Sonny's gone in there.
Anything for 9 wins.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things that you go along with. And again, that was one of the, I'm not the best guy in the world to work with, but he was.
No, you are. You're great to work with,
but
Brian.
he was.
You're the GOAT.
But of the three guys do you think are difficult to work for?
Yeah.
He was by far the worst.
I don't know. Maybe people like getting disrespected at work. Join us tomorrow at a place you will feel nothing but respect and love. It's the Mexican Bar Company at the Shops at Willow Bend, 2 to 7. We'll be there eating and fellowshipping and having a great time. Coming up next with the microphones that we are holding, we are going to chat with Mavs insider Bobby Carella here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about absolute.
MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you had a terrific day. Mavs insider Bobby Carella is going to join us here in just a second. It is hour number 3. That is correct. There's breaking news. The USGS is reporting a magnitude 5.3 earthquake struck near the Reeves-Culberson County line at about 3:32. Third strongest earthquake ever to strike Texas. The strongest since 1995. That's a big one right there. Yeah, we got a big earthquake. Apparently, a lot of people felt it in Austin. Some people felt it in San Antonio. And some people are saying they felt it in Dallas, although it's uncertain if that's what we felt or if there was an aftershock situation going on. But yeah, hundreds of miles away. It had a bigger, 5.3 is, a pretty dang healthy earthquake. So hopefully everybody's okay.
Man, I thought we were just like tornado country.
Are you eating right now?
Very rare that we have the earthquake,
my whole life here, I don't recall. I guess 1995, I was born in 94, so
There was one here in Irving not too long ago,
Yeah, I
maybe like
remember
10
that.
years ago or
I
something like
remember
that.
that one.
Yeah, that was the first one and only one I've ever been in.
Yeah, I remember that one too. That was more like drilling related. I don't know if it's drilling related out there on the west side, or that was the report anyway, that maybe it was drilling related, and certainly nothing like a tiny earthquake would get in the way of producing oil and economy and all that. But anyway, it's conversation for another day, and it is time now to talk with our Mavs insider, Bobby Carella, here in the G-Bag Nation. And a good afternoon to you, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you guys for having me. I don't know anything about earthquakes, but I'm ready to talk about whatever you want to talk about for the next 15 minutes.
So, Bobby, what can you tell us about the earthquake that just went down that was felt all the way in Dallas?
Well, I heard it was on the Reeves something county line and something about 1995. So I pretty much know everything there is to know.
How's the Richter scale work, Bobby?
Honestly, I don't even know what that is. So.
Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, incredible Mavs writer, great insights into this team. Can you pinpoint why they're giving up these leads?
Oh, that is a really good question. I think last night's game against the Clippers, they're up 25 with like a minute left in the second quarter. They were just annihilating LA. It was really weird, actually, how poorly LA was playing on defense, considering they're the number 2 defense of the NBA this season. Last night was different than previous games this season. Last night, it really felt like once the Clippers got down 25, especially into the early part of the third quarter, they really started dialing up the ball pressure on Luka. They were blitzing every screen, putting 2 guys right in his face. And throughout most of the season, opponents have not wanted to do that because typically Luka's able to find the open man. Like, you look down the stretch last night, Dwight Powell made all these plays on the short roll, found Reggie Bullock and Dorian Finney-Smith, and the Mavs were able to kind of pick them apart. But it took a very long time for them to figure out how to do that. And so, the Clippers having so much success really increasing the ball pressure might lay the blueprint for other teams to try defensively, if Dallas gets off to a good start. But in the other games this season, it felt like the offense was stalling for other reasons. I do think a lot of these blown leads are more offense-related than defense. It feels like the well kind of runs dry for Dallas at times. And so, they got to find better ways and more consistent ways to create easier, sort of more easily creatable shots where Luka doesn't have to save the day. And they did find just enough answers last night against LA, which is good, but it's certainly still a work in progress around here.
Are we seeing improvements from old Dwight Powell?
Are we seeing improvements, or has he always been this good? Right? I think that he's playing with more energy and with more just kind of strength on defense than he has in recent years. It really feels like he's focusing on that side of the floor more. Ivica Zubac's big hulking bear of a man that starts at center for LA. He's really had some big offensive rebound games against Dallas in the past, especially when going up against Dwight. But last night, he wasn't as much of a factor. And Powell was making plays on the perimeter against Paul George, forcing a couple turnovers, including in crunch time. So I think he's the same dude he's been always, on the offensive end. But he's stepping it up a little bit on defense, which is important because that has kind of been a weakness. Sort of this defensive anchor at the 5 spot has been sort of a missing piece so far this year. So I think he's stepping it up on that end for sure.
Bobby, are the Mavericks kind of going to things that we've seen this, and if I'm seeing it correctly, like zone defenses and smaller lineups at these end of these games to try and kind of throw teams off?
Yeah, they did that against Portland, and it worked great. Portland was having a really good game, and then Dallas just went with basically Dorian Finney-Smith, if you want to call him a center, or maybe even Luka was playing center. They just went really super small, and they did for a brief run against the Clippers last night as well. Now, they finished the game with Powell playing 5, and Christian Wood got plenty of minutes as well throughout the game. I think he played like 24, 25 minutes too. So they typically had at least one big on the floor, but we've seen now 2 games in a row in the fourth quarter, the Mavs have gone to that super duper small ball lineup. And I think against some teams, that is something that they can kind of milk a little bit more, roll those guys out there and just say, let's put 5 shooters on the floor and let Luka go to work. But against a team like Denver that they're going to play 2 times this weekend, when Jokic is on the floor, if he's in the health and safety protocol right now, but against teams that have a big like that, it's really risky to run out of turbo small ball lineup because you risk to kind of getting beaten up at the other end of the floor. So, J-Kidd has tried it before. He didn't do it too much last season, but they've had success now with it 2 games in a row. And so it's like, okay, maybe this is something that they're going to try a little more.
Bobby, a pretty frisky article in The Ringer this morning about just how dominant that offensive pair of Luka and Christian Wood has been to start this year. What's your evaluation and how much better can this tandem become?
They look really good. They look really, really good. Wood is, he's got a similar skill set to KP, and so it's that same sort of pick and roll, pick and pop, find a switch, and then post up dynamic that Luka had with KP. But one thing that Wood does even better, in my opinion, is he can handle the ball. He's a little more fluid. Sometimes he does move kind of awkwardly, almost like Dirk, really kind of like slowly and sort of looks kind of off balance, but he does get to where he needs to go. But his ability to put the ball on the floor, attack closeouts, take guys one-on-one, and get all the way to the basket and finish through the contact is something that the Mavs have not had in the Luka era, taking nothing away from KP or any other guy. Wood is just extremely dynamic. And I think the big next step for the two of them is, can Wood figure out how to make some of the plays that Dwight Powell was making last night? Whenever the opponent is double-teaming Luka, can Wood be that outlet where he sets the screen, 2 guys go at Luka, he catches the ball on the short roll or at the 3-point line in a position to either score himself or make a pass and find the open guy. He wasn't really able to do that last night, and so Kidd kind of relied more on Powell down the stretch. But if Wood can develop that part of his game too, then that's how he's going to be closing games, and it's going to become impossible to double-team Luka because you have this guy that can shoot 40% from 3 and get all the way to the basket, making plays every time down the floor. So, that's kind of the next frontier. But it's considering they've only played like 10 games together, I don't know what more you could ask for.
Do you think we see Wood start tonight with Kleba and Luka and McGee out?
I don't know. Some coaches, whenever guys are out, some coaches will promote people from the bench, and some coaches want to keep guys in their same role, in that same like bench slot. So I think whether or not he starts, I think he's definitely going to get a lot more minutes, and he probably should have a little extra motivation going up against Houston, given he played there for 2 years. So, Kidd has shown this year, no matter who you are, if you're having a really good game, he will stick with you. So if Wood gets off to a hot start, he might play 40 minutes tonight for all we know.
It's Mavs insider Bobby Carella here on the Diamond Factory hotline. Would other coaches have started Christian Wood already to start the season? What's the percentage group that Kidd's in here?
I don't know. That's tough. It feels like to me, there hasn't really been enough data of him being on the floor with Luka and either another big man or him as the lone big man, because it feels like they're really still tinkering. And so I just don't know yet at this point whether he's best served as a power forward next to a kind of more like Dwight Powell, for example, or whether he's best as the center next to a bunch of wings, or if him and Maxi Kleba, which I think that's a really good duo, because Kleba can kind of be your defensive anchor on the defensive end of the floor, but Wood can be your 5-man on offense. I feel like that's the best combo. But I don't know if they want to start Maxey. They want to start wings, they want to start quickness and all that stuff. And so, I don't know. I think if Wood can prove himself more on the defensive end as the 5, then I feel like that's something that could eventually happen. But it is really tricky, because I think anyone you ask would say he's at least their third best player, and not many teams bring their third best player off the bench. So this is kind of a unique scenario.
Are we done with JaVale McGee now? Are we just going to kind of be don't want him on the floor?
I don't know. I mean,
like, how can this get
weekend, better? How what?
How can it get better? Like, is there something to the effect of maybe he's not understanding what it is like this defense is doing, and it takes time, or is this just you aged overnight, bro?
I think that could be part of it. I really do think that could be part of it, especially for a guy that is kind of getting older. If you do get a step slower or whatever, if your body's already slowing down and also your mind is trying to keep up with what is happening, then I feel like you could just be, really behind. So I think maybe being in a new place, new system, all that stuff could have something to do with it. But it could also be that, maybe the Mavs thought they were going to defend one way, and then they tried it and realized that it's not really working. And defensively, guys like Powell or Maxey are a little different. They're a little quicker. They can step out a little further from the basket, whereas JaVale kind of has to sink below the play. And so if all the other guys on the roster can't correctly steer their guy into him, or if he can't fulfill his role kind of as the shot blocker, shot contester at the rim, it's really not going to work. And it hasn't worked so far. It is still super early, but I think given the way the minutes have been doled out, I mean, it's pretty it's hard to deny that, maybe J-Kid has something else in mind, but we'll see.
All right, Bobby, it's National Fast Food Day. What is your favorite and most craved fast food item?
Whataburger, obviously, man. Bacon cheeseburger from Whataburger. I miss dearly the A1 Thick and Hearty burger. That is my heart still weeps daily that the A1 Thick and Hearty is not still an option. But that is my number one. Or also, if it's after 11 p.m., of course, give me some HBCB, honey butter chicken biscuit. I'm there.
It's our guy.
I'm salivating at the thought.
I love you.
Thank you, Bobby. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Bobby Crowell, Mavs.com. Appreciate you. 469 says, I work in Las Colinas. My coworkers and I felt it on the 10th floor right at 3:35. So, yeah, that was a big earthquake to rattle across, 500 miles or so of Texas highway and land. Okay, we got to run. When we return, though, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Where are we going?
National Fast Food Day. I got the most popular fast food items in America. Plus, are you buying or selling these dark horse NFL Super Bowl contenders next?
It is cold out there, though. You feel it. Winter's coming. And they're saying it's going to be even colder. Temps are dropping. Costs are up. And inflation is up. That's a tough recipe for your heating bills because projections are now saying your heating bills are going to reach an all-time high. Window Nation has a Welcome back, Nation. Here we go. It is time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. His final segment before he heads to Baby Dolls. You got to join him tonight, 5 to 7 at 10-250 Shady Trail.
Fist pumping, feeling good.
Woo! It's going to get litty, baby!
Tomorrow, we're going to be at the Mexican Bar Company in Plano. Their shops at Willow Bend. We want to see you. Here he is, the Wooly Bully.
What? I've had this computer problem, so I'm just. If you guys would just improv with me.
Watch out! Watch me there! Hold me back, boys! Hold me back!
Yeah.
Come on out!
I'm going harder at Mexican Bar Company tomorrow than you're going at Baby Dolls tonight. How about that?
Dude, that's going to be hard to do, my friend. Come on out, 10-250 Shady Trail, and you better get there soon because those, whatever we have on tap that Joe brings, I have no control over this. Who I'll be sitting with at our table. As soon as you walk into Baby Dolls, make a left, boom. You'll see us right there. We'll have some Tolo swag for you. All right, come on out, 10-250 Shady Trail. Get yourself some free barbecue. They've got terrific drink specials and 175 of the most beautiful women in DFW. So
you're right there at the front?
Yeah, we're in the front. We're in the front. They give us a fantastic setup there. They're
sitting
awesome.
courtside.
Yep. So we'll get into the most popular fast food items. That's our top 10 today on National Fast Food Day, 877-881-1053. What's your favorite fast food item? But interesting article on the report from Bleacher. 5 dark horse NFL teams that can make the Super Bowl. Now, I want you guys to be open-minded, all right? We're going to play a little buy or sell. I don't want you to just shoot these down. I want you to think logically, okay, where were we at a year ago this time? We didn't think the Cincinnati Bungholes, and we got to call them the Bengals because they did make it to the Super Bowl, would actually make it there. So, which of these teams do you think could actually do it? And we'll start.
I am less nervous now than I was the first time you asked me in college to be open-minded about things.
Yeah, that's fair.
I was much more nervous, man.
Oh, I think we were all a little bit nervous at that point. You know, we were fragile in nature.
Wolchuk, the handsome upperclassman.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
You know,
successul.
The type of guy that could get you to do anything.
He was staring up to me. I was looking down at him.
How bad do you want this broadcast career?
You want me to bring you along?
I want it real bad. Sure, I'll try this.
Boy, look at him now. All right, how about the Green Bay Packers? You buying or selling? They've got plus 7,000 Super Bowl odds. They're 4-6. NFC's wide open. Did they show you enough last week in their victory over the Cowboys?
No way an HE double hockey stick.
You're selling?
Is a team that bad going to make it.
You're selling?
Yeah, 100%. Not putting my money there.
Okay.
But out of the dark horse, I need to see where what the other dark horses look like here.
So you want to reserve judgment?
I want to reserve judgment because it is still Aaron Rodgers. And so
you want me to just throw them all out there?
You asked me to be open-minded.
You want to just put them out on the table? You want me to just plop it out there like that? Yeah. Whopper plopper style, Broadus?
Whopper plopper it.
Bungholes. Packers, Chargers, Giants, and Jets.
Of teams that could get to the Super Bowl.
Out of those five dark horse candidates, which ones do you think could actually do it? Jets, Giants, Packers, Chargers.
This is get to the Super Bowl?
Yep.
There's one team on this list that could do it. That's Cincinnati.
You're going with the Bengals there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can understand. That'd probably be my second team. I think Green Bay would be my first team. Yeah, out of that group.
Like the NFC teams, I just think have a better chance because the conference is so open. But some of those AFC teams are overall maybe better.
The Bengals were trending towards the third best team in the AFC right as Jamar Chase got hurt.
And he's supposed to come back not this week, but maybe next week.
Yeah, he'll be back pretty soon.
Getting him back for the stretch run.
Yeah, I think the Bengals. I hold them up in the highest esteem you can get, short of Kansas City and Buffalo. I think they're right there with Miami.
I would still have I do think the AFC is too strong for me to want to go with any of those teams. I would have the Bengals second in this dark horse conversation, with the Packers being first. For the reasons you mentioned, they're obviously not going to win their division. That's pretty much out of hand at this point with the way the Vikings have been able to win football games. But the NFC, who really, really scares you? No one scares you like the teams in the AFC do, like Kansas City and Buffalo, the way Miami's playing right now.
Miami's got me shaking in my boots.
Baltimore would have me shaking in my boots if I'm one of these teams trying to do something in the playoffs. But, man, all the NFC teams, if you could just get into the dance in the NFC and you have Aaron Rodgers, you feel damn good about your chances.
All right, Brian, you're being awfully quiet.
Yeah, I was trying to think because I don't like the Packers' schedule, with how many games already behind.
All right, throw them out.
Yeah, I'll throw them out. I'm looking at the Jets right now, and I really don't like what I'm seeing in the second half for them coming off the bye.
Okay.
Games, it's tough. The Giants have kind of figured out how to win games late, and the Giants have shown magic before, but it was Eli Manning and that kind of crew, Tom Coughlin back in the day. But I don't know. I can't trust the Chargers. Cincinnati's the team.
Yeah.
Cincinnati's the team because they kind of figured it. They got the quarterback. They've got the offensive firepower. The defense they've done a good job at, kind of slowing some teams down. And I think the quarterback wide receiver combination is going to be is going to help them in this one again.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would be the Bengals, actually, a.k.a. the Mungholes. All right, let's slide into the top 10, baby. The most popular fast food items in the U.S. of A. on National Fast Food Day. Text coming in from the truckwreck.com text line. The Jack in the Box egg roll. The McDonald's McGriddles. We've got the Jack in the Box tacos from the Twolos on the
give me the mini
Twitch.
spicy tacos.
Ooh, you like those?
Those are outstanding. Those are great items.
The 214 agrees with Bobby. So does the 469, the A1 Thick and Hearty. Greatness. DQ has the Thick and Hearty burger. They're loving that as well. And we, of course, have a lot of Whataburger love in general that's coming through. What's your guys' favorite fast food item?
I think it's got to be something from Whataburger. Growing up, it was the spicy chicken sandwich from Wendy's.
Okay.
That has a special place in my heart. But then my body developed something that it didn't really like what the spicy chicken sandwich was doing.
Oh boy, did it not!
But taste wise, I do love the spicy chicken. Now the Popeyes spicy chicken sandwich has taken king over the chicken sandwiches
see the
for
new
me.
Popeye sandwich they're coming out with?
I did not see this.
It's
Please,
a blackened chicken sandwich.
Okay, Cajun.
Yep.
Oh, we're going
Sounds
back
wonderful.
to blackened, like the late 90s, early 2000s. Everything was blackened.
I'm going to need you guys to try that for me and then let me know what you think.
I will report back gladly. But I think right now, I don't want to be prisoner of the moment. I don't want to be knee-jerk guy. But chili cheeseburger over there at Whataburger got the job done last Friday, Broadus.
Boom.
So that's at the top of the power rankings for me right now. It's a week-to-week league, though, boys.
General?
It's either the tackle box from Popeyes, the Oxnard Popeyes to be specific.
The one in Oxnard that didn't actually have a
this
menu.
might be the best meal I've ever had in my life.
Good Lord, guys, we're coming back again.
They don't even have a menu. I don't know how I found this. It's incredible.
I think legit though the spicy chicken sandwich Chick-fil-A.
Oh, that's my guy.
Wow, shots fired at the Chiking.
Now, the Chiking's out of rotation. Yeah.
Okay, but if it was still in rotation,
I'd put
you'd
the
be
Chiking
on
there.
there.
The
Okay.
Chiking.
Yeah, the spicy Chiking.
Brian, is it the Dave single?
The Wendy's single with cheese is awesome. I still think it's the Jack in the Box tacos, 3 for 99 cents.
I love you so much.
Well, bang for your buck style, I think that's a strong play.
It's a heady play. And now they got the monster taco too. And every time they show that commercial,
There's just the right amount of grease in that bag. When you it's amazing.
Yeah.
It just is.
The little drunkenly, Walchuk, you put away like 27 of those?
Just 20.
Oh, just 20. I'm sorry.
Just
My
20.
bad.
The tacos you did?
Just 20.
Yeah, and I didn't feel good about it, but I did do that. Lucius?
Yeah, when the game started, it was a junior bacon cheeseburger for me.
Oh,
I had to have a junior bacon cheeseburger with extra mayo. But they've kind of changed that meat. It's not the same. So I would say a regular Coney from Coney Islander. It's a place called Coney Islander. Regular Coney's amazing. Simple Simons. I like their calzones.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
I ran through, y'all. I fell through that. Yeah. Remember, we
Are
found
these
out.
Virginia
I pulled up on the joint. No, Coney Islander is in Oklahoma.
Okay.
But Simple Simon, we found out is here, and I did pull up, and the calzone is amazing here.
It was as good as you remember?
It's just amazing, and the Mexican pizza, and I'm out. That's
Dude,
it.
about to say,
Mexican
bro.
pizza. Oh my gosh,
Simple
yes.
Simon.
Okay. The honorable mentions. We have the Whataburger number 1.
That's just a straight Whataburger.
Just the number 1. Yep.
Yeah.
This one does have cheese on it, Eric.
Oh,
As they all should.
You guys notice how the older generation calls it Waterburger?
Yeah.
I did too for
Did you?
growing up.
I love it.
I did too. Growing
I'm trying to train myself to go with Waterburger.
Yeah.
Whataburger.
Now I do like Whataburger. I just like force myself. But I growing up, it was always Whataburger. Yeah. I don't know if it's like a Texas thing. I don't know. Taco Bell Crunchy Taco is the outside looking in.
Okay, I mean, if the Taco Bell items are going to be on there, we're going to need a cheesy gordita crunch to make an appearance.
Yeah.
Of course, the Mexican pizza.
I agree.
Gordita.
Yeah, cheesy crunchy gordita. Yeah, I think I have had the verbiage wrong on that all my life.
That makes two of us.
But like the workers knew where I was going, so they never really questioned me.
I
But
swear that menu says cheesy gordita crunch, but bleep us.
yeah,
Number 10
That's
is
in
the
Mesquite.
Subway turkey sub.
dear God.
I know.
We have some. Well, don't get me wrong. Subway is neck and neck with McDonald's. Actually, I think Subway's now surpassed McDonald's with the most locations in the United States.
And that might be why, because these are most popular in America.
Because
So
they're doing like vending machines, dude.
what?
Yeah, they have these new, like Subway has these new revolutionized vending machines where you can just go swipe the card and get a Sando, I guess.
Okay.
I'm dead ball serious about it. I actually read that on the takeout today.
Interesting. Number 9 is
Hasn't that been the vibe like at 7-Elevens and everything? You can always get a sandwich in a little plastic bags.
Yes.
Open
Yeah.
up, zzz,
Yeah.
And the bread be hard as hell.
Oh,
So
hey, like,
hard.
so
like a
hungry.
doorstop.
Yeah.
I'm wondering about this machine. Like, do they have sandwiches pre-made in there, or are there
Yeah.
conveyor belts that like assemble it for you?
When you
and
get it,
then
it's
kick
gone.
It out?
Yeah, like, I missed out on the meatball this week.
Yeah,
You know,
I
that
believe
kinda-
it's already
That's not
assembled.
fun.
Pre-packed. Yeah, then I'm with Lou. I don't know about that.
No.
But the deli downstairs has those too, and the bread's always weird.
Yeah, it's weird bread.
Yeah.
Number 9 is the Papa John's Pep Pizza, pepperoni. Number 8, the Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder.
I've never done a Firehouse.
It's delicious. You should try it.
Yeah.
Dude,
It's
Firehouse.
neck and neck with Jersey Mike's.
Okay.
It really is comparable. Number 7 is the Smash Burger, classic smash.
Oh, don't
Terrific.
forget to try the local spicy cowboy as well.
Ask Jared Sandler about that. He's a big fan. Number 6 is the Arby's.
Local spicy cowboys.
That's right.
The Arby's classic roast beef.
Spicier the better.
More of a beef and cheddar kind of guy.
Beef and cheddar.
Yes, beef and cheddar, bro.
They
Put Arby's on my list too, fam. I'm adding Arby's.
they had a chicken bacon sandwich back in the day that I just loved at Arby's. I've never been a big roast beef fan.
Yeah?
Like a little bit of roast beef is cool, but like the big stack of it, it's just weird.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I don't frequent it, but the beef and cheddar's good.
Yeah.
I
With
mean,
the
is
horsey
good.
sauce on it too.
You brought
Or
that
the
up
Arby's
a while
sauce,
back.
yeah.
Broadus brought it up for lunch a while back,
Yeah.
and
Lucius, that's his.
I crushed
It
it.
slaps.
Yeah.
The curly fries there.
Oh
deserve
God,
respect.
yes,
Delicious.
Yes.
Top 5. Number 5 is the Chick-fil-A waffle fries.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's respect for that fry, apparently.
Hey, I work there, and I agree it's overrated. Number 4, Five Guys cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Tasty.
A lot of people love
Like
that.
it's Five Guys.
Number 3, here you go, Broadus. We got the Wendy's Dave Single.
There you go. Absolutely.
Single.
Yeah. Single with cheese is awesome. Really is.
Single patty
I
burger.
know, you're a double guy all through and through. Sometimes a quadruple.
It's a 2-patty minimum, but generally it is a triple spot.
Number 2, we got the Popeyes chicken sandwich.
Yes, sir.
But number 1, the most popular fast food item on National Fast Food Day, it is
McDonald's hash brown.
Chick-fil-A nuggets.
It is the McDonald's
French fries.
Big Mac.
French fries.
French fries, yes. Yes, those are
There
really
you
good.
have it. Today's top 10 at 420. Let's party at Baby Dolls 10250 Shady Trail 5 to 7. Come holla at your boy.
Go buy this man a shot in a lapper. You know, Zach's going to be out there next 2 hours starting at 5 o'clock. Michael Irvin was fun talking about how he got over fourth quarter meltdowns during his playing days. He was on with Sean and RJ. We'll give you a couple of highlights of that next in the Nation.
Coming up Thursday morning.
It is the 9th annual Peace-a-thon benefiting My Possibilities. Join us from 5:30 in the morning to 7 p.m. Wednesday, November 23rd for a full day of football, fun, and chaos. Plus, our buddy Derek Holland joins us for the entire show.
You're listening to 105.3 The Fan.
Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Found new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Michael Irvin with Sean and RJ today. Some fun moments, some good, insightful Cowboys moments. We'll get to that football conversation here in just a second. But how about Sean asking him about something that he heard going off in the background? Here we go.
Do you actually get up on the ladder yourself to change your smoke alarms?
Hell no. You crazy?
I thought I heard one in the background. I thought I heard a smoke
right,
alarm.
Right. And when they come, they'll come and change them. I ain't changing.
How are you gonna sleep? How you know what? You cannot be in the house all day with that alarm going off.
Unless it's in the East Wing.
I have no issue with it whatsoever. I ain't getting up here. My ceilings are way up there. That mean way up there. I'm not getting up there changing nothing.
Man, I wonder how high ceilings are in some of these houses around town. Like, 15 feet, 20 feet.
You need the extendo ladder.
Yeah, you have to, because a lot of these homes, I mean, the heat rises.
Yeah.
Keep it all up at the top of the house. That's why a lot of high ceilings of the homes. That's why everybody likes a high ceiling home, because it takes the heat up.
Easier to stay cool in the summer.
It's tough though, because heat rises, but low man wins. And so you just
Low man wins a
battle,
lot, yeah.
You go back and forth with that of
Yeah.
what would you prefer. But is there anything worse than the smoke detector beeping?
It's hard.
on ya?
It's hard to change. I don't think I've ever changed one correctly.
Right.
I've unplugged the battery and just
frisbee that thing
Well,
out of your front door
It's
in the middle of the night.
Okay, can anybody explain to me how you just simply turn the thing to loosen the cup or whatever it's in? You know,
Mm-hmm.
I
And
never get that.
They're all
It's
a little
like
bit
break
different. Okay, so I replace them all the time, and I tell you the most annoying thing is you never have the 9-volt battery sitting around.
Oh no, I've got those. I've got.
You got to
those.
turn it like a little medicine bottle, bro. This is, you can push down on it and give it a little twirl.
Okay, is it like is it the squeeze and then turn?
Yeah, a little bit everything.
And
Yep,
the push up,
Yep.
push up, squeeze, turn.
And sometimes there's
I
a
always
pin.
break it.
Sometimes there's a pin that you got to take out. They got a little. It
Oh, no,
goes
wait
through
a
the
minute.
hole.
What,
yeah.
you've added the pin
Well, I
thing.
wanted to make sure you were aware of this.
Okay, pin.
You got 30 seconds to put it back in or it'll explode.
Stopping, dropping, and rolling is actually
Mr. Phelps,
easier
if you
than
choose
whatever.
this mission, you will. Yeah.
But from a noise standpoint, is there anything more annoying? Like in all of
think so.
in the history of sounds, like 877-881-1053, is there anything more annoying than the smoke detector? I mean, it brings you out of bed oftentimes. The challenge of having to get up onto the ceiling, especially if you have high ones like a playmaker does,
Yeah.
seems like it's always in the middle of the night.
No, you're right. Like early morning construction is the only thing from my life that I found to be more of a problem.
Okay.
The guy with the blower.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And is there a rule for how early you can do the blower thing? Is there a rule like on a Saturday?
Should be 10 a.m.
Okay, so it's not
Should be
like
10.
8 a.m.
Mowing the lawn, nothing like that should
First
start till
sun?
10 a.m.
First
Nope.
sun?
First sun, no. Come on, have some respect for your neighbors, bro.
I think weekdays, Monday through Friday, you could get away with a 9 a.m. crank up. But weekend, for sure, let's settle down with this 7:30 in the morning.
I tell you, in Grapevine, we got some go-getters.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, we've got some.
They're trying to
some
beat the heat in the summer.
Yeah, they're kind of like they all look at each other and it's like the Indy 500 out there, all lined up, ready to go. You know, somebody to drop the flag.
Yeah.
So they can all get started.
Yeah, I think the stamina of the smoke detector alarm, it's consistent. It's not going away. A lot of annoying sounds will
The
be
beep.
quick,
Yeah.
and you only have to deal with it for like a split second, like the microphone feedback at like a live event when it gets the real high pitch whistle situation when things are going weird. That's a terrible sound. We know nails on a chalkboard is a terrible sound.
At least you know that's very temporary. The thing with the alarm,
right.
it's going to let you fall back to sleep. And then 90 seconds later, it's going to beep again.
Yeah.
It is a whole deal. Like 903 wobbling ceiling fans. That's another one.
Oh, jeez. Well, what a call.
Yeah.
Yes.
Really good call.
Yes.
Especially when that tassel thing starts hitting the metal. Ting. Every
How
now and
about
then.
you just looking up and sleeping and thinking like, oh, I'm about to be decapitated here, and you don't move. You're like, man, I need that thing to go. I know it's wobbling like a son of a gun, but you're like, I need the air.
No, you
I
get
need this thing to
fixated.
move.
You get fixated on your eyes, start falling around, loopy.
Yeah, that's a good call right there.
That is a great call.
Any screaming from like a child or a baby, especially if it's not yours, is a terrible sound.
Oh, bad brakes, bro.
Oh yeah.
The squeakies. Terrible.
Yeah.
Pass is getting ate up.
Rotors and calipers are done.
Oh, God.
Smacking at the dinner table, says the 214. That's my personal pet peeve. I'll just get up and leave the room. I'll go outside. I got to do something to get
That
away
just
from
shows
that.
that the food is good in some cultures.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I try and tell my wife all the time because she gets on to me big time for that
Really?
one. And I'm like, I don't even think about it. I don't know what's going on. Like whenever I'm eating, that's all I'm doing. I'm not really conversing. It's like we sit down when the food gets here. I'm just give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna just crush this real quick. I'm gonna smack my face off, and then we can get back to discussions about life and things like that. But my wife is always getting on to me for smacking. I know for some people that is a really difficult one. What about just the like a no doubt home run against your team? That's a bad sound.
Oh yeah,
that's a really bad sound.
Yeah,
and it's quick. Or the what about the person that has their phone on loud and you can hear every button they click when they're typing? And it's like why would
they
you
didn't turn off the
wouldn't you
keyboard
silence it?
sound?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's a really bad one. Snoring, of course, is like some really bad snoring where you need like a machine. That's a terrible sound as well.
How do the people sleep with that? Look like a fighter pilot in bed. How do you sleep like that?
With
With that?
CPAP.
Well, no, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Channeling their inner Maverick?
No, like you're a Blue Angel guy. You know, you're in the back like, okay, here we go. You got the mask on and everything. Seriously, how do you sleep? I'm asking. I mean,
big tongue dog licking its crotch.
Ooh.
That's
Or like a dog gagging on something, like the dog choke or the dog
scary.
cough.
Yeah, that's scary.
That's really, really bad. A lot of bad sounds out there.
All righty. How about...
Hey, you don't have a female dog, do you? You guys ever have a female dog?
No, I don't think I
When
ever
they be
have.
cleaning themselves?
I don't think I ever have.
You know, the dog be... yeah.
That's
Her little
crazy.
leg get to twitch. I'm like, what you doing down there?
It is
Why is
disgusting.
your leg twitching?
214 heavy breathers like Big Mike at the press conference.
Oh, yeah.
My ex when she left, the sound of a dog whining. Yes. Oh, yeah, they're very good at that. They're very good at getting our attention.
Especially when you're in the bed already or just super relaxed.
They're like, I know what will work.
Mm-hmm.
When someone responds with yeah, but. The seatbelt dinging. The seatbelt dinging.
Oh, the one in my wife's Toyota Sienna minivan.
Relentless.
Is relentless.
Yes, I know. We have Toyota too.
Oh my! So it's all Toyotas.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
man.
do you like quickly fire the head around to see who doesn't have it on? Are you one of those?
It's just the front two seats, so I always know like it's if I'm driving, it's my wife's seat, and I'm immediately like
looking at her like, what are you doing?
I'm like, get this thing going here because it doesn't stop. Most of them will pepper you for like 5 seconds and then dissipate,
like a
and
Ford.
then return.
Yeah.
The Toyotas are like, no, we are gonna just keep peppering you with this until you finally click it.
Funny side story I read in John Clayton, the great NFL reporter, one of his obituaries that was up at ESPN when he passed away last year, and this is a guy who had traveled with him, and he said one of the things you should know about John Clayton is he hated putting on his seatbelt, so whenever you rode with him in a vehicle, you would have to accept the dinging constantly. You just be like, I'm used to it.
You get to a new city with John and you're requesting from the car rental place anything but a Toyota, please. I do love Toyota, though. Shout out to the 214 who says the worst sound in the world is Mike Breen bang when it's not your team
it's
scoring.
not your team.
That is bad.
Yeah.
That hurts.
Watching the other team celebrate or good things happening, it does something to you as a sports fan. Okay, there we go. Didn't get to some of these Irvin cuts I'd planned to, but that was fun. We do have audio of J-Ron Curse addressing the defense's biggest issue and a preview of the biggest Cowboys free agents for next March as well. We'll do a C-note here. The Cowboys news of the evening is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, but I got to chat with you about
MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the nation. We have some great J-Ron Curse audio. He's going viral across Cowboys Twitter for things he said before today's practice, which is currently underway. It turned into more of a walk-around type of situation. But we have some great audio from J-Ron Curse talking about this defense. Big picture storylines for Cowboys and Vikings. Then we're going to hit the expressway. So let's talk football. What do you say, General, at your service? Salute to you. If you see me, beer me. N.A. Man, I was cracking some great NA IPAs last night. They're doing terrific work in the world of the non-alcoholic brewskis these days. It's not a bad time. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout. Eric Chiafalo. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. You have Carter Freeman back there coordinating your video as well. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, or YouTube. J-Ron Curse, how can the run defense be repaired? This guy's a team leader. Starting strong safety. Here's what he had to say about that situation.
Everybody just has to do their job, not try to do too much. Just do your job. If every single individual does their job, we'll take care of the run.
How can y'all work on that? It sounds big, even though obviously you each know what your job is.
I couldn't tell you. It's just every individual. That's something that, as an individual that's on the field on that particular play, if you lock in on your job and just do your job, the same thing you do every week in practice, then it'll take care of itself. I can't really elaborate on how we can get it done as a unit. It's all individual. If one guy's not in this gap, these backs in this league are going to find that gap. So, you just have to do your job. If you're a force. If you a linebacker and you have to shoot the gap, shoot the gap. You're an edge defender and you have to hold the edge, do that. That's all it really boils down to is just 11 guys doing their individual jobs.
Man, they make it sound so easy when they answer questions like this. I know they're in a tough spot. They don't want to talk bad about their teammates. So, they have a way of crafting answers that, they're trying to give as good of an answer as possible without throwing anybody under the bus.
Oh, he's honest.
Yeah.
And he threw positions, and it's not under the bus because he's not wrong. We've come on here on Monday and talked to, and I have a chance to watch the All-22. And I can't tell you every scheme that they play.
Yeah.
I can't tell you every assignment. But when he's absolutely right, he's saying the defensive ends have got to hold the point of attack.
Yeah.
You got to win there. If you're responsible for shooting a gap or stepping up, that's your linebacker play. And he's also talking about the corners and the safeties when it comes to the fill.
Man, some of this film on Diggs is horrible.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's just standing there and watching.
That
Anthony Brown too.
Well, that's the problem. I mean, and he's right. It's everybody doing their assignments to play run defense. If you have one or two guys that decide, no, I'm going to take this path, or I'm going to run behind this block, or I'm going to get hooked on this play, you're going to play bad run defense.
Okay, speaking of that, setting the edge, they bring in Tack McKinley. Is it stupid to think maybe he could help there?
I don't. I would need to. I would need to go back and see Tack McKinley.
Why else would you bring him in, though? You're redundant at rushing the passer. You have plenty of that.
They're just, and it could be. I mean, if somebody was thinking, boy, we're really bad on run defense, they'd have signed Tack McKinley a long time ago. I mean, being on the practice squad, this is a guy that they worked out. Maybe it's more about the defensive ends that they have.
Okay, no matter if it's McKinley or Gardner or whoever,
Basham.
Would you put a non-rushing edge out there and just move Parsons to linebacker like they did against Green Bay more? Do you need to get comfortable with that approach and maybe let the sacks go from Parsons and just work on stand-up inside linebacker?
Well, you mentioned this the other day, and it wasn't Jerry that said this. It was Mike McCarthy that said this. Rushing the passer is a privilege.
Yeah.
And that's a Mike McCarthy quote. That listen, until we figure out how to play run defense, this is what we are.
Because teams aren't passing.
No, hell no.
Aaron Rodgers just passed 20 times against us.
Why?
We're pinning our ears back and getting roasted against the run.
Why would you do that?
If I'm Dan Quinn and I know, well, Tack McKinley's no longer in the league because he couldn't go get the quarterback anymore.
Yeah.
But I do remember his size and his ability, and Broaddus told us earlier he's good against the run. That would be crazy to find a guy off the street who could help you, but this run defense is so bad it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah. See,
you're in desperation mode right now. There's not many guys available, so you'll take a flyer on a guy who's a first-round talent, see if you can do something with him.
But Curse is not wrong, because you could watch them play run defense and see them make mistakes.
But the worst thing, though, is going to the selling out for the run, Dan Quinn, putting extra guys in the box, single high safety, man coverage, and giving up 50-yard touchdown passes. That's worse. You're overcompensating for the run, and it's still not working. You're still not stopping the run, and now you're susceptible to chunk plays in the passing game that result in touchdown. That's a nightmare.
Yes. Okay. We'll get more Tack McKinley in here. I want your reactions to this as well. The texter wants to know what's the NAIPA, recovered and looking for a good brew. It's from Athletic Brewing, and it's called Run Wild, and it's at most grocery stores. Athletic Brewing is doing a tremendous job. There's also a company called Bravis that's out of California that I order. Their NAIPA, and it's BRAVVUS. That's outstanding as well. Is the defense angry or frustrated? Here's more from Curse.
It's a bit of everything. To go into Chicago, and those guys did what they did, regardless of them being the best rushing team in the league. Regardless of that, we have to stop that. And then having a bye week and then coming back out and losing to Green Bay, how we lost it, and letting them run the ball up and down the field on us. You should be angry. You should be frustrated. If you're not, then I think we got the wrong guys on this defensive. You're walking around here like everything is fine, knowing how things went for us last year against San Fran, being a big reason on why we didn't advance in the postseason last year. If you're not frustrated, then we got the wrong guys on this defense. If you're not mad, we got the wrong guys on this defense. It's just all about having a sense of urgency moving forward. We're 6-3. The sky's not falling. But if you don't have a sense of urgency moving forward with how last week went, the week before the bye went, then you need to gut check yourself and look at yourself in the mirror.
I freaking love this guy. If I'm Mike McCarthy, I'm like, this guy needs to be on a podium setting the statements that set the tone for the team. So many times over the years I've been frustrated when, and hey, Zeke's my guy, but last year he was like, well, it's hard to win in the NFL. You can't win them all. And their season was in the middle of totally falling apart. They couldn't stop anybody. All of a sudden their offense looked really bad against good teams, and Zeke was like, yeah, we're fine. You just can't win all the games in the NFL. It's a tough league. The way that J. Ron Kirsch talked about that I would print out a transcript of that and just post it on the board and be like, hey, here's the team speech today, guys. I'll see you out there on the field. Salute to J. Ron Kirsch. How about number 3 on accountability and conflict after a loss? Here's more from JK.
I think it has to come from everywhere. It can't just come from us and then the coaches not say anything, and it can't just come from the coaches and us not say anything. It has to come from everywhere. Everybody should be pissed off at how we lost that game and the way things went that game. So conflict is always going to be good. But like I said, it's more about the individual and having a sense of urgency moving forward. Like I said, the sky's not falling. We're 6-3. We can do everything that we still want to do with this season. But right now is the time to really hone in on everything and really lock in and stop the bleeding. I said after we played Chicago that we opened something up, getting attacked on the edge, and Green Bay came out first play, attacked us on the edge, and continued throughout the game. So until we stop it, it's not going to change moving forward.
Man, that's great stuff there from J. Ron Kirsch here on your home of the Cowboys. It's tough to be that comfortable with the conflict, but I think that's another good thing Mike McCarthy does. Like after we have something happen really bad and, people might be resentful and thinking it's one person's fault, it's easy to be like, well, let's get back to work and trust the process. Don't yell at each other. But I don't know. I kind of look at it the other way that, sometimes yelling at each other, if you're professionals and can handle it and don't melt down and start fighting and make it worse, it does require a lot of toughness to be able to execute that properly. But, when things are going bad, I think people like to bury their head in the sand and pretend like it's not there because they're afraid the confrontation is going to make it worse. But I think the true strength is being able to put it all out there, handle the criticism, and find constructive ways to make it better. And it sounds like they're doing that. It definitely sounds like it.
You want that. You definitely want that. If you're the Eagles and it's one loss and it's a bunch of turnovers, you can kind of chalk it up to, hey, let's not lose ourselves here. If you string together multiples of those, now you start to raise your eyebrow, and it's been all season in regards to the run defense in particular. And the last 2 games now, for sure, the defense has not looked all that great. And of course, the collapse in Green Bay here. Now you have to you've got to put it all on the table. You got to be angry about it, and because it's been a consistent problem. This wasn't a blip on the radar. Oh, we had a bad day. We'll circle the wagons here. This is week in, week out. Even when you've won games, your run defense has not been good, and at times it's been really dang bad.
Yeah.
So you better get upset about it and figure it out. And I'm losing confidence that you will, because it's been a consistent problem that has not been really taken care of.
Does desperate team theory come into play this week, Brian?
Man, I think that, you look at what's ahead for you, and if you go out there and once again lose and don't play the run really well, yeah, I mean there's other teams that are kind of lining up behind you that are lining up in the season. They're like, listen, maybe we didn't think we could beat the Cowboys, but hell, if we just run the damn ball, I think they're desperate enough on on defense to say, hey, we need to play run defense, because if we don't, we're never going to get to rush the passer again.
Yeah.
See, and that's the thing about it. I think the teams are kind of figuring out a little bit about playing the Cowboys, that if you keep the game close, run the football, have success, that Dallas will, if it gets close, Dallas will make a mistake offensively.
Yeah.
They can't, they'll get a holding call, they'll line up off sides, they'll throw an interception. That's how teams, you're thinking, why would teams that are down stop running the ball? Why would you quit? I think that teams are like, okay, the Dallas, you can't trust them to play a complete game.
All right, and speaking of those mistakes, let's transition here into this next part of the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening, after getting you some J-Ron Curse audio. DallasCowboys.com, big picture storylines for the Cowboys and Vikings. And number one is the Dak picks. In 16 games last year, he threw 10 interceptions. Through 4 games this year, he's already thrown 4. And, he's missed 5 games with the broken thumb, but he's averaging a pick a game now. Do you expect this to continue with the interceptions being an issue? Because that's a huge one right there.
Yeah.
I think, and to me, the adjustment's got to be, don't throw it to CeeDee Lamb if you're depending on him to make the right 50-50 read, because it's too unpredictable.
Yeah, I think the game plan clearly now is not to use the option routes as a possibility here. If you feel like that there's going to be a question whether he sees it right or not, then don't throw it. But then that's up to Kellen Moore to not call plays. Mike McCarthy told us, hey, he's not a big fan of the option route, but it's not his offense they're running either.
Yeah.
He's trusting Kellen Moore to do and call the game and put in the game plan. But if they continue to throw option routes, then you're probably going to have interceptions.
Okay, will the run defense be a big story when we convene on Monday afternoon?
Yes, it will.
You don't think this is going away against the Vikings? Mm-mm. Dalvin Cook's going to run. You were watching the film, Brian.
Yeah,
you think they're going to have success?
I think they're going to have success. Minnesota's defense gives up plays too.
Yeah.
They're not perfect by any means, but the way that Minnesota runs the football, they've got a good opportunity. These backs are if you don't tackle well enough that the Cowboys haven't had problems inside runs. It's stuff that gets outside. So all of a sudden, inside run bounces. Now it's on the edge, or it's a straight, perimeter run call. Yeah, I don't think things are going away for the Cowboys. I really don't.
Okay, next storyline here from Cowboys Vikings to look forward to. Will Ezekiel Elliott play? Does he need to play?
I would say he doesn't need to play, but with the way that they trust him much more, like what Broadus was alluding to earlier, would they have been more comfortable running the ball with the lead in the fourth quarter the other night, knowing they had Zeke, even though he is not as good as Tony Pollard, and Tony Pollard has proved that for the last 2 games. He's proved it all season, but he's been the lead dog for the last 2 games, and pretty sure that myth has been busted about him not being able to carry a full load and not get a bunch of touches, because in overtime you looked like the best player on the field.
Sure.
And Connor McGovern's holding call bleeped you on that one, but at the end of the game he was icing it out just fine. So you don't actually need him, but with the mindset apparently of what the coaching staff is he's the only one that can, I guess, salt a game away. And so maybe you do need him in certain moments, even though it's incorrect thinking.
Yeah.
Because Tony Pollard has been a stud, and the other day Malik Davis was a beast.
Yeah.
So I don't know what else you want. You want Zeke because you just feel more comfortable with him going to get 3.5 yards for you.
I mean,
okay, that's
it hurts
fine.
the tacklers more to bring him down. I guess.
I can't buy into it.
I think the way they split the carries. I think the way they split
keeps
the
him fresh in the fourth.
Yeah, I mean, and I understand what you're saying. Pollard looked fine. He really did. There's nothing wrong with Tony Pollard carrying the football.
Or Davis.
But for them, it's probably like, we're okay. I mean, they got a lot of those 3rd and 1, 4th and 1s and all that, and where they're running quarterback sneaks and things like that to try and, I mean, maybe it's not, maybe it's just hand the ball to Zeke. He's going to get tough yards.
Yeah.
And maybe the tough yards lead into missed tackles for Tony Pollard, which leads into bigger runs. That's kind of how I look at it.
I think you're dead on there. I also think it just increases their probability that they're going to have the right game plan. Yeah. It increases the probability that Tony Pollard is fresh and maybe makes a game-changing play in the fourth quarter. Yeah. I don't think it needs to be that way either, Chiafalo. I totally agree with you. But they have had something in their minds about Zeke from the day they drafted him about how important it is to involve him in the game plan in bigger ways than we've always been comfortable with. Okay, when we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. Everything developing in the world of sports throughout your broadcast afternoon. Bobby Belt's going to join you. LA Live with Lucius is coming up at about 5:40 as well here on The Fan. I want to chat Frankels before we do